I think the UK needs to do a response.
5 things you really need to know to improve your micro. Some of the
3 things you might not know about radars.
Overrun! 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 Yes!
No, no. No, I didn't know this.
Yeah, the US Navy is moving steadily.
Have US Navy some engagement? This is a disaster for Hungary. Hungary was the one that suffered the most.
Yeah,
I have a perfect overview of everything he has.
Welcome to the studio. Thank you.
It's up the map mode underneath the temperature.
yeah. Maybe we before we say
too
what the
excited.
outcome was of the plan. Maybe we should
2.2 million casualties and the meeting war. It has been a while, so
Yeah, 12 hours or so, not counting. Hello and welcome to another grand game with HyggeGaming. And here with you today you have PT, myself and Victor.
yes, indeed you do. I hope you all had a wonderful Christmas out there, and I wish you also a happy new year. But today, now in this middle of the road between the Christmas and New Year's, we are playing a Hearts of Iron grand game.
Yes, and it's the first game we're playing since we had our big live event, or rather we did play a game but it was not casted, so you guys couldn't see it. And as a special treat for you today, behind the scenes, but also on the scene now and then, we have our General Secretary himself, Badger. He will be our technician. You see him on screen there. He's our technician, but he's also our expert and analyst. And say hello to the crowd, Badger.
Hello, everyone. And please help us with the sound check if it doesn't work or if it's too high, too low.
Yeah, and maybe Victor, you could have your headset down there, and we can. Hear
Probably
just a
smart.
bit.
It's just that I hope the mic doesn't pick up Badger, but it remains to be seen. We have new mics, as you've seen. The technological improvements on the HyggeHoy stream is much like the technological improvements during the 30s and 40s of the 20th century.
Yes.
That it is improving very fast, and that's thanks to all of you wonderful supporters out there that gives us the ability to improve this further every time we go.
Yes, definitely. It's because our supporters on Patreon giving us a bit of money every month, so we can keep improving this stream and the content for you guys. If you want to join us, you can see the link now on the screen, patreon.com/HyggeGaming. And today we also have a special promotion. We will have a bit of a raffle. We always love a good raffle, don't we, Victor?
Indeed.
So if you become a free member on Patreon today, you have the chance to get a free month as a paid subscriber, and then you get a bunch of extra content. I think there are more than 100 guides that are exclusive to subscribers or Patreons rather. So just sign up as a free Patreon. You will also get news whenever we got stuff happening and so on.
And I would like to recommend our YouTube channel, like and subscribe, and also please go and watch our guides. If you want to learn how to play Hearts of Iron multiplayer, it is your one-stop shop for just that. And if you become a paying Patreon, then you get this exclusive guide, so you get the edge over your fellow compatriots.
Definitely. And Badger is 50% of the content creators when it comes to the guides. So and today he will be giving you live expert analysis and tips and tricks. And if you look at the screen right now, you can see that the dates are running. We are in 1936 and we're already in the middle of January. So we are in the build-up right now. And if you're just joining us and you're wondering what the heck is this, this is a historical Hearts of Iron 4 multiplayer game. And it's played the Axis versus the Allies. And we have, I don't remember the number of players. We're a bit fewer than usual. So some countries don't have any players on them. Let's see if we can get the player map mode up here. There we go. You see the player map mode here. So yeah, still a good piece of the world is covered by players, and we will go through them player by player. And what else? Okay, Portland BB says the sound seems fine. I think that's the first.
Yeah, that's the first.
People
right?
are not complaining about the sound, so it must be these new microphones.
Yeah, even at Bergårdhof we had like, oh, this sound is going out and this.
Yeah.
But we have the wireless mics have been a tremendous upgrade.
Yeah.
Much as they were in wartime.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So we will start presenting the players, I guess.
Yeah, let's do that.
And why not start with Der Führer himself? And on Germany, we have as the main controller Stationary. And Stationary is a 6-star general and one of our absolutely strongest players, I would say. And he's played Germany 3 times before with the community. And yeah, he can be a scary fox to face. He also plays a bunch of games with other multiplayer communities, so he's really experienced.
Yeah, and I'm very interested as well to see, because now, like in the middle between Christmas and New Year's, a lot of people are away, so we don't have as many players, right? And it will be interesting to see how that shifts the meta, because you have a very strong and scary Germany, and that might prove more impactful when you have fewer players,
Yeah.
but you also have less of the Axis miners that you can actually utilize.
Yeah.
So it will be very interesting to see the effect that this has on the game.
And Ivan immediately started remilitarizing the Rhineland, so you can see the world tension going up to 4%, but still under the magic limit of 5%. You can see they're 4.9 even, so staying below that magical limit. Joining Stationary on Germany is Thomas, one of our Dutch players. He has only 1 star, a veterancy star, meaning that he's played five games. But he's played with other communities as well, I think, and he's played Germany twice before with us. And so their strategy, I got a detailed document with their build and everything. But they will make special forces with a land cruiser support company, and they will produce fighters with a ranged focus, MIO, military industry organization. And they will also attempt later on to bomb the Soviet logistics to starve them out, and do a tech rush for an early Panther using the treaty with the USSR. So that's the Germany build. You new people, I don't think that made much sense, but we will take everything step by step and guide you through it.
Yeah, and it's very interesting also that we have this very detailed strategy. Of course, it's very interesting for the studio, and the more things we get sent, the more of an interesting analysis you can have out there. But also this proves that they have really been preparing. They've really taken their time, because we have seen in the last few games that the Eastern Front has not been in the Allies' favor. It has been very historical on the Eastern Front recently in our games, I feel, and this tech rush and this idea that they have might actually shift that up a bit. It will be interesting to see.
Yeah, and interesting to see how it will face off to the Soviet strategy, because why not present the Soviet players while we're at it? So Mr. Shukov is the in-game name here, but the main controller of the Soviets is the Boppus himself, which is the other half of the guide creating duo. And Boppus, he's well known. He's a member of the Central Committee, a 7-star general, and he is known for his extensive spreadsheets, and he usually makes very optimized builds. His micro has also gotten a lot stronger in later days, and today they're actually doing a really micro-intensive build. They're maximizing the number of tanks they can get on the map. So they will build a bunch of T-34s and saving in on the infantry. So I think it will be a sluggish battle on the front.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a bit different, because Boppus has historically gone for a lot of infantry, right? Big meat walls, defense in depth. But if they go tanks, it's one of those like, they can punch quite hard, but if they get encircled and they lose a lot of tanks, it can unravel quickly. But it will be like the duel of the Excel sheets between Germany and Soviet here, I think.
Yeah, definitely. 2 very preppy players. So interesting to see how it all pans out. And he is joined by Francis. Francis is an 8-star general, so a long-time member of the community. He's a strong micro player and no stranger to the Eastern Front. And also joining them is Sticky with 9 stars. So if you combine the number of stars here on the Soviet Union, you'll see that it's a very experienced lot. And Sticky is one of our 2 players from the Shetland Islands. He has many hours in the game, all-round strong player. And as I said, they will go for a tank-heavy build. So this is always more interesting than seeing them do the meat wall build, where they just soak up losses.
Yeah.
This will enable them to punch back against the Axis.
And it will be interesting to see as well if we get any shenanigans. I often refer to the game where you had the naval invasion of the Baku Mountains and the oil here, because if they are going tank heavy, that is going to be ever so important to keep that fuel intact.
Yeah, definitely.
So once Germany realizes their plan, they might try to cut off that oil supply.
Yeah.
But it's easier said than done, right?
Yeah, definitely. So we are in June 1936, and I think we should present the Spanish player, because he might get something to do in just a while. And let me just scroll up here. There we go. So playing Spain, we have Eric, and Eric is a 5-star general. He's been with the community for 5 years, so he hasn't played every game. He hasn't played the game in almost a year, but in that game where he last played, in last January, he did play Spain. So yeah, take that for what it is. And I think, I haven't heard anything from him directly, but I think he will be joining the war and not go volunteer Spain. And as I'm talking about it, the Spanish Civil War kicks off.
Indeed, it has.
And yeah, we'll see who sends volunteers. Let's see.
Yeah, the Spanish Civil War, for those of you joining us for the first time, is pretty much a volunteer war. You are going to have allied nations sending volunteers to the Republican side, and you're going to have the Axis nations sending volunteers to the nationalist side. And while it's not the deciding factor for the game, it can increase a bit, especially for like France, if you manage to get some experienced mountaineers that you can use in your defense, or for the Soviets for the Winter War, for example.
Yeah, and there are only a set number of players who can send volunteers to the Civil War. In the chat right now, we have Jonte saying, looking great, guys, as always. And Jonte, he is one of our members of the Central Committee. He was supposed to play British Raj, but he actually got his second daughter yesterday. So a big congratulations from the entire Hygge community to Jonte on your new child. But back to the Spanish Civil War. I'm thinking, Badger, maybe you have any hot takes. What do you think about the Eric's possibilities of winning against the AI and the volunteers coming in from the Soviets and maybe the French?
So I actually have no idea what they planned. I haven't had the time to have a look at it. But I know that they are quite aggressive on the tension starving in this game. So they might wait a little bit and send volunteers until they really need to, which means that there might be an opening early on for the Soviets if they are aggressive to do something sneaky.
Oh yeah, that's true. They were right on the limit there, almost at 5%.
Yeah, so that might be something to look out for right at the outset of the Civil War. But apart from that, I mean, one of the usual big deciders is if France is joining the fight or not. They usually are, but that can really make a difference. And also if Bulgaria decides to join or not, that can really tilt it. But I mean, from my perspective, most of the civil wars are either a slam dunk Axis win or not, depending on how they do on the air war. That's usually the deciding factor. If they have casts in the air enough to just roll over the neutral AI troops or not.
As you were talking there, we saw the volunteers coming in from Germany and Japan, and indeed they only sent one division each. And this might be a tactic to keep the world tension down, because sending in volunteer divisions does increase the tension. And it was at 4.3 and it's now at 4.5, so I'm guessing it's 0.1% for each division.
Yeah, they're really balancing that limit, and you don't want to increase the world tension unnecessarily when you're the Axis at this point, because you kind of control the flow of the game, right? So if the world tension gets too high, then democratic nations will get an ability to mobilize to a further extent, because then you have more support of the general populace to do wartime measures. So the Axis usually try to keep the world tension a bit low while still doing military things.
Yeah, and indeed, the Soviet Union, they do not care about the world tension being high. They want it to be high, so they are sending 6 divisions as well as their air wings. We have a comment here from Night Round. Love the haircut, bold supremacy forever. Thank you, that's very kind. It's been a long time coming, but yeah, I finally did the plunge.
I still have some hair, but you never know.
You have a good head of hair.
Yeah, actually, like the beard and the hair. Usually you get either or, right?
Yeah, yes. But my beard is shit as well, so yeah.
But actually, one thing I'm considering here is that the Republicans can actually win the Civil War.
Yes.
And if the Axis go too greedy in keeping the world tension down, we might see a scenario where you have very few Axis volunteer divisions. And if you have very few Axis volunteer divisions and a lot of Allied support for the Republicans, you could actually see a Republican win, which will not result in a Republican Spain. Franco will still get the head of government and so on, but it will take longer, it will cripple Spain, and also it will give the Soviet a few off-map factories that can really get their build going.
Yeah, so we're getting information here that they're sending 1 volunteer at a time to keep the world tension low. Yeah, because right now the number of volunteers is 1 to 3 in the Soviet favor. They sent 6, and the Axis have only sent 1 each so far. So 2 to 6, and that's not good enough, I think.
Now you're going to see a little early edge then for the Allied volunteers here on the fields of Spain, but eventually they will start coming in.
Yeah, so we are still paused while Eric is organizing his divisions, and he does...
Now we're unpaused though, and we have a world tension of 6. So it did go up slightly above the
Oh, it's at 8
limit.
even.
8?
So yeah, this means that Britain, for example, can take a few focuses that are locked behind a 5% limit. So the world tension storm not working out as intended, I suppose. We also see now, yeah, look at that, another additional division.
Yeah, now the divisions are coming in because, I mean, if the starve doesn't work, then you might as well just send them, right?
Yeah, they're still sending them 1 and 1. Italy is also sending divisions, I think. I saw pop up just now, but so they're not in transfer. But yeah, you see them sending them 1 and 1. And as to the battles, it looks like Eric is not attacking right now. It's just the AI on Republican Spain attacking. But I think it looks like he will go for Madrid. He's got the main force of his armies arrayed towards Madrid.
Yeah, they are going quickly for Madrid here, and that might be a tactic because then you get Barcelona or Valencia, right, as the capital, because all supply emanates from the capital.
Yeah.
So once the capital falls, then you will get a new supply hub, and then you can cut the front in half, so to speak.
Yeah, and still no volunteers arriving just yet. Spain does have some divisions that are good enough to fight with. Let's see if we can find them here. Yeah, here they are. So these 5 are Franco's African Corps, just arriving from North Africa, and it looks like they're heading up towards, near towards Ciudad Real, and probably attacking Madrid from the south. Let's see if the volunteers...
Here, we have Soviet volunteers arriving.
Yeah, and the first German volunteers are coming. Looks like it's cavalry, actually.
Interesting.
So that might mean that Stationary and Thomas, they plan to convert them into tanks later on. So some sort of mobile division.
We have 2 Japanese divisions coming in as well. I'm going to go check the templates. We have Spanish volunteers here from Japan. It is not any... Yeah, it's nice volunteers. Fully stacked. They have 30 combat with support companies. So the Japanese can do a lot of infantry things there, but the Germans, however, let's see what they have.
Yeah, what general are they using? Let's have a look.
Pedro von Bock. 38 combat with it, just filled with cavalry. So it's only cavalry.
Yeah, these are not strong divisions. I mean, they're strong compared to the Spanish Civil War divisions, but they're not strong in the general sense. What about this general? Is he?
He is a cavalry officer, so he will get cavalry leader experience, and he also has experience gain plus 20%. So they are really playing the long game here. It seems the Germans.
I wonder if they want to play cavalry later on. Usually you try to send as good divisions as you can into the Civil War and use them later on, because you do get veterancy on your troops. As we can see here, these are some of the Spanish troops and they are all regulars. But and this is the amount that you can train them to. But then if you want them to be veterans or higher, you really need that combat experience. Still, the borders the front lines aren't moving that quickly. It looks like the Axis are still not doing any major offensives. It's still just the AI attacking. Maybe that's a strategy to allow the AI to tire themselves against the defenses.
We do see some Soviet volunteers, Soviet mountaineers, 5 divisions of them, making a little move for Badajoz or something here. Along the river. We'll see actually if the Republicans try to push out a bit here, because the German cavalry divisions are not going to be able to stand up to this.
Yeah, because the Soviets sent proper volunteers. They have mountaineers with a good amount of artillery as well. So yeah, we'll see what happens there. But still, they're not breaking through at the moment. The Spanish are able to defend. They're still keeping all their good units down here, close to Ciudad Real.
We have a question from Jonte in the chat here that I can't really see.
Yeah, let's down a bit. Is Germany going for a standard build or is it doing anything crazy? Nothing too crazy, I would say. Nothing too crazy. He's going to get the Panthers early on, but Panthers are nothing crazy. I did see something in the strategy about taking Sao Tome. I think is that a Portuguese place?
Yeah, probably. I mean, they might raid from there.
Yeah,
because I guess like if Spain joins the war proper and doesn't go volunteer, that opens up for gobbling up Portugal, right?
Yeah. And it was also to use CAS to help Spain invade North Africa and whatnot. So that, I guess that's a bit novel. Yeah. Also to use it as a base for submarines. But nothing too crazy, I think. Yeah. I think they will be light on infantry and have lots of tanks, just as the Soviet players.
We have a little analysis from Badger here that Panzers is kind of late game stuff, which might mean that they are going to fight without barb armor in barb early, or if they go a later barb. Like we have seen some later barbs, the latest games, but it has not been intentional late barbs.
Yeah, and late barbs is usually a bad sign for the Axis. Yeah. That's usually not a good thing. I don't know, maybe we'll have to ask Stationary about that, because yeah, it's 43 tech, the Panthers are. So let's see how early he tries to rush them. He said he was going to use it to do it by using the treaty with the USSR, but that's only available after you've taken Poland, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting to see, because like these last games we have seen that okay, we're going to go an early barb, and then stuff happens. Like you go North Africa, someone does a crazy naval invasion, you commit to something else, and then suddenly it's 2 years later barb.
Yeah.
And it kind of have killed the momentum for the Axis in a couple of games, I feel.
Oh, so the front lines are moving a bit here, and this might be pivotal. We see the Soviet volunteers are here in this little salient here, almost to the Portuguese border. But at the same time, the Spanish elite troops are pushing north, trying to cut off the Soviets. But the Soviets are trying to cut off the Spaniards.
Yeah, I mean, the Franco troops can really be impactful here, because you only have militia on the Republican side, so the Franco troops can actually do a push from the south, but the Soviets are of course much stronger. Yeah,
and the Soviets are aware of this, so they're pulling back right now. We don't see the Germans or Italians or Japanese pushing to the north at the same time.
They have, however, cut off the front over by Barcelona.
Yeah.
You see here the Japanese volunteers actually doing quite a lot of work. And if Barcelona and Girona and this part... what's this? This is the Basque.
Catalonia?
Yeah, Catalonia, right. Basque is here, yeah. So if this falls and then Madrid stands, then the Republicans are going to have a significantly better supply situation, I guess. But
Yeah.
It doesn't matter that much, I would say.
Yeah, maybe it's a strategy. I don't know. Sometimes Barcelona can be hard to take. You usually save it for last. I don't know. We'll see.
But they want to make sure to not lose too many harbors as well, the allies here, because if the Soviet volunteers doesn't have access to a harbor once the capitulation happens, then they lose their volunteers, even if they do not get encircled. So.
Yeah. Bulgaria is sending a division as well. And it looks like the Soviets pulled back a bit. And now the Spanish are pushing by themselves towards Madrid. But the Germans are still not moving with their cavalry. And look at this, their cavalry is not really doing much.
We have our expert here wanting to show some fighter production stats, so take it away, Badger.
Yeah, let's have a look at fighter production. I think Gidon, as the UK, is focusing very heavily on fighter production this game.
Yeah, so as you can see here on the screen right now, I'm looking at the average daily fighter production for Germany and the UK. And the UK made a very aggressive move early on, as you can see already, just at the outset of the Civil War, to ramp up all the mills, or most of the mills, on fighter production. So they are almost producing the same amount right now, but with low efficiency. So the UK will probably catch up and even surpass the Germans unless they catch it. And that might turn the Battle of France into something very interesting, if the UKs have an early war air force.
And that's interesting because usually we see the Axis with the lead on planes in the beginning, and then the Allies sort of catch up. But as we were saying, Gidon, who is the UK player who we will present in just a bit, he's going for a strategy where he builds a lot of planes and he leaves the defense of North Africa to the Allied miners. So a bit of a gamble there.
Yeah, that's definitely a gamble. I'm not entirely sure about that. But
especially considering who's the Italy player, but we'll come to that.
We've also seen very successful Axis moves in North Africa in the recent games. Like the Eastern Front has generally not gone in the Axis favor, but North Africa not so much.
Yeah. So the Bulgarians have joined the fight, and we'll see what they'll.
Yeah, there are some fighting going around Barcelona again. I think the Soviets are going to try to encircle some Japanese divisions here, or at least try to push them out a bit to keep the front alive for a little longer.
We've seen a duel between the French and the German volunteers, and the French volunteers are kicking the horses' butt. And look at this, we have a spearhead towards Madrid. The French are trying to hold Madrid right now, regaining some of their morale. But yeah, it's not a real, not a quick war, I would say.
No, not at all, actually.
We've seen a much faster progress for the Axis in the last games we've had.
Yeah, then you get some general experience, like I guess both sides does not want the too quick war. I guess if you're the Axis, you want quick encirclements and just to get it over with, right? But it's also a matter of training your generals and getting veterans in.
Yeah, definitely. And we actually have rules against drawing out the war for too long a time, because you can just farm XP that way, and we don't usually do that. So, but still within the bounds, though. I'm not sure if it's intentional or if it's just bad.
Yeah, we will see here. We have the troops, the nationalist troops are closing in on Madrid here, which will quite soon fall. I would say it's only 2 French divisions, good divisions though, but still only 2 of them holding Madrid here. And the fighting around Barcelona has stopped, so stalemate has occurred between the Japanese and the Soviet volunteers.
Yeah, we should actually present the other players who are in the Civil War. Let's go to Italy, and on Italy we have the big bad wolf, Falk. And Falk is an 11-star general, part of the Central Committee. He's been with the community since the absolute beginning. He's a very feared opponent in every game, so
very dangerous player.
Very dangerous, and he will go mostly infantry and with some beefy marine divisions and expensive but late battleships. That's his build. And he told me that the 1939 railway gun tech. Oh, look at this! We have a small encirclement of Republican troops.
Yeah.
Just having a look at that. Nothing too major. The French are in a bit of a bind. They should probably get out of there right now.
Yeah, the French might be in a bit of trouble if the lines behind Madrid falls. We have some Bulgarian divisions starting to make moves down there. They really want to get this encirclement, of course, because the French mountaineer divisions is what they want to have defending against the Germans later.
The French are pulling back now, though, so
Yeah.
I will continue the presentation. As I was saying, Falk, he believes that the 1939 railway tech for Italy, together with the propaganda for railway guns, that will be enough to pierce through El Alamein. So he will definitely try to take North Africa. I asked him, if you do manage to take Egypt, will you continue south until you hit the Cape? And he did not promise any such thing. He's usually a very conservative player. He's not much for taking risks. What do you think about the civil war so far, Badger?
It's quite interesting if you look at the templates of the different countries participating in the fight. The Germans, they are obviously trying to grind up an advisor. So if you look at the cavalry template, this means that they are aiming, if you hover the portrait of that general, they will probably try to get the cavalry leader up on that general. So they can use that for later in the war. So that's probably what they're gunning for. And that's also why they're fighting so bad, the Germans, in the Civil War. So the really heavy hitters right now are the Italians and the Japanese. They are the only good templates in this fight. The French is a starting template, the Soviets is a starting template, and the Bulgarians is a crap template. So it's basically only the Italians and the Japanese that's making any moves together with Spanish.
So, and just to clarify, they're grinding up the cavalry leader in order to be more effective with motorized and mechanized and that kind of thing.
Yes, that's probably it. So they can have combined arms or like motorized or mechanized.
But is this guy, Fedor von Bock, is he usually the guy that you have controlling your tanks as Germany?
No, I wouldn't say so. He's not bad, but I don't like him that much. But
he's not a panzer leader, right?
No, I think I'm not sure what they're up for, but since you said that they are doing some kind of weird templates, they would probably do some motorized mechanized on that guy later on. That's probably why they're doing that. Or they might make him... No, I don't think they will make him a field marshal. So, because that could also be that they get the organizer trait on him as well, and then they make him a field marshal. So that could be it as well. And then they use him as the field marshal with combined arms, and then they use the tanks on the generals below him. So that could also be the combination. Because motorized and mechanized, that's, in every tank template anyways. So it could be that they make him a field marshal as well.
Right. Nice take, yeah. So we see a bit of an unusual game already this early in 1936. This is not panning out as we usually see these games pan out. Some heavy fighting on the front. The Soviets are still trying to push back the Japanese invasion here.
They're making some moves along the coast here. I guess they want to get... I mean, you always see... This is the thing that you usually expect, these small encirclement battles and people just backing off one after another and trying to get these small encirclements. And sometimes you get a couple of divisions and sometimes you don't. But by the looks of things now, if I was the Soviets, I would probably just keep around the harbor here.
Something that's new for today, or new, but not something we see every day, is that Paradox is supporting our stream and broadcasting it on Steam. So if you're watching us on Steam, we're very happy to have you. And if you want to us to see your chat, and you can go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com at HyggeGaming. And we read everything you write in the chat, and we'll try to respond to you. So very welcome to our YouTube channel. Please give us a subscribe. We're still a small channel, and every subscriber counts.
Indeed it does, and also you can become a Patreon if you become a free Patreon, or even better, if you become a paid Patreon, you will be a part of a lot of raffles. We will be handing out things, free months, and stuff like that. So please join us and help us make even better content.
Let's continue presenting the players. Let's go for France. So on France, you've seen France already with his mountaineers here fighting in Spain. We have Remefors, and Remefors is a 6-star general. He's played France 3 times before with us, 2 of those being in the last 3 games. So he's quite used to playing France. Yeah,
and that's like... Because France, obviously it will fall, but you can hold for longer than expected, and then you go into exile, right? So you can perform a lot of things around the map, and you can be quite impactful. And it's one of those countries where you see a sudden meta shift, right? Because since you're in exile and stuff happen differently around the map, it might speak to his advantage that he has played it both times so recently, because then he has a current understanding of the meta and how to use free France, as they will be called after the capitulation.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see the Battle of France, because today the Allies will have a superiority on fighters, as we heard before. And also Germany going for late tanks. Yeah, that might still mean they have a lot of stuff in the beginning, but yeah, no early influx of tanks there. So maybe Remmerfors will actually be able to hold out longer than the Axis have hoped for. You can see his mountaineers down here, close to Valencia.
He is actually trying to push out a bit here. It might be the AI though attacking. No, it is actually the French.
Yeah, just grinding a bit on the front lines there. Yeah, the Republicans are being slowly pushed back. We see another encirclement of some crappy troops there, being closed out by the German cavalry. Nothing too exciting going on here in the war. Another player joining the civil war, though, are the Japanese. And yeah, we have an interesting... let me just... sorry. We have an interesting lineup on Japan. So the main controller is Ian. And Ian only has 1 star, meaning he's played around 5 games. But he's played with a bunch of different communities, so he's no stranger to Hearts of Iron multiplayer. Probably one of our strongest players. He has a deep knowledge of the game. This is the first time he plays Japan in our community, though. So interesting to see what he's made of. And his co-op is Iverson, Matthias. And Matthias is an 8-star general, all-round solid player. And they will go for a dockyard heavy build, so around 100 dockyards, and panzer shifts. Panzer shifts, something we usually only see from Germany in the Atlantic, but now we will see them in the Pacific. Also, this is the big treat, they will go for a big Manchu. So Manchu will get all of China, and they will have it cored, and the Manchu will basically be a major player.
Yeah, that will be very interesting to see. I also like that you have one of these like newer players and one experienced player, because when you come from other communities, you have a different meta, you have some fresh thoughts.
Yeah.
And we have been playing with the HyggeHoy community in other communities in competitive games. We have not necessarily done that well thus far. We will eventually, right? But
yes, we still believe. And playing Manchu, we have Rosen. Rosen is one of our players from the Shetland Islands, and he's a really strong player as well. He's an 8-star general. He's played Manchu 3 times before. I'm not sure if he ever got the chance to play big Manchu, though. And yeah, it also brings some responsibility for him to make stuff happen, because him being stronger means Japan will be weaker.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with that.
But I mean, Rosen on Big Manchu might be very dangerous for some allied nations, right? Because you get... It is statistically, I would say, more effective to go Big Manchu.
I'm
because
not sure.
Right?
But I've heard the meta is Japan should get Manchu because they get the resources and whatnot. But still, we love a big Manchu, don't we?
Yeah, it's always fun. Like I like. It's the same with the Spanish, right? You want Spain to join the war fully on the Axis side, because it makes for a more exciting game, basically.
Yeah, the Badger actually agrees with you, Victor, that the big Manchu is the way to go. And yeah, that's what we always said in the studio, but most people seem to disagree. But yeah, let's see what happens. I'm really excited.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear Badger's analysis on the matter once we get into the Sino-Japanese War. I'm sure he will have some good takes on this.
Yeah, we did hear Ian, I saw him in the chat saying, yeah, I'm not promising a smooth or a quick China war. We'll see about that. So yeah.
We have seen quite sluggish China wars recently. We had like one China war that went really fast, that was very good for Japan in one of the games. But after that, the China war has really been slower than we in the studio have expected the last couple of games.
And the China war is another one of these AI wars, like the Spanish Civil War. So yeah, China is an AI, and you can actually you can do it in practice over and over again because the AI is always the AI. So it's one of those things that you can really train on. You can't really train on the war itself because you never know how the players are going to play. So the Spanish Civil War looks like it's wrapping up. Barcelona is...
yeah, I guess when Barcelona falls, then you're going to see a capitulation of Republican Spain, but all of the Allied volunteers have access to harbors at this point.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to see quite an uneventful civil war here when it comes to losses of volunteers. We have 8 French divisions here now, so France is really going in here.
Yeah, and you can see the world tension already at 16%. So this means that the Allies can take even more focuses. Let's have a look at what the UK, for example.
And that might be good for their tactics as well, because if they want to build a lot of fighters, if they want to early transition into this type of war economy, yeah.
I'm a bit surprised that the tension is this high, actually. But okay, so the Germans went for Anschluss already. So that must be it.
There are only 4 French also, Badger says.
Okay. Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, only 4 French.
I think, but there are... No, it says 8 here. I'm a check.
Yeah, I'm looking at the French...
No, they are 4. Badger is correct, as usual.
Yes.
It's just that the Soviet mountaineers were on the same tile.
Yeah,
and they are also 4.
Yeah, the strength of me and Victor is that we can keep talking indefinitely, but we do have some in-depth knowledge of the game now with Badger on our side, so it's a real treat for you guys watching.
Also, I hope you like the statistics thing that Badger is doing. It's the first thing we're doing, the first time we're doing it this stream. So we will be able to view all of this little nerdy statistics with the different graphs going up and down, and Badger will analyze all that in detail for you.
Yeah, and if there's any statistics in particular that you're curious of, just give us a shout out in the chat and we'll see if we can accommodate.
I thought I would like you to join and show some statistics.
Yeah, go
ahead, Badger.
Because I asked for it, but that was maybe a coincidence. Okay. So, what we're looking at right now is a follow-up on the airplane production. So, the red one, this is the daily average production of airplanes. And as you can see right now, the red one is Germany, the blue one is UK, and the yellow one is the Soviet Union as well. So I thought I just throw them in there for some tasty comparison. But what's interesting now is that the Germans and the UK, it's like they are spying on each other because they have almost exactly the same amount of military factories on airplane production. The only reason that Germany is ahead is because the efficiency of the UK production is not, it hasn't caught up yet fully. The Germans started with higher efficiency. So they are playing rat and mouse right now on the airplane production. And it's also interesting to see that the Soviets are not ignoring airplanes. They are also building some airplanes. So it's probably just to get rid of the debuffs from the national focus tree. But so let's see if they swap to 39 fighters later as well.
So are you anticipating Allied air superiority in the invasion of France?
Depends. So if the UK gets a lend-lease from the US with all their old trashy airplanes, and the French also use their trashy airplanes from the start, they will have air superiority.
Sorry to interrupt you guys. We have a development in the Spanish Civil War here. We have 6 Japanese volunteers that are... Oh no, they are actually closing out the pocket. Sorry, my bad. I thought they were being encircled.
False alarm, false alarm. Calm down, everyone.
Yeah, of course, they're Axis.
But look at this. No, just Spaniards. Yeah, I don't actually see the volunteers of the Allies. Maybe they have gone back.
Yeah, I think they've gone back. Yeah, sorry, I killed the statistics analysis there a bit. It seemed like the Japanese were in dire straits.
I think he was wrapping up, so it was a good interruption. We can't let the Badger take over our stream.
Yeah, but we will get so much more statistics later as well, right?
Yeah,
because now we have the airplanes, but then we have like the tanks, the infantry, like all the different things. And we will start to see like when like Big Manchu comes into play and all of these other join the production. It will be really interesting to actually be able to follow the statistics.
Yeah, and we can have a look at civilian factories and that kind of thing as well. So there's a bunch of new incredibly exciting statistics for you guys to partake in. Yeah. Another player who sent volunteers. Oh, there we go. Republic in Spain is done. And this means that we will not see any wars until the China war kicks off. So we have a bit of a standstill now. What will this mean for the world? Will this lead to war? I guess we will see.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, another player who sent volunteers to Spain is Bulgaria, and Bulgaria is played by Pontus. And Pontus is a 4-star general. He's been with the community since 2022. He's playing his first ever game as Bulgaria, and he has a bit of an interesting build actually. He will go for mechanized infantry, nothing very strange there, but he's supplementing the mechanized with armored cars in the templates as line divisions. And usually, if we have a look at the division designer here, he hasn't made the templates yet, but usually you see armored cars here in the support companies. But today he will have them here in the line as well, and this is not something we see very often. And armored cars are incredibly quick, and mechanized infantry is also very quick, so he will probably have the fastest divisions in the game.
Yeah, and that might be good, like, because on the Eastern Front, right, if the Soviets are going a tank-heavy build, then the Axis really wants to get those crucial encirclements in order to take away the Soviet punching power on the front line.
Yeah.
And speed is a very important stat there. You might not think about it that much, but if you have holes in the line, the speed will really come into play to get those encirclements.
Yeah, especially if the Soviets are weak on the infantry. So we won't see the massive meat wall that you sometimes see from the Soviet player, where you can't really punch through. So if he's weak on the infantry, all that Pontus needs to do is avoid the Soviet tanks and just go for massive surrounds. And also he's going for paratroopers. So yeah, a really nice build from Pontus. Let's see if he pulls it off. Why don't we continue talking about the Balkan Bros? So on Romania we have Magnus playing. Magnus has been in the studio a few times.
Indeed, he has.
Very nice guy. He's got the gift of gab as well. And he's a great micro player. He's earned 6 veterancy stars so far. His attendance has been a bit spotty as of late, and he had a notable unexplainable absence at Bergårdhof, our live event where he usually attends, but he couldn't. He's gotten a girlfriend recently, taking up a lot of time, I guess, but it wasn't like a birthday or anything. It was just unexplainable.
Sad times indeed.
Sad times.
But we have him here though, and he will go for infantry and marines.
Yeah.
Which is the traditional Romania build.
Yeah, and he will be the infantry backbone of the Axis players on the Eastern Front. It's his first. No, he's only played Romania once before, so his second time playing Romania.
And I mean, Romanian Marines, I'm always looking back to those like naval invasions across the Black Sea and stuff. They might be able to do something here.
Yeah.
But we will see.
We got a message from Sean in the chat. Shame we have to work today, otherwise I would have joined. Yeah, you will be missed, Sean. I think it's a bit unfair because today is a Monday, but it's squeezed between the weekend and New Year's. So it's really not everyone has to work today. You're not working today, Victor.
Yeah, I'm not working today. You're not working today.
Yeah, I'm not working today.
And apparently we have at least like 30 people sitting here on a Monday at 11:13 playing Hearts of Iron and having beers.
Yeah. Okay, so that was Romania, but we have more players in the Balkans, and on Hungary we have Mossberg, and Mossberg is an expert studio man, usually the technician, but he's also been a commenter a couple of times. He's going for a traditional medium tank build as Hungary. And interesting to see what he does with it. Yeah,
and also a big shout out to Mossberg from Bergårdhof. I remember he was doing this, walking around with the camera, and keeping everything happening and showing a lot of behind the scenes and stuff. Has always been a very great addition to the production value. Big shout out to Mossberg.
Yeah, speaking about tanks though, Badger has some interesting insights about the tank production, some statistics there. Badger.
Yes, so it's not the countries you would expect to have tank productions already hitting the production lines. So let me share some interesting stats. So what we're looking at right now is Canada and South Africa, who really put all of their military factories on tank production really early. You see that the Canada started off already at the outset of the war, and South Africa joined in early or late 36 as well. So they already have built quite a few, and if you look, you can see that they have the medium tanks on Canada, the cruiser tanks, and then on South Africa you have the Matilda 2's heavy tanks as well. Not my favorite, Matilda 1 is cooler, but Matilda 2 is okay. So I think we will see a very strong, committed El Alamein defense. And since there's no armor production basically in the Axis right now, I think the Allies will have plenty of divisions ready for the outset of the war. So there's some lend-leasing going to happen from UK to those miners as well, I expect.
Yeah, I think this game, the Allied miners will have a lot of responsibility because, as we were saying before, Gideon on the UK, he's going heavy on the fighters, so he won't have much troops of his own to defend Egypt. But on the other hand, we see majorly buffed up South Africa and Canada. Also, the US is going for a lend-lease strategy, so they will lend-lease a bunch of stuff to the Allied miners as well. So a lot of responsibility on the Allied miners today.
Yeah, and also I feel that in the latest games we have seen a North Africa that has been quite non-historical, because usually, like historically and in our earlier games, there was always this slog along El Alamein, basically with standstills and big tank fighting. But we have seen North Africa decided by daring naval invasions of like Tel Aviv and the Suez Canal and even like Lebanon and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Actually deciding North Africa for the game. So a dangerous Italy on the Mediterranean could spell doom for the Allied miners, even if they're buffed up with a lot of tank. Because if you lose that logistical line to Alexandria and up towards the Allied territory in the Middle East, it doesn't really matter how much tanks you have. It can even work to your detriment if they need a lot of fuel and supplies.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that Falk will be a bit daring with his Marines. Like we said, he's usually a quite conservative player. But if you are a daring player here, there are many juicy targets that you can go for with your Marines, and you can really make some interesting moves. He will, of course, be supported by Magnus Marines on Romania.
Speaking of Allied players,
I'm thinking we do have one Axis player left in the Balkans, easily forgotten. On Albania, we have David. And David is joining us for the very, very first time. He's a very new player in every sense of the word. He actually bought the game now on the winter sale after Christmas. He's my real-life colleague, all-around nice guy. And according to Stationary, the German player, he's very attentive, and he's taking to all the advice given to him. It's interesting to see if he'll be able to do anything at all, because being new to Hearts of Iron in general, it's a very tough ask to get straight into the multiplayer.
But then again, like, motivation beats class sometimes, right?
Yeah,
I mean, because if you just bought the game during the Christmas sale, you had a lot of days off.
Yeah.
You've taken all the advice and you really get into the game, right? Then that might mean that you can punch above your weight.
Yeah.
And people don't expect Albania to pack a punch. We have seen Albanian paratroopers making a huge difference on the front, for example. So you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah. So we will keep an eye on David, and very welcome to the community, David. I'm hoping you have fun, and I'm hoping it goes well for you.
Indeed.
So we will look at the allies now, starting with the UK. On the UK, I'm just going to scroll a bit here. There we go. On the UK, we have Gideon, and Gideon has only earned one veterancy star. Oh shit, I messed it up. He's only earned one veterancy star with our community so far, but it does not mean that he's a new player. He's very used to Hearts of Iron multiplayer, having played with other communities. This is the first time he's playing the UK in our community, though. And as we've been saying before, he will go heavy on the airplanes and leave a lot of responsibility to the Allied miners. But yeah, experienced player all around. So.
And as we saw in the statistics, that airplane strategy is already starting to like pan out.
Yeah.
And eventually the Allies snowball out of control when it comes to production, right? And
Yeah.
air is very important in multiplayer.
Definitely.
If you play Hearts of Iron single player and you go into multiplayer, that was the biggest shock for me, at least, that air was so important.
Yeah. We have Einars in the chat here saying, "You're not alone, Sean. I sadly couldn't make it either today. Happy holidays to everyone into the studio. Prosperous. I wish the next year to be prosperous and may the next Grand Game event come early." Yeah, you will be sorely missed as well, Einars. You're one of the unfortunate ones that had to work, I suppose. You are definitely missed. And yeah, nice to have you with us on the stream at least. Okay, so that was the UK. But there are other allied nations. On South Africa, we have, give me a moment. We have Yugis, which is Einar's brother-in-arms, also one of our Latvian players. He's only missed one of the games since he joined the community in the summer of 2024 and has so far earned himself 2 veterancy stars. He has played South Africa once before, and he's been actually appointed Supreme Allied Commander of the forces in Africa and the Mediterranean. So that's not something we see every day either.
Big responsibility here for
Yeah.
Yugis in El Alamein. And also, because the veterancy stars might be a bit deceiving, because you see someone that looks like a North Korean general and has all these stars.
Yeah.
But this community has been alive since 2000.
2016.
Yeah, 2016, right? So some people that have a lot of veterancy stars might have a spotty attendance recently, but Yugis is not one of these players. He has been in pretty much every game, and I think he will be able to take up that mantle as commander of the North African forces in a very good manner.
Yeah. Oh, we have another one of our players, T o'clock. Andreas, he has a long day of train journeys rather than gaming, so he had to skip as well. Yeah, you are also missed, Andreas. Yeah, Andreas has also been in the studio several times. If you watched our live event, he was our reporter on the scene in the Access House. Did a very good job of that. Yeah, we see a bit of banter and well-wishing here between our absent players. Very nice to have you with us on the stream, guys.
Yeah, and also if you are watching us on Steam, if you want to join the chat, if you want to ask any questions, have any statistical things you want Badger to get into, or really anything, then we do check the chat on YouTube and Twitch here. And also please join us on Patreon and subscribe and like our YouTube channel.
Yes, good reminder there, Victor. Moving on Canada. Let's have a look here. On Canada, we have Seth. And Seth recently earned his first veterancy star with us. He's playing his first game as Canada. It's an important country for the Allies, especially since the US will be going on a Lend-Lease build, so more responsibility on Canada. It's one of the heavy hitters of the Allies, one of the strongest tank nations in the game, and he is indeed going for, let's see, the right point of view. He is indeed going for tanks,
yeah.
As you can see here.
And Canada is one of those, it's basically a major, especially if you get like Lend-Lease boosted late in the game. Canada is one of those countries that the Axis are very, very scared of when it comes to like D-days and slogging around in France late game. Then definitely Canada can be a very big player.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Seth manages to play Canada, because if you do it well, you can really make a difference. And I think they are expected to, after El Alamein gets shut down, assuming it does. I think they will send the Allied minor tanks over to Asia to help out there. Maybe just stand at the ready if the Asia Axis manages to break through in India.
Speaking of the Asia Axis, we do see Japan here. I'm in the focus tree. In 2 days they will have completed the liaison conference. So now they can pick the Marco Polo Bridge incident at the earliest convenience, should they want to do it. So we might see a Sino-Japanese war pretty soon. We can see here that they have planned a number of naval invasions around Shanghai, and they also have infantry marching orders from Manchukuo down into the Chinese mainland here. So the Japanese are getting ready for an invasion of China. And it seems to be going somewhat as you would expect. Japan usually does a lot of naval invasions because you want to get the invader trait on one of your generals so that you plan naval invasions faster in the future. Because as Japan, you're going to do a lot of island hopping in competition with the Americans. And you will start out much stronger than the Americans because the Americans are a democratic country that are not that keen on joining the war to begin with.
Yeah. We do see an indication of the Japanese strategy here. This is not something we see in every game. He's going for Shanghai first, going for Nanjing. Usually we do see them going a bit further north, taking a respectable chunk up here in the north out of the Chinese AI. So this is a bit more ambitious, I would say.
And he is picking the Marco Polo Bridge incident now. So we will have the Sino-Japanese War kicking off right as we unpause the game. Because he has stacked up, he has saved up the focus, so he'd click it and then you get it instantly, right? And we see instantly kicking off the naval invasion orders here and going straight for Shanghai and Suzhou.
Yeah, here we go. The war is going. It's at the very end of 1937, so I guess it's fairly early. Not super early, but still fairly early. We have presented Ian and Matthias on Japan and Rosen on Manchu, but there's a fourth player in the Asia axis that we have not presented yet, and it's the Siam player. And on Siam we have Morten, and Morten has been with the community since 2024. He's earned himself 2 veterancy stars, and actually the last 2 games he played was as Siam, so he should have his builds set and ready. GEACPS. I don't know what that means.
We see
the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere. Yeah. It's a mouthful. It's a mouthful.
Yeah, indeed. We have. That is the faction of Japan, so to speak. If you're not that read up on the historical Second World War, we basically have the Axis as a broader concept, but you have the Greater East Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere, which would be Manchu, Japan, Siam, and the Axis in the Pacific Ocean and the Eastern Front, or the Far Eastern Front, rather.
It's a very friendly name for a not very friendly organization, and you could argue that if the Japanese had stayed more true to the spirit of that name, maybe they would have fared better in the war. They did not treat the liberated people of Asia as well as you could have hoped.
Indeed, they did not, and they don't seem to be doing that now either, because we do have the naval invasion landing here in Shanghai. They have already encircled a little troop here, and Asia works basically like this. So China mobilizes 3 big AI waves, basically. So you want to trigger them at certain points as Japan. So when you're ready for it, then you trigger the next wave by incurring a certain amount of casualties or a certain capitulation limit, and then you quickly encircle them. But you can also get overwhelmed by this if you don't plan accordingly. Yeah. So if you are at risk of being encircled and I triggered the AI mobilization wave, you might be in dire straits. We have seen games going both one way or the other, and that really depends on how well you plan and also how well you execute that plan.
Yeah. And we see Japan here, as soon as they landed in Shanghai, they already had new naval invasions planned for Qingdao. And Qingdao, actually a former German colony, so it's the most, it's the best beer in Asia, I think. They have a German-styled lager from Qingdao, if you haven't tried.
I think it's the most sold beer in the world, actually.
Oh,
Qingdao.
There you go.
Speaking of Japan, we have Sean in the chat asking you to show us the Japanese templates.
We will do just that. Let's have a look here. So we see these Scully boys, China Boys Marine. Very beefy Marine template. Full set of artillery here and a good number of support companies. What about the line divisions? It seems to be these guys, China Boys. And also a beefy template. So no weak divisions here. They are using strong divisions, and these should make quick work of the Chinese divisions, which are of course crap.
Yeah, we might be looking at a good China war for the Japanese here. They're planning new naval invasions here at Qingdao, as you said, and then they're going to try to link up the fronts.
What about Rosen's divisions? His front is not moving very quickly. Only green bubbles though. He's not getting pushed back or anything like that. But he is being reinforced by the Japanese. Manchu, of course, is a bit of a late bloomer. They have the Imperial Guard divisions. These seem to be the strongest divisions that he has. Almost as strong as the Japanese ones. A bit more infantry than those guys.
We have an analysis from Badger as well regarding the war in China.
Let's hear it, Badger.
Yeah, so you were already a little bit onto it. So the Imperial Guard divisions that Manchu has, they start as veterans. So if you open up those 6 divisions, so in the fielded ones on the right side, yes, you see that their experience is already sky high. So they will be really heavy hitters. They get that from the big Manchu tree, those 6 divisions. But what's interesting is that on top of that, there is an expeditionary force of 20 divisions coming from Japan that's controlled, and other ones that's controlled by Manchu. So these are all Japanese divisions that they are controlling on the front line to take some of the micro off the hands of the Japanese player. So it looks like the Japanese, they are microing the landing, and then Manchu is taking care of the north. But what's also quite interesting is that there are no railway arties or airplanes being produced. So not a single airplane is being produced in the faction. So I'm not sure if they are just greedy and waiting for the real heavy hitters with the later tech. Or what they are up to, but no airplanes so far. So let's see what happens.
It's like they do have railway RT in the technology queue, so maybe they're waiting for the latest model.
Yeah, but that won't help them in the China war, most likely. So
that's like a year away.
Yeah, exactly. That's like 2 years away because they need to build it as well.
Yeah.
So I think they plan to grind their way through with what they have right now. I think that's the plan, and then they will do some greedy late build for the player war. So what Ian said in the start, that they might be a bit slow on the China war, I can see why now as well, that they are taking some chances. But let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, having a look here at the air map mode, we see they are not fighting in all green by any means. Yeah, mostly close air support here. So the Soviet air volunteers could do some work there.
Yeah, that will be interesting because the Soviets are actually allowed to send the air volunteers, right? So they can be impactful if the Japanese doesn't have enough planes.
We have Mortal Vision in the chat, another one of our regulars. Good to see you, Mortal Vision. He missed the first 2 years due to a visit to the dentist. Ooh, I hope you're okay. Is everything going well? Yes, so far quite uneventful. The Spanish Civil War went as you would expect, and the China War has just kicked off.
I would say that the news from the Spanish Civil War is the cavalry general from the Germans.
Yeah, so Stationary playing Germany, he sent all cavalry divisions. They're trying to train up the cavalry trait on one of their generals, probably to use for mechanized infantry later on. So that might be the big piece of news from there. And yeah, the China War so far seems to be going quite well. I think the first wave will have spawned by now.
Yes.
Second wave.
Second wave
even. So you can see here this huge amount of Chinese troops heading towards the border. And this is where you need to be careful as the Axis, because it's easy to get overwhelmed. Even though they are shit troops, there are a lot of them. So,
but they are doing this quite expertly, I feel, because they just mobilized the second wave and they have very consolidated territory, right, the Japanese.
Yeah.
There is no risk of this getting encircled.
Yeah.
Because before we have seen Japanese players going like snaking all the way into the inland. Then the second wave gets mobilized and then it all falls apart, right? You have to retreat, consolidate, you lose some troops. But it doesn't seem to be happening in this case.
Yeah, we'll keep a small eye on the China War, but I think we should carry on with the player presentations. So on the other side of the big pond, so to speak, we have the United States of America, and playing the United States of America as the main controller is Yuri. And Yuri is from the Netherlands. We met him in real life for the first time at our live event. He actually made his way to Sweden to play with us in person. Really nice guy. He has earned himself 2 veterancy stars by now. A fourth of his games has actually been as the United States, so it's a comfort choice for him. Plenty of experience there. He's got a bit of a tough situation today, though, because his co-op is Snistan. Nothing bad about that. Snistan is a good player, but Snistan wasn't able to get a babysitter, so he won't be joining us until war breaks out at the lunch break. So before that, Yuri is alone. And in addition to that, since Jonte, who was playing the Raj, got a child yesterday, congratulations again, we had to move the Brazil player to Raj. So that means that since we don't have a Mexico player, that Yuri and the United States will annex both Mexico and Brazil. So he's got a bunch of factories to work with and no co-op player until the war begins. So yeah, a lot of responsibility on Yuri, but he is playing a Lend-Lease build. So he's probably going to ship out most of the stuff that's being produced. Let's have a look. I think he's going for some early mechanized to be able to send to the miners. No mechanized yet in production or in the technology queue, though.
It will be very interesting to see how this shifts the meta. Like United States with Mexico and Brazil is going to be very beefy. And as you saw with all the stars, Snistan is one of our most experienced players. And he is used to doing these strange things.
Yeah.
Like he always does something new, something innovative. He finds some tactics that he wants to try. And when he has these resources to do it, and it's a bit new, I think he might be able to make good use of that.
Yeah, he's a good micro player. He's good with the navies, and he is the one controlling the navies, I'm told. And his main weakness is his lack of prep and that kind of thing. But since he's just a co-op, that mitigates that lack. So
the Japanese are going down to another island here, and are expanding their front a little bit.
Mortal Vision says, my wife told me to join the Hygge community from MP Games. Should I reconsider the state of my marriage? No, you should definitely stay married. Your wife seems like a very sensible woman.
Yeah, very good advice from your wife there.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah,
Definitely.
you're welcome to apply. We've had you in the chat for a long time, and you seem like a really nice guy.
Yeah, definitely. We always say that in the Hygge community that we might not be the most esports community, but we are guys that you would like to have a beer with.
Yeah.
That's our condition, right?
Yeah. And I mean the range of skill in our games is quite astounding. Yeah, we have people like I don't know, Rosen on Manchu or Ian and Stationary and the other guys. They have, I don't know, thousands of hours in the game. And we have guys like David on Albania who bought the game like 4 days ago. Probably doesn't have more than 10 hours in the game. So yeah, a big range of skill, but we usually manage to balance out the teams quite well. And yeah, the hygge is the main thing, and hygge, of course, is a Danish word meaning. Yeah, how do you translate hygge?
It would be like coziness,
Badger,
right?
you live in Denmark. How would you translate hygge? What's the proper?
Yeah, so
translation?
I think I'd say it's a crossbreed between coziness and having a good time, depending on the situation. But it can also mean some naughty stuff. So it depends on how you use it.
Yeah, it can be a verb, but it can also be an adjective, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. But it's mostly having a good time, like with your near and dear, I'd say.
And we see here, I'm looking a bit at the Civil War here. Japan actually cancelled their naval invasions further south, so they are taking it a bit more careful.
So now when you summon me into the screen, may I give a naval analysis?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
I think everyone has been waiting for the whole morning for naval analysis.
Yeah. Some people are. Some people are built that way.
Okay, I'm gonna take my screen then. All right, so what we're looking at right now is the Italy, and I will give you some rundown between the build-up between the Italian Navy and the UK Navy, because that's what I really love, the Mediterranean theater. So what's interesting is that both of the players looks like they have committed to a battleship build, and they are both, so this is the Italian one, so they are building the early Littory class, but they are keeping all the main guns on them, the tier 2 guns, which implies that they won't refit it later. So the Italians are like okay with the 36 tech, it looks like, on their battleships, and they are not overproducing, so they will have quite a few battleships, I think, and they might get some more modern ones if they start building them real soon as well. So
yeah, I think that was Falk's strategy. He will go for newer battleships later on.
Yes, and you can see that they are researching you can see it because I'm in the screen. But they are researching the 39 battleship as well. So they will have a mixed fleet of battleships, the Italians. But what's interesting is that they will, together with that, they will do destroyers. And they are doing, and this is what I'm curious about. They are doing light attack destroyers with very bad torpedoes. So they will probably upgrade them as well and build modern destroyers. But he seems committed to the light attack destroyers, which is rather unconventional, I'd say. Usually you do a hybrid between torpedoes and you maximize the torpedo slots and then you do some light attack on the remaining slots. So it's going to be a mixed battleship with more different versions of how modern they are and light attack destroyers. Versus on the British side, we have something similar. He queued up, I think it was 11 battleships from the start. And his battleships are also... it looks like he's happy with the tier 2 heavy guns as well. So he has saved one slot, so he might add a higher, a late game or like 39 tech slot and refit later on. But I would expect him to save these two tier 2 heavy guns because he already built them, right? So there might be a bit higher piercing on the UK side, but they are both kind of satisfied with the tier 2 heavy guns. Apart from the fact that the Italian one is probably going for some 39 tech as well, like fully built for 39 battleships. But together with that, he will go for light cruisers. This is where they really differentiate the two navies. So, and he's going for a light attack light cruiser together with the battleships. So it's basically battleships with light cruisers versus battleships with destroyers in the Mediterranean. So that's what we're looking at. So I'm quite excited because I wouldn't build either of these fleets. I'm not a fan of either of them. I think like a well-built fleet would win against either of these two. So for me, it's going to be like a coin toss who's going to win. So it's going to come down to the stacking of traits, I'd say, and Air Force. So whoever has the best stacks and experience, like whoever prepares the fleet best is going to win this fight, I think.
Thank you for that in-depth analysis. This is a good example of the kind of content you will not get with me and Victor. Maybe you can see our eyes glazing over a bit. We have no idea what he just said, but hopefully you guys like the content. We do have a question in the chat from Pithy Plinth. How is coal affecting the game? This is the first MP since it was added, I guess. We are not actually playing on the latest DLC, so no coal, no dams or that kind of thing. We are still waiting for the Finest Bra community to get their act together and update the mod, and maybe we will follow suit. But
we are playing a mod called HyggeGaming that is a modification of their Finest Bra. So it's the usual MP mod for Hearts of Iron, and that needs to be balanced for the newer patches.
Yeah, and just a note for Badger, maybe turn off the day-night cycle later on, so you don't annoy people.
The Japanese have actually kicked off their naval invasion of the south of China now, so things are happening, and I would expect the third wave to be mobilized rather soon, if it haven't been already.
Yeah, not quite yet. This is an interesting strategy that you're going for right now. Down here on Hainan, you can actually take the island and then move up north a bit. And then you can let the Chinese take a few tiles, and then you naval invade again in their back, and you can keep chewing off pieces of the Chinese while you practice or train your naval invader traits. So that's a strategy you sometimes see from the Japanese player. They're quite active with the naval invasions. They managed to connect the Qingdao salient to the northern front. Rosen is making good headway up there in the north. Still quite standard China war, nothing very risky, but yeah, I prefer to stay safe if I'm on the Asian side there.
Looking at the general here, I wonder if he is getting his trait soon.
Yeah, let's have a look. He does have...
Invader is 6%.
Oh yeah, you're looking at the other guy. Yeah. Yeah, 7% done. So they will need to do a few more naval invasions to to be able to 8%. Okay, so it's getting there. It's getting there. But
yeah, quite a few even, right? Because we have seen Japanese players before doing like naval invasion, bouncing, naval invasion, going back, and like keeping rotating. Like the Japanese player in this case have done naval invasions, right? But then he sticks them, so he doesn't get the same amount of experience.
There are still some players we have not yet presented. One of the big ones being the Indian player, and on India, we have a player joining the community for the first time. His name is Wouter, I guess, from the Netherlands, or Sog. Two very hard names to pronounce, but we'll do our best. So Sog, he, like I said, it's the first game he plays with our community, but he's played a lot of multiplayer before, so an experienced player. He got moved from Brazil to India just like yesterday, so I don't know if he has any builds in his back pockets that he likes to use, but yeah, we'll see what that does with him. Let's have a look at what he's producing actually. So he's 1 division training right now, and yeah, nothing too exciting going on in the templates. And on the production, a bunch of infantry stuff, and of course Raj or India, they have very strong infantry, so that's probably what he will go for.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And I mean, it will be interesting to see. Like the India front is always very interesting because either it's a complete stalemate basically, and you just have people looking at each other in Burma, but sometimes it can really disintegrate fast. We saw the last game. We had like invasions and counter invasions of the Raj that really decided the game in the Pacific. Yeah. So it can be a very exciting theater, especially now when you have big Manchu and some unorthodox tactics taking place. Yeah. I think we're going to see a very interesting Raj front.
And from what we've seen of the Asia axis so far, they seem to be very active with the naval invasions, and that's of course what you want to see. As someone is pinging the mountain line here. Okay, they're probably discussing tactics in the allies there. But that's what you really want to see from the Asia axis. You want to see naval invasion after naval invasion, just constantly invading to keep them on their heels. And let's see if they manage to do that. I do know the allied strategy is to both hold the Philippines, not something you see every game, but it can be very strong because the US are allowed to pre-place troops here. They will try to hold the Philippines, they will try to hold Java, and yeah, India, of course. Maybe Singapore, I read, but don't count on anything, so probably they won't hold Singapore. But if they manage to hold both Java and the Philippines, this means that the Japanese are quite hemmed in. They won't be able to attack Australia or anything with these islands still in their island control.
Also, I would like to do another little commercial break here because we have gotten our first free Patreon member of the day.
Oh, nice.
So welcome so much to the community, and please go and become a Patreon, either paid or a free Patreon, and you will be part of the raffle that we will do at lunch. Because not to spoil for our first free Patreon member here, but if we only have one, then you know who's going to win the raffle.
Yeah.
So right now you have a 50% chance of winning the raffle if you join, and then that chance might get reduced as more and more people join our lovely community. So,
and the prize, of course, is 1 month paid membership, and you get access to all of the guides that are Patreon exclusive. So really do go and join on patreon.com/HyggeGaming. You win Stug 3 tier membership for 1 month and Discord privileges. So definitely check that out. It's free.
Yeah, indeed. And if you get 50% extra guides, so you basically get 50% better at Hearts of Iron, right? if you join.
Yeah, I think that's the calculus. So moving on Australia, we have Skoginge. Skoginge is a solid player. He's been with the communities all the way since 2016 when we began. He has accrued 6 veterancy stars, but he's only played Australia once before in all of these years. So almost 10 years in the community, and he's only played Australia once. We do not have a New Zealand player, so Australia will take over New Zealand. And having a look here at New Zealand, it's a fair few factories that you get as the Australian player. So Skoginge will be pivotal in keeping the Asia-Pacific theater safe for the Allies, especially considering that the US will be sort of lend-leasy passive this game. So we will definitely have a look at how he does.
Yeah, Australia is one of those nations that can also punch quite hard, especially late game, because they do have the resources, especially if they get New Zealand, and they are very close to the action in the Pacific, but still far away, so it's kind of hard to get invaded.
Yeah. So I think we only have one more player in the allies that we have not presented, and that's the Holland player. And I'm looking now in Europe, but the Netherlands in the Europe will of course be run over by the Germans, and they will instead play in the Dutch East Indies here. And playing as the Netherlands, we have Adam, and Adam, he used to work for Paradox, and he's been with the community since 2023. But he has a somewhat spotty attendance. He only played 2 games in 2025, and it's in his first ever game with us. He also played the Netherlands, and yeah, the ally strategy is to try to hold Java. So hopefully he will stay alive and not get capitulated again. We'll see how he does.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like if you think about it, you might think that the Netherlands is a European minor, right? But it is really a Pacific player in Hearts of Iron, right? Because you quickly retreat off to Java, and you get some focuses, and they have some good naval focuses. You can really do good submarine generals and stuff as the Netherlands. So it will be interesting to see how that pans out.
Yeah, it looks like he's building garrisons for now. I have no other information on his build. Let's see. He's building some submarines of the 1936 kind, and some infantry stuff. And yeah, nothing too exciting going on there yet. But we'll keep an eye on Adam and see what happens.
Yeah, we will see. We also have Badger on the line here for a tank production stats analysis.
Okay, give us the update, Badger.
So it finally have happened. The Germans have started to produce tanks. So let's have a look at the production here. So what you can see is Germany is the yellow one, and Canada is the blue one that's close by, and then we have South Africa following below, and Soviet Union at the very bottom of the screen. So not started tank production yet, but you can see at some point the Germans really started to invest in their tank production, and they are massing out Panzer Kampfwagen FIA 04 or whatever you say in Germany. Fünf? No, that's 5. Okay, never mind. Sorry, everyone who speaks German. But this is the cumulative. So what we look at in the stats is the total produced tanks so far. But if we change the view and we look at how much they produce each day right now, you can see that the Germans are really producing around 5 tanks every day, while the Canadians are producing around 2.5 tank every day. So even though the Germans really outproduce the Canadians right now, they still just caught up on what the Canadians have built from the start as well. So it's not a walkover, even though the Germans are really producing a lot right now, because the Allies will have a lot of tanks in Alamein and to be ready to fight the Germans.
We do have the template on screen there below the statistics. Do you have any comments on the template?
Yeah, so what we're looking at is a classical German assault gun template. So they are very good for busting forts, which is good to run through the Maginot Line, and also very good to attack the El Alamein fortresses. So a very good standard Germany early war build. And for the Allied tanks, the medium tanks and the heavy tanks that South Africa and Canada are producing, they just have the light gun 1 on them right now, but they will most certainly be refitted with medium guns later, or a light gun 2, which is okay to use at the outset of the war as well. So in the fight, in the armor fight, it will be a very even fight, but the Germans have to go for the assault gun if they want to bust through the forts early on.
But the assault gun, on the other hand, won't be able to face off against these Canadian or South African tanks, right?
No, I mean, it will be okay because the armor is so bad on the Canadians early on, the cruiser tanks. So they will actually be okay to fight the cruiser tanks, the Canadian ones, but they will be very bad against the South African ones. South Africans will win the duels against these tanks for sure. So it might be that the Germans mix in some tank destroyers and tank guns just to have a chance in Alamein. But let's see what they do once we get there.
Thank you for that tank update, Badger. And we are now in 1938, September, so about a year from the outbreak of war.
And Japan is doing well in the civil war, I would say. The third wave should be mobilized at any point in time now, quite soon. And we see that the Japanese have linked up their fronts here. The naval invasion of Nanjing has linked up with the Beijing front from Manchu. And yeah, it's moving on. So far, looking at the losses in the war, we see that the Chinese have lost 1.9 million. Meanwhile, Japan has only lost 51,000 and Manchu only lost 24,000. So the losses are very much favoring the Japanese here, which it usually does, but not necessarily to this extent. We're seeing a very good China war from the Japanese, although not the fastest we've seen maybe, but quite fast and with no mistakes as of yet.
Yeah, and it's always you have to weigh. If you do it quickly, you get the factories and resources of China earlier, but you also get less experience. So a slow war is not necessarily a bad one, but you want to keep those losses down. And as Victor just said, they have a ratio of about 1 to 20. So this is good.
Indeed it is. And we have a question in the YouTube chat here. Shout out from the USA, a bit late to the party. Any idea on if Spain is going volunteer? They are not, right?
I haven't gotten the information from Eric directly, but I think they're joining the war. I really hope they do, because the volunteer route is the coward's route.
Yeah, indeed it is. And also, like, joining the war as Spain, of course it opens up another D-Day front, but if you are having genuine problems with another D-Day front at that point, it doesn't really matter that much. But if you get like Gibraltar, if you can get some Portuguese islands, I do feel that Spain joining the Axis is the better choice, and it's also the most fun for all you guys watching.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here in the way he's arrayed his forces if we can get a clue to what he's doing. So he's got most of his troops down in North Africa, which might mean he's intending to go offensive. But on the other hand, you often see Spain joining the war by attacking Portugal first, and there are no troops on the Portuguese border. So yeah, we'll see what happens, and we will keep you updated. Thanks for the question, Dylan. I'm going to keep an eye here on the China war because it's the only real thing happening at the moment.
Yeah, the snaking has started a bit. You see some small encirclements, Wuhan and Changsha. They are moving inland now. They have Japan has been keeping to the coast for a long time, but they seem to be moving inland a bit now.
Yeah, we see a bit of pinging here. The teammates communicating with each other. We do have a strong lineup on the Asia axis, I would have to say. Yeah, why don't we speak a bit about the game in general, how the teams are set up and what their strategies are. So the Allies are going heavy air. The US is going Lend-Lease. The Allied miners have a lot of responsibility, Canada and South Africa. On the Asia axis side, we don't have a New Zealand player. The Australian player and Raj will have to do some heavy lifting, as well as Adam on the Dutch East Indies later on, because the US won't be sending in a lot of troops. And as we said before, on the Eastern Front, both Germany and the Soviets are going quite tank heavy and low on infantry, so we're expecting a lot of punching back and forth. And those games can really swing quickly because all it takes is an encirclement of a few tank divisions and the game is decided. So definitely looking forward to some excitement on the Eastern Front. The Soviets. Oh wait, we forgot the Mongolian player. Just as I was hovering over.
Sad times indeed.
Very sorry. On Mongolia, we have Lövgren. And Lövgren is an experienced player with 6 veterancy stars. He's only played Mongolia once before though, and that was 3 years ago. So interesting to see what he does. Right now he's got something here. Assault trucks. Looks like he's going for the motorized Hungary, which is of course their strength. He does not have the Force Ghost of Genghis Khan just yet, but okay, so motorized divisions from Mongolia with all probability. And like we said, Boppus and et al. on the Soviets are going heavy on the T-34s. Ivan is going for the Panthers very early. Let's see if he's actually started researching. Not yet, but he's got motorized already on the way in 1938, and they are a 1940 tech. So early motorized, mechanized, I mean.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat: who won the Spanish Civil War and how? The Axis won the Spanish Civil War, and they did it in quite like a historical manner, I would say. It was nothing very fast, it was nothing very slow, no one got encircled, no one died, basically, and then they won eventually. So
maybe...
right, we've forgotten Finland too, right?
Oh, yes, shit. Okay. You can see that we're rusty. We haven't casted since Bergorhof a few months ago. On Finland, we have Sarge, and or Sarge. I'm never quite sure how to pronounce him. He's a very good micro player, very experienced player. He's been with the community a long time now.
He's played Finland quite a few times, I feel. As well.
Yeah. He's a dangerous player, definitely.
He's going quite industry focused here, I would say. As a Finland player myself,
you're a Finland main player.
He's not gone for a lot of the manpower increasing focuses here. He's gone more for some military things, reinforcing the Mannerheim line, going for some industry here. So he still only has one division out, but he is training quite a few of them. But he just recently went fascist, so he needs to get that Sisu up before the outbreak of the Winter War. But I think he will have the time.
Is it a greedy build? What do you say?
I would say it's a quite greedy build thus far. It's looking to be a regular one. No shenanigans with trying to get Leningrad or anything like that. And he has not drawn up any real battle orders either. So he's going quite greedy, but that might pay off. We've seen some Finnish winter wars, like the Soviets have wised up to it a lot. Like I won the Winter War once, right, for some by getting Leningrad in a strange manner and doing some strange things. But at this point, the Soviets will in general win the Winter War if they actually commit a bit to it.
Yeah.
And we have not seen a Finnish Winter War win in a long time because it cripples the Soviets quite a lot. So they generally just don't lose it, but. We'll see how it pans out. Since Soviet is going tank heavy, something might happen. But
yeah, about that, on the other side of the border, as you can see here on the screen, the only thing we have here from the Soviets are these garrison divisions. So we were promised a bunch of tanks, but all I'm seeing now is a traditional Boppus garrison build. Looks very meatwally so far. Look at all these garrison divisions, and in the production queue, you see. Look at this. It's a lot of garrison divisions being built, so you will still see a lot of meaty infantry.
They have 10 light tanks here under a general, and those templates are looking somewhat. I mean, this can run through the Finns rather easily, but it's nothing to protect against German panzers.
No. Let's see what happens there. So Badger has some statistics on the naval game so far. Why don't you share those with us? My throat is getting a bit dry. I think it's beer o'clock, so I'm gonna go get something to drink.
Yeah, you do that, and I will talk to Badger.
So you say it's beer o'clock, and then you walk away, and I can't run away to get some beer myself. All right, so I have some statistics, and it's just a very quick one. This is the naval IC overview of how much naval IC each country is producing of the major naval powers. So you have, there it's updated live in front of us. So this means that the US is at the top right now. So the teal one is the US, the red one is UK, and then you have Japan as the yellow one, and no pun intended, and then Italy as the blue one. So you see that they are all countries are basically really equal on how much naval dockyards they are using and producing ships with right now. So it's not an overview of what they are building. It's basically just saying that everyone is putting the same amount of dockyards into the naval production right now. So they all have the same amount of dockyards pretty much, with plus minus a few dockyards.
So are we looking at quite an equal Navy game then? So we're going to see them being quite even, or is there a discrepancy between the balance of power in the Pacific as contrary to the Mediterranean?
Yeah, so what we see right now is that Japan have really started to invest in dockyards, and they started to get some dockyards out. And if they also have, I can share to my screen right now. They are also right now building a lot of dockyards, as you can see here. So they are on 63 dockyards right now, and they are catching up real quick. The US, on their side, let's see if we have the overview. Here we go. They are still building civilian factories. So right now we actually see the Japanese overtaking the US in naval production at any day. So if the US doesn't notice this, Japan will get an edge on them in naval production. That's what we're seeing. So they have 62 dockyards as Japan on 63.
Yeah, that's interesting. While I have you on the line here, we have a question from Mortal Vision. Like, Japan hardly has the steel and chromium for a 100 dockyard build. Do you think they will rectify that?
Yeah, I think Japan, I think they will import whatever they need from Manchu or Greater China. And since they are going quite aggressively on the Pacific theater and simply ignoring the land warfare, I think we will have a very active Japan naval playstyle in the game. I haven't asked him too much about what his build will be, but as you can see already here on the screen, they are really producing a lot of licensed produced panzer ships from Germany. So there will be surface raiding happening and aggressive ones as well. So if you look at the templates here on the panzer ships as well, they can both fight like proper fleets, but they can also raid anything that comes their way. So we haven't seen surface raiding that much in the Pacific theater, and especially not from the Japanese side. So I am super excited about this. So it might be that the Japanese won't confront the US main fleet that much, but rather go for a raiding build. But let's see how they will shape their main battle fleet once we get there. But they haven't started to build that one yet. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, interesting analysis. Thank you so much, Badger, and cheers to you. We have just gotten the first beer of the day as the normal serving time of Sweden starts in 11. So cheers to you, Pete, and cheers to all of you out there. Also, please join us on Patreon, like and subscribe and so on, and many beers will be given to you in the new year.
Cheers. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's real nice. Oh.
All right.
Right.
I hope that was you got some interesting insights into the Navy game. Did you, Victor?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's very interesting to see that they are basically neck and neck, the factions, when it comes to producing the ships. But there is a slight discrepancy favoring the Japanese in the Pacific as of now. And the US should look to rectify that as soon as possible. But we'll see how it pans out.
Yeah, we did. I do know that the strategy of Ian was to go quite heavy on the dockyards, and we are at 65 already. But as you can see, more are being produced. I think it's going up to around 100.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. This is a strong Japan on the seas. Like Badger also elaborated on that. That since we see Big Manchu and Japan that's kind of leaving the land war to Manchu, we are probably going to see a more active Japan on the seas.
Yeah.
And we have an interesting dynamic in our game. Sometimes we've seen passive United States being pretty much run over in the Pacific by active Japan. And sometimes we've seen the other way around with American Amtraks landing on the home islands very early, right? But it will be interesting to see how it pans out this game.
Yeah, as you can see here, the Americans have only 62 dockyards, and the Japanese, like I said, have 65. So the Japanese are actually ahead. And if I was Yuri on the US, I would be sweating a bit. We have Mike with us. Good morning, boys. Sorry I'm late. It's still super early here. You are forgiven, Mike. Very nice to have you with us. You haven't missed too much, apart from some really interesting in-depth analysis from our expert commentator, a quite uneventful Spanish Civil War and a China War that's progressing slowly but surely.
Definitely, and I think we're going to see the third wave. I've been clicking over to China from time to time here, and I still haven't seen the third wave mobilizing, but it should be basically any day now. And we are going into 1939 here, so we are going to see the war in Europe breaking out proper at some point here.
Yeah, and when the war breaks out, or right at the declaration of war, we will, as usual, have our lunch break, and we might get an interview or so to shorten that break for you, so the stream doesn't go down too long. But yeah, just so you know, we'll have a break of about 45 minutes or so. As soon as the war breaks out.
And we will be doing a lunch raffle, so please join us on Patreon. I think Badger is in the bathroom now, but it's patreon.com/HyggeGaming. You've seen it before, and you will see it again during the cast here. And if you join us as a free Patreon, you will be part of the raffle. And if you join us as a paid Patreon, you will also be supporting our channel and our ability to do this fantastic content.
Yeah.
Here in the studio, we have we have a big screen here now. We have the wireless mics. Things are happening all the time.
Yeah, this new and improved sound that you can hear is a direct result of you guys supporting us on Patreon. So we have heard you complaining about the microphone for years now, and we have listened, and we finally were able to afford these fancy new microphones. So
yeah, it's interesting. Like the sound has always been a bit of our Achilles heel. Even in the first game we casted, we had all this like technical stuff, and we had the stream deck and the different things we could shift to, but sound has always been, at least for me, sound when it comes to digital production is like my Navy game, right? It's the thing you don't really understand.
Yeah.
It's just there, you know?
yeah.
But it really plays a difference, I've learned.
Yeah, during the sound checking, since we have our technician off-site, we have done an extensive amount of sound checking, and there's been a lot of, I'm hearing an echo, why can I hear you twice, etc. But now everything seems to be working fine, and no complaints from you guys so far, which is what we want. Okay, so we have 2 people joining the raffle right now, so the win chance is 50%.
Yeah.
But I don't think we will do a raffle unless we get 5 people at least. So go to patreon.com/HyggeGaming, and you will be able to win 1 month SUG tier membership, as well as access to our Discord community, which is
Yeah, and you can get a lot of fun things in the Discord community. You have people talking about tactics. You have like some save games, I think, can be linked, and also like good banter, people posting pictures of their naval victories and stuff.
Yeah, we have a question in the chat from Omer Faruk Gunul. What kind of ships Japan is producing? And as you can see here, this is a bit unconventional. He's actually building panzer ships, which is not something we see very often in the Pacific at all. So he's building panzer ships, as well as some destroyers, and I think he's going for some carriers as well. Yeah, a lot of refitting of destroyers here, but yeah, I think you'll see some carriers as well. But so far, panzer ships and destroyers in the production, and as we were saying before, he's gone for a nice amount of dockyards. It's up to 69 as I'm reading it. It goes up, and the US is only at 62. So. Japan right now really threatening the US on the seas. When Snistan comes here after the lunch break, he will be like, oh, what's going on? Why are they outproducing us on the seas?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see indeed once Snistan arrives. I'm checking over at the construction queue in the United States, and they have started producing dockyards now. So they are trying to rectify the deficit that they're in when it comes to dockyards and naval production. And I think it's about time, basically, because if they didn't do this now, it would be harder to catch up later. But I think they have wised up to the Japanese strategy in the nick of time.
5, 6, 7, 8. Oh yeah, so the US, with their huge number of civilian factories, they're building 8 dockyards at a time, and the Japanese are building 5. So the US should be able to catch up. But of course, the US, they are very low on military factories. Japan starts with 118 there, and the US, they do have 100. So.
And we have an interesting take here from Hearts of Iron Official, actually, in the YouTube, or the YouTube chat, rather, that the Panzer ships have increased range, right? Yeah. And I think they do. And that would be very interesting in the Pacific, because that might mean that they can reach some islands earlier, that they can use that to their advantage once they have the Tora buff, right? Because
yeah.
Japan always holds the edge navally until the Americans get rid of that debuff. So that might be the plan from Japan here, to go hyper aggressive.
Yeah. Hearts of Iron official. That sounds very Paradox-like.
Yeah, indeed it does. Indeed it does.
It would be illegal otherwise to name yourself Hearts of Iron official. So very, very nice to have you guys watching the stream, and thank you so much for supporting the stream. It means a lot to a small community and channel. So cheers to you.
Yeah, cheers to Paradox. Thank you so much for supporting us, and thank you so much for this amazing game that we play so much as well.
Just as an aside, I'm really loving Europa Universalis as well, the new one.
No, yeah, I've played it a bit. I can't really. It's so much to get into compared to Europa Universalis 4 because I haven't played Vic, so I don't know the pop thing. But I'm getting into it.
I can teach you. It's quite easy once you get into it, and if you want to, you can automate everything. You can actually go in and automate every single thing, so you only click the events, and you're basically an AI country.
I will get into it once I get home.
Okay, so we have some analysis here coming from the Badger about North Africa, and North Africa will indeed be interesting. Just to summarize a bit, we have Folk, very dangerous player on Italy. He's going for his railway guns and stuff to try to break through. On the Allied side, the miners are left with much of the responsibility, since the UK is going fighter heavy, and so the miners will have a bunch of responsibility there. What's your take, Badger?
Yeah, so I'm going to take over to my screen here and give you some quick take on North Africa. What we have seen now is the Italians are very much so ramping up the infrastructure in North Africa. You can see they have one supply hub on each tile of the front line and a level 5 railway going through the mountains to Benghazi with upgraded ports as well. So they are serious about the North Africa campaign, and they are also building air bases as we speak. So they have learned from the last game where the Germans just get stuck at the fortress with no supply, or the last 2 games actually. So this time they won't have a supply issue most likely. So it will be very interesting to see how that will play out.
I don't think we've ever seen this. One supply hub on every tile, have we?
No, they will. We've seen it in some competitive games and sometimes. So it's really about stacking that supply and really make sure that you can fill a huge army going up to the fortresses. So it's very interesting to see how this plays out. And if you allow me, I can just follow up with a quick overview of the airplane productions between the UK and Germany, and this is the cumulative view of how much fighters they produced since the start of the game. And
I'm not sure if the viewers can see which country is which. So which is the blue line and which is the red line?
The blue line is Germany and the red line is the UK. So Germany is keeping their advantage a little bit in front of the UK, and Germany have produced around 2,000 fighters since the start of the game, and UK around 1,500. So they are really even this early in the war, and as we usually know, the UK surpasses Germany usually after 39-40. They usually take the lead. But just the fact that the UK is really, playing catch up this early means that Germany will have a really difficult time in the offensive zones around Egypt, around France. The Allies will really be giving them a bloody nose in the air because it's easier to defend than attack. So just the fact that the UK put this much production into it is a good sign for the Allies.
Interesting. So we have some comments here in the chat. One from Omer. Japan produces heavy fighters. With the range bonuses, it can produce 0 and play with the numbers. Yeah, indeed. Heavy fighters are usually a common strategy in the Pacific, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, combined with the panzer ships, we might see a Japan that can stretch his legs out a bit longer than usual, right? When you have the panzer ships, you have the heavy fighters, you get that range. And Mortal Vision has an interesting take here that they might go for an early attack on Australia if they have enough range and manpower for that. And we might see that actually.
That would be daring. Since the Allies are holding both the Philippines and Java, it could be a bit risky. You want you'd have to go around, I guess, to get that naval supremacy you need to do a naval invasion. But Yeah, interesting game so far, I must say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much looking forward to the Pacific here because we have a Japan that wants to go very aggressive on the seas and are doing panzer ships and unorthodox tactics. And then we have an allied in the Pacific that has left a lot to its miners, but also are intent on holding the Philippines, on holding Java.
Yeah.
Which can not mean anything else but confrontation. And we like that here.
Yeah. We have another comment from Cure 1701 in the chat that it's a bit much to have hubs on all these 4 tiles. Maybe, but on the other hand, you can support a good amount of troops. We already see Falk, he's got his 20 with line divisions here. Quite good 20 with line divisions with the full supplement of artillery and so on. And let's see if we can see his stronger units. He's reportedly going for Marines, Marini Martini. That's a nice name. So Folk's name is Martin. So Marini Martini. Yeah, you get the joke. And these are strong Marine divisions, of course. Not the full complement of support divisions just yet, but yeah.
Yeah, it's also a bit interesting, like as Cure says here, that that's a little much. I mean, it can be a bit much if you don't utilize it, because if you build all the 4 supply hubs, but then do not put enough troops to utilize all that supply, then it's basically lost production, because if you only use the supply of 3 supply hubs, that's quite a lot of production that you could have put towards something else, like military factories or static anti-air or whatever. So there is an alternative cost. When they commit so much to infrastructure and supply, then they also need to utilize it in order to get the bang for the buck, so to speak.
Yeah, and as the war gets even closer, we can start seeing the strategies of the different players. So Magnus on Romania, well, now he cancelled it, but he had naval invasions planned for Crete. We can see Falk, he's planning to take Malta first. And the meta in our recent games have been to basically abandon Malta, since it's so hard to hold on to with the allies. But we do see that Gideon has 6 garrison divisions here, so he's not going without the fight. Also, we see Canada transferring some divisions here to North Africa. I just saw them on the oceans, and here they are. Still just garrison divisions, but they will probably be converted into tanks before the war starts.
I would guess so, yeah.
But as you can see, it's quite a low complement of British troops. Just a few garrison divisions, and not too many garrison divisions at that.
Yeah, the Axis are going hard for North Africa, and that's a thing, right? Because if you want to do an early Barbarossa, because we have seen so many games where the Barbarossa has been delayed because the Axis are doing well in North Africa.
Yeah.
And then they're like, okay, we go delay Barbarossa for 1 year, we push, and then eventually, even if they take the Suez Canal, which they've done some games, then it's like, okay, now we have to go Barbarossa.
Yeah.
And then they will have to withdraw anyway. So you really want to take North Africa, like for real, before you go to Barbarossa, if you're going to do it as the Axis.
And as we often like to say, the war is decided on the Eastern Front. I mean, whatever else happens, if the Soviet Union is capitulated, that usually means the game is over. And if the Soviets, on the other hand, manage to hold out, there's very little the Axis can do. Doesn't really matter what happens in the East at that point, because it's decided on the Eastern Front. We do see now Canada has converted his divisions into tank divisions, so he's getting ready. South Africa is not yet on the field. Let's see where his troops are. He's still down here in South Africa, and it's getting closer now. We are in June 1939. Let's have a look at what Germany is doing. If I can actually manage to switch over. Okay, so they plan to invade Poland.
Yeah. Well, that's news for us. Yeah, but I think like we have seen some Poland shenanigans. Sometimes when you have players on Poland, right?
Yeah.
We don't have a player on Poland this game, but we have had players on Poland, and you might think that that would be boring to play Poland, right? But the thing is that they get a lot of things they can do with exile, and the Allies won't get that this game since you don't have a player in Poland. And the exiled countries do have an advantage that you don't expect them, right? They can be basically anywhere. But this will be quite a straightforward Poland invasion, I would say.
Yeah, just looking at the number of players we have in the game, it's actually favoring the Axis because the Allies are lacking players on Brazil, Mexico, New Zealand, Poland, Ireland, Greece, and Kazakhstan. Sometimes we have as well. So there are more Allied players than Axis players, but not to the extent that we usually see.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how this pans out because we have seen the Allies winning the last couple of games quite handily. Because we had a period, basically the meta has shifted a bit in our community. We had a time when the Axis basically won every game. Yeah. Then we had quite an even time, but now we have had heavily Axis or Allied favored matchups recently. So it will be interesting to see how this affects the balance because it can really go either way because those resources also get concentrated in major countries.
I'm looking back at the China right now, and it's like going back in time. It doesn't seem like the front has been moving much at all. Let's see. Do we have a third wave?
Yeah, the third wave is mobilized, and the Japanese are preparing a second naval invasion of Guangzhou. So I think they are going for the throat at this point, but it has not been that fast.
I don't see the third wave yet. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we do have the third wave mobilized. So okay, and another naval invasion by Japan. I think this might be them turning up the tempo.
Yeah, they are going for the killing blow now. It has been somewhat slow, but the casualties are still heavily in the Japanese favor.
Yeah, still keeping that really good ratio of about 1 to 20. So good work here by the Axis.
And I see some pinging here on the map. They are going to go across this river probably to link up the fronts.
Yeah, they will need to reinforce that naval invasion though. And here we go. Some of them coming in. The Marines are leading the snaking now, and they're just going for it. They're going for this huge snaking. Let's see what it looks like here.
We have Boppus for an interview, I think.
Oh, very nice, Boppus.
I don't know if I'm
the Excel sheet master himself, Stalin in this game, and you can see here he is preparing to squeeze the Finns.
Yeah.
Okay. Boppus, how is your game so far?
Greetings from the great Soviet Union. Our game is proceeding as planned. We are making friends with the nice Germans, and we're gonna kill some Finns.
Excellent. I must say you have a great style going on there with the Soviet hat.
Thank you very much. It's hot in China.
So what's the plan for the Finnish winter war here? We can see your troops are right on the border. You have mountaineers in the north and the light tanks at Leningrad.
So the plan is to advance from the south with light tanks, I think. It's Sticky that is the one proceeding. And I can't make this accent any longer. So I'll look forward to something else. I feel like a douchebag. But the plan is to go from the south with light tanks. We have some mountaineers. We're not pushing everything into the Finnish war because our main plan is to build a lot of T-34s and almost only T-34s from the tech is coming in 36 days.
Yeah, we heard this, but so far all we can see is a bunch of. I'm getting some echo here. I don't know if it's from Badger. We got some echo here, but so far all we see is a standard Boppus build with huge amounts of garrisons. It looks like a meat wall, but you're saying when the tech comes for the T-34, you'll start producing tanks?
Yeah, if you look at my radios, I'm right now producing radios with 61 factories. So everything that will be needed for the army will be built by now, almost. And then I will switch over everything into T-34s.
Okay. It seems like I'm hearing the stream with a bit of delay here. It's really annoying.
Was it better when I did the accent?
No, I think we have the stream somehow getting out in the sound, but
yeah, that could be it. What do you think about Sarge, the Finnish player? Do you think he will be able to withstand your invasion? Looks a bit sparse on the border now from your point of view.
Yeah, I think we will manage. If this is what he has and he has no reserves, and I would say Sargi is not the most preparative player, so we probably will break through, I guess. But we'll see. It could be something behind the lines, but I think he will put up a fight, and yeah, I think we'll have some fun. The thing is that I won't be fighting in this war. I will be designing T-34s and playing with economy.
Okay, so you will leave it to Francis and Sticky to do the micro?
Yeah.
And who is
Unless
controlling
they
what?
scream too much. I have no idea. That's up to them.
Okay.
I think they're figuring it out right now.
How very un-Stalin of you. You're really delegating.
Yeah, it's Christmas time. I feel happy and generous.
All right. And so you're going very heavy on the tanks. This is a bit out of your comfort zone, isn't it? You're usually more of a meat wall kind of guy, right?
I was a meat wall kind of guy for like 4 years ago, and that never drops. No matter how many tanks I build, I still be the meat wall guy. But yeah, it's a transition. I'm building less infantry, more and more tanks. Just from experience, if you've seen the vodcasts and everything, tanks just works so much better.
Yeah, we're having a look at your armed forces right now, and it looks pretty meaty, I would have to say. And one interesting fact is that you're defending every inch of Soviet territory. You're not pulling back to the so-called Stalin line immediately. You have troops on the border.
Yeah, no, this is just the boring part of the game. We're pushing them out everywhere, so we're not taking attrition. So when we're taking Latvia, Lithuania, the Baltic states, Poland, and everything, we're gonna start preparing.
Right. Well, thank you. Do you have anything else to say to the viewers?
No, I hope you have a great game. Share on me in the chat. Hopefully I will crush Ivan. It's just because it's so fun to crush Ivan. But we'll see what happens. I think this will be a pretty even game.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how your tactics hold up. Last question, are you expecting a early or a late barb?
I'm expecting an early barb, but I'm prepared for a late barb because I know Ivan likes his safaris. So,
yeah.
Do you think Martin likes his safaris?
No, I don't. Oh, the T-34 is done. I need to get out of here.
Okay. Start building those T-34s. Thank you for the interview. Good luck.
Bye.
Yeah, as we heard in the chat there, a bit of Soviet microphone technology. I think we managed to improve it a bit later on, but we'll see. We'll get on that. But I think one very interesting takeaway here is that Don actually was reasoning around the same thing that we've been talking about, that the safari in North Africa...
We have to explain to newer players, newer viewers, what is a safari, Victor?
Yeah, so the safari is basically that you fight in North Africa and then you go all the way and you try to go down to South Africa, and that's basically the safari, right?
Yeah. And we love a safari.
Yeah, we love a safari, right? But it also delays the Barbarossa sometimes because the Axis do control the momentum of the game. So we have seen a lot of instances where the Axis perform very well in North Africa. They go on a big safari, they try to cap South Africa, they do a lot of things in North Africa. And then they say like, okay, let's wait with Barbarossa for another year. And then the Soviets build more tanks, and they build more meat walls. And eventually you lose that possible momentum, right?
Yeah. So we are in September 1939. The tips in China are about to touch. But Germany is doing Danziger War, as you can see here on the screen. And we will have a lunch break as soon as war breaks out. And maybe we will get another interview for you guys at the start of the lunch break, but maybe not. But anyways, just go out.
That's it. Now the war is breaking out.
The war is breaking out, so the game will be paused. It's not paused at the moment. But yeah, the war hasn't started yet. They do have the focus for it, but they haven't started the war yet. You can see here the Germans have their plans ready, and having a look at Rainer France, he also seems ready.
Yeah, it will be interesting to follow a bit in Europe now. We have been very much around China now, but now we're going to see how Western Europe holds on against the German onslaught that is soon to come.
I just want to say, look here, David, our very, very new player on Albania, he's got 3 divisions out, but he's being threatened from AI, AI Greece. AI Greece is preparing to naval invade him in the south.
Oh,
But yeah, it looks like his capital is secure, so he should be fine.
yeah,
Okay,
very expert play from him.
That's the declaration of war. What will this mean for Europe?
Yeah, it remains to be seen. And if you joined us after the lunch break, then we will see what this will mean for Europe. Because this is the real outbreak of the Second World War. Now we will see the factions clashing against each other, and this will be the start of a lot of things happening. So it will be very interesting to see how this pans out. We have done extensive analysis, but plans rarely survive contact with the enemy. Right?
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, we will go on a bit of a lunch break now, and we will be back at 1:30, 1:20 p.m. So not too long of a lunch break. And yeah, hopefully you will stick around. And I don't think we got the required number of free patrons for the raffle. So there's still a chance to go to patreon.com/HyggeGaming. And if you sign up as a free patron today, you get a chance to win a free month of Stock 3 membership and access to our Discord community. So yeah, we will see you in about 55 minutes.
Something like that, yeah?
Yeah, see you in 55 minutes. And yeah, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. And
Welcome back from after the lunch break. This is the Hygge Grand Game of the 29th of December, and we have with us a very special person in this game, which is Stationary, playing Germany main controller. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. I have some nerves right now, but I think things will turn out good.
Yeah, it's about time for your performance here. So, okay, I'm hearing myself again, Badgeridoo.
It's coming.
So it's time for your main performance here. The Spanish Civil War, nothing special there, except that you had only cavalry divisions trying to train up your cavalry leader trait, right?
Yeah. So we got like combined arms on Fedor von Bock, and he's going to be our tank general later on during Barb. So
Okay.
Are you planning for an early Barbarossa then, or are you going to go on a safari in North Africa?
yeah, it should be a regular Barbarossa timing. So around spring 41.
Nice. And what are your thoughts on France? Have you had a look at France's defenses, their production, etc.? What are your thoughts?
Well, from what I've seen, it looks like just infantry. I have assault guns, so hopefully I can just run them over. That's what I'm hoping, at least.
Yeah. What about planes? Have you had a look at the Allied plane production and your plane production? What are your
Yeah, I've
thoughts
been
there?
keeping a little bit tabs on it. I don't have full intel on UK, but I think I'm still out producing him. And I was also producing fighters from day one, so I think I should be able to get air supremacy, I think.
Right.
What are your thoughts on because we're watching over the Axis faction a bit, and we do see that the Japanese are going for panzer shifts. Is that a tactic you've discussed in broader terms, or is it just something?
Yes,
he got
I did the focus for them, so they can license produce quicker for me.
And what's the thought there? Do you know?
I mean, panzer ships are good ships. They are probably the strongest ship you can get per, the Admiral cap point cost.
Okay.
So they're quite strong.
Okay.
Interesting.
So they're not just for surface raiding. They are actually.
I'm sure he can surface raid with them as well. We have a couple of panzer ships too that we will try to raid a little bit somewhere.
Yeah.
I think eventually later on the plan was we're gonna try to raid all the sea pathways to Soviets so they can't get much lend-lease easily. So
Right.
Japan, I asked him to raid up north in the Pacific, and with my panzer ships I can raid along the Norwegian coast in the north as well. So it should be hard for them to lend-lease to the Soviets.
Right. So speaking of North Africa, before you plan to send down your assault guns later after France, I suppose.
Oh yeah, but they will be tanks by then.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm refitting them before we try to push them in Africa.
Good. And when do you plan to have Panthers out? Because you're rushing early Panthers, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still a lot of ahead of time. I think it comes out sometime during 42. I can start producing them. So they will not be ready for Barb. It's rather a power spike I get later on in Barb if I need it.
Yeah, but if I understand your build correctly, you're going quite heavy on the tanks and less infantry, right?
Yeah, I am hoping to capture a lot of infantry equipment from France here, and hopefully that can be a backbone for my infantry on Barb.
Right. Badger, do you have any questions for Stationary here?
Yeah, so what are your ambitions with the submarines? Or do you plan any kind of Battle of the Atlantic, or are you just going to park yourself up in the North Sea?
Oh, the submarines are for the Atlantic. We will not be using them until later. We're going to refit them with snorkels and torpedo frees, and then use them later on when they try to assemble for D-Day.
So
And
it's cruiser submarines, right?
Yes.
All right.
So I'm trying to raid like pretty much the whole Atlantic and make life hell for them, and hopefully buy myself some time before they can D-Day.
Okay, and you're waiting until like 42 or something before you use them then, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, very interesting.
Okay.
So let's see if you can surprise them later on then.
I hope so.
Right. And what are your thoughts on the matchup in general? Do you feel confident with your Balkan Bros, for example, that they will hold their end? You have a very new player on Albania, for example.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a mishap, but nothing big. We were trying to do a tension game, but some things went wrong with it.
Yeah,
we noticed.
we heard that you were doing that, and suddenly the tension was at like 15 or something. What happened there?
I mean, it's
you
the
did the
important
Anschluss.
point is to keep it below 25, but now we had someone justify and probably something else went wrong.
Who justified on who?
You're being very polite now. I noticed Albania justified on a neighboring country by mistake.
Okay.
So that's why I think it just got over 25, right?
Yeah, I think it was even at 26 for a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that all the
Strike
allies
one against David.
But it's okay. The Albania player seems like he was interested in learning. We had like a little bit of a boot camp session, and he was putting up with me, lecturing for him for 2 hours on how to do his build.
And apparently he's not afraid to take initiative.
No.
He will be through. And I mean, Romania and Hungary, both Ek and Mosberg are very trusty. Pontus as well has like usually does some funny, cool business.
Yeah, he's got a really exciting build, both armored cars as line divisions and paired with paratroopers as well.
Yeah, sadly, I think his armored cars will not fare very well against the Soviet tanks, and they seem to be. Last time I checked their production, it seems like they're at least matching me on tank production. So,
okay,
that's promising.
So, if you were to bet on the game stationary, where would you place your money?
I'll bet on myself, even though I do.
That's what we would like to hear. That's what we like to hear.
I'm just gonna breathe and try not to mess up, and I think the build will.
Oh, there have been some questions about Spain. Will he join the war or not? We have conflicting information. He will join the war.
Good. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looking forward to that.
So then we know where the D-Day will come. Perfect. Let's keep an eye out for that.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you so much. We're going to let you get back to the invasion of Poland and France here, and we'll see how the war pans out as the game.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for casting, and hi to the chat. Enjoy the game.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, that was stationary. I think he sounded calm and collected, but not as confident as I would have liked.
Not incredibly confident, but I guess like the world tension starve did, because I remember we noticed that quite early, that the world tension starve does not seem to be working out with the Axis advantage, and now we know why, right? But then again, it's like a very short window. It has been known to happen that allied nations actually miss that the world tension is around 25, and then it goes down again. So.
It seems you have a fan in the chat. Valdguld is saying, Victor!
Yay! Hello, Valdguld.
Yeah, so, not Hitler levels of confidence.
No, I wouldn't say so, which is probably prudent for him, because we do have quite the setup from the Allies. And what I'm looking forward to now, it might not be the thing that occurs immediately now, but both North Africa and also the Pacific, because as we said during the lunch break here, in the Pacific, we have a Japan and a Greater Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere that really wants to go aggressive. And we have had confirmed information from the Allies that they're going to try to hold Philippines and hold Java.
Yeah.
So that means that there will be confrontation.
Yeah, definitely. And they have a strong lineup in Asia, the Asia Axis do. But I wouldn't say the Allied lineup is weak by any means. But I guess a lot hinges on North Africa, because if Egypt is safe early on, that means South Africa and Canada can move over to Asia to support. But if it's not safe, that means those two troops are tied up there, and Australia and Roche can only be there in the beginning. They will have to go back to defend in Asia, and that could mean the Allies get a bit overstretched. So something to look out for there.
Yeah, North Africa will be very interesting indeed, especially they've committed so much resources to these four supply depots. So if they are able to utilize those supply depots, overrun the allies, and still have an early barb, even though they go on a safari, right? Then it's definitely worth it. But if El Alamein proves to be a stalemate, then it's bad because then they put so many resources into it. So a stalemate in North Africa is suddenly quite bad for the Axis, which it is generally not, but they've committed a lot to it now.
So we have a question from Hearts of Iron official. Could you talk us through the team compositions briefly? Who decides on the teams and countries? So the process is as follows. People get to vote on the countries that they would like to play, and then the central committee decides on the teams, because we really want a balanced game. We don't want a steamroll in any direction, because that doesn't make for any fun games for anyone. So usually we try to put competent players on the majors to make it a bit more predictable. We have had tries where we put very inexperienced players on the majors, and that can swing very quickly in either way. So we really try to balance the teams that way. So for example, you have Bopus main controlling the Soviets, very competent player. We have Stationary that we just interviewed, very competent player on Germany. Ian on Japan, main controller, very competent. Gidon on the UK, Yuri on the United States. So all the majors, they have very competent players usually, and we put the less experienced players on the smaller nations.
Yeah, and we have seen though, right? Sometimes we've put very powerful players on like some more major minor nations like Canada and so on, and that have often resulted in some very interesting games. And our priority is to make a very exciting game, first and foremost for the people playing, but also for you guys watching, so that you get these shifts. Every time we've had our live event, for example, Berghof, it's been very exciting back and forth and things always happening, and we really try to balance it around spectacle and the fun of the game.
So we are still in the lobby of hot joining players. I'm not sure why. Because we are a bit over time now. I'm trying to look here in the chat if I can get any idea what's going on, but not really. And just looking quickly over here, I can't see anything obvious that's missing, but I may be missing something, of course. But we're all very glad to have you joining us, watching us today. So we are just about to kick off the war. As you can see here, we see the war plans of the Axis players onto Poland. And another smaller invasion here onto the Western Front. But Poland is an AI player today, so that should be over and done with very quickly.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how France holds out. That's always like a small indication. If France holds out longer than expected, that usually is an indicator, like a litmus test for the allies performing well.
We do have rules against them holding out indefinitely, though. So I think if they survive further than 1941, then they're just capitulated, and we move on with the game, because we don't want that ruining the game. Sort of like the Spanish Civil War. Like if the nationalists for some idea lose, then they still win, but we just give the allied side some bonuses.
We have some tank data coming up from Badger here. We might as well go through that before we get into the game.
Yes, why not?
Yeah,
Give us some tank data, Badger.
As we are in the waiting lobby simulator, I thought we can just look at some stats. I've been digging a little bit, and what we're
just ask. Do you know why we're in the lobby simulator? What's going on?
I think we're waiting for your little brother.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry I asked.
Yeah, the US2 player. But I mean, I guess we could start without him. So because Albania was also disconnected, but he hot joined. So
okay.
Anyways, what we're looking at right now is the total number of produced tanks for 3 key nations that we're about to see fighting each other. So on the red line, we have the total amount of Germany armored produced since the start of the game. And the blue line is Canada, and the yellow line is South Africa. So Germany has produced almost 4,000 tanks, 3,800 tanks, and mostly medium tanks, medium assault guns. Then we have Canada, who produce medium armor, regular medium armor, cruiser tanks, and then South Africa, Matilda 2 heavy tanks. And combined, South Africa and Canada actually have 100 more tanks than Germany. So it will be interesting to see how that plays out in North Africa once we get there. And I can see we start the
Tanks,
game
they
now.
are stronger, right? Because they have medium tanks and heavy tanks, and Germany has assault guns.
Medium assault guns, yeah. So I would give favor allies on this one because the Matilda 2s have high armor and medium assault guns will not be able to fight them properly. Stationary said though he will refit them for Al Alamein, but then he will have an issue with the Forter. So let's see how that plays out.
Then again, I do feel like from a statistics point of view, the trend line seems to be favoring Germany, right?
Yes, of course. But Germany also have much more industry available for them at this stage as well. So the Allies usually catch up after Danzig War, right? So they start ramping up. So this is like the power spike that Germany should have happening right now. So if we change the view to how much to produce each day, the data is a bit weird right now because everyone is swapping around now. So let's not look at this view. Yeah.
So while we have you on the line, Badger, we have a question here from Robin in the chat. Can you share how to get these stats with the community? And I think this is something that if you're a Patreon, you could get the exclusive information on, right?
Yes and no. This is the first time we use this kind of stats live while playing the game. So this is an experimental setup, and right now it's thanks to this guy who plays the UK. So I'm actually live reading his save game files as we play. So that's what's happening, and then he has made a script to read the save game files as we go along. That's why the data points are a bit like spread out, and then it takes averages between them. But it's a beta version, and it's all thanks to Gidon making it available.
So if you see Gidon slipping up on his micro, it might be that he's saving the game all the time, so we can follow in the statistics.
Yeah, exactly. No, so credit to him. But it's really nice to have this available for us. And there might be some bits and bobs that not perfect yet, but we hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, and we get a comment here from Paradox saying that is insanely cool, and we can only agree.
Yeah, very cool.
Okay, so we are... Yeah, we're in the game now. Still haven't unpaused, but it looks like we are rearing to go. And as you can see here, these are the battle plans for the Axis for the invasion of Poland. And sadly, Victor, I don't think Poland will fare much better in this game than they have in the past.
No, probably not, right? Because it's AI controlled now. We have seen, as I said before, the lunch break, that when we've had a player on Poland, we have seen some tries to do something strange, like take Königsberg or attack Hungary and stuff like that, but it has never really worked out for them. Poland is a foregone conclusion. I mean, some upsets we've seen when we've been playing, like one time the Republicans won the Spanish Civil War, and sometime Finland wins the war, but Poland is going to fall.
Yeah. So we have a question from Mortal Vision. Where is the White Sea? Isn't it up here somewhere?
Probably, right? Norwegian Sea, Barnett Sea.
Northern Siberia. Okay, I'm sorry, Mortal Vision. We cannot accommodate your question right now.
No, I can search in the thing. Wait.
Okay, do that. Anyways,
I can't find it.
After Poland has fallen, the Germans will turn their eyes west, and that means the Netherlands, first and foremost, with Adam, will be first on the shopping block. And Adam, he has some token defenses here because he's not allowed to abandon the Netherlands completely in favor of the Dutch East Indies, but he will definitely fall very quickly. Remefors on France, on the other hand, he has a chance to actually resist for a while. You can see him here with 2 rows of defense against the Italians, not a bad setup. Some defenses on Paris just to protect against some paradox. But look here, on the Belgian border, he's got motorized divisions, and they're heading into Belgium right now. So he plans to actually make a stand inside of Belgium, which is not a bad move, because then you get the help of the Belgian AI as well before they capitulate. You also have some rivers here and urban tiles and nice defendable terrain, as opposed to these plains provinces in northern France. So Remefors is doing a forward defense. Does not look like he's getting any expeditionary forces from the Brits, though. They are, as we said before, going for a plane heavy build. So
no, he's not going to send any actual troops to defend France. France stands alone if you don't count the Belgians, of course.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see this because I mean this is not core French territory, so in some senses it will be harder to defend. But you get the rivers and you get the AI, so and we have some German armor stacked up here. The medium assault guns, I presume. Yes.
I'm having a look here at those motorized divisions I was talking about. They have a 19.9 piercing. So let's compare that to the German armored divisions. Let's see these guys. 19.9, keep that in mind. Okay, so they're at 29.7 armor. So these motorized divisions will probably not be able to do much against the German assault guns. Interestingly though, he's got the assault guns on the Western Front immediately. Usually you see Germany using them for Poland first. But it looks like he will actually... Okay, so we have my younger brother, Snistan, is joining right now.
Indeed, some backup for the United States there, coming straight into the game. And we will see how he fares now. They have started producing their dockyards and starting to get back a bit. We also have a little demand here for you to lower your in-game sound a bit, Petey.
Okay, I can do that. Give me a moment.
It's in North of Iron.
Oh yeah, I can do it. I can do it in game, of course. There we go. Let me know.
Nice.
Does this sound better?
I would imagine so. We also have a question from Mortal Vision here. Africa still badly defended by the UK, and I would say no.
Let's have a look.
Things are starting to move in here. We have 4 South African tanks, and we have the Canadian tanks here.
Yeah, and the Aussies have moved in as well. The Aussies and Raj, they were tasked with moving in some troops with anti-tank to be able to help defend in Egypt. And let's see. I'm just going to. Okay, yeah. So it's Skoginge playing Australia. Let's have a look at his little templates. Okay, so 12 divisions in all, and 7 of them are on the El Alamein border. And yeah, he's got some anti-tank here.
I mean, looking over at the Italians, though, like the supply heavily favors the Axis at this point because of these 4 supply hubs and then the one in Tobruk. Yeah. Looking over at the Allied side, it's only the little railroad up here. Yeah. And El Alamein, okay, they have upgraded railroads, but I mean, supply is going to be fine and dandy for the Axis.
Yeah, and this means that the Axis will be able to field a huge army moving into El Alamein. I'm just not sure how far these supply hubs will be able to help, but I guess they will build up the railways on the way.
I guess they will try to take the Allied supply hub and then upgrade the railway.
Oh, we are going right now.
Indeed, we are.
So Poland will fall. That's not in question. But the German tanks are already halfway through Belgium, and now they are facing up against the German. I mean the French. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, shit, they capitulated already.
Yeah,
this means that Remmenfors motorized infantry are stranded in Belgium and there are no Belgians there to help, and the front is completely opened up here in the north.
Yeah, the France forward defense in Belgium seems to have worked out not so well, actually.
Not so well.
We have all the way from Dunkirk to Sedan, basically, it's completely empty on the French side.
Yeah, he needs to fall back.
Yeah,
but he's not. He's not falling back right now.
We are paused again. I don't really know what's going on at this point.
Yeah, we're paused again. Not sure why, but yeah, having a look here.
Oh, they called in France into the war now?
Oh,
they didn't.
Okay. So they couldn't defend Belgium. Oh, that's a disaster. They should have done that during the break.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so yeah, that explains Belgium falling so quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really bad. This is a slip up by the Allies, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely. This was basically the entire defensive strategy of Remmenfors to be able to defend together with the Belgians. He's left his entire northern flank here undefended, and this means that the Germans can just roll in. But they don't have too much to follow up with, though. It's just the assault guns. I don't think they.
Yeah, it's mostly the tanks. Like no one expected this. Like the
they were counting on. They were counting on Poland being down before.
I mean, the bulk of the German infantry is still in Utrecht.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's not too many divisions either. I mean, look at this up here in Belgium. I mean, not too many divisions there at all. So if they want to capitalize on this huge gap in the French defenses, they better get a move on.
Yeah, definitely. The French are quite close by. They could probably shore up this. We'll see. I mean, the German assault guns, it's going to make mincemeat of most of the French infantry. I don't think the French have anything to really challenge them at this point.
Yeah, but still though, Remenforge is not retreating. He's standing and fighting. I mean, these guys could retreat. I guess they're waiting for the front 3 divisions to retreat as well. But yeah, no surprises up in the lowlands. Adam is going to fall quite quickly and move over to the Dutch East Indies. Yeah, interesting development.
Indeed. We are still paused though, so we'll see what happens.
Let's see in the chat here. Nothing new.
The Raj asked why we're paused, but
I think that was before maybe.
Yeah.
Before Snistan joined. Yeah, this is interesting indeed. Okay, so we did see a movement there of... Is he falling back? I don't know. No, he stopped attacking with his infantry division. That was the movement.
Yeah, the French have paused here a bit. I think they are realizing the severity of the situation. And yes, they have a fallback line here going from Amiens down to, basically along the entire country. So perhaps they want to fall back here, but they still want to hold the Maginot for as long as possible, I would say.
Yeah. But there are no troops on that fallback line, just a couple of garrison divisions. So the road to Paris is completely open.
And they won't have time to entrench either if they were to railroad back there. And we see the German tank is already moving here.
Yeah, Ivan sees this opportunity, sees this gap in the defenses.
This German tank has orders to go towards Paris.
Yeah, so we have a few comments here from Mortal Vision. Ahistorical. Instead of capturing Ibn Email, they dropped on all of Belgium first. Yeah, that was that fort in Belgium where they dropped on the roof. Belgium fell incredibly quickly. Not really sure why. I guess they took Brussels, and the French weren't able to defend it. Are the French allowed to call a pause for reorganization? Not really.
Yeah, technically not, I would say.
No.
It is like if Belgium was not called, I would say that's an allied mistake, but we'll see what happens. We have some call to arms coming in here, and I guess they will decide what to do here. But
Badger, do you have any inside info about what's going on?
Yes, so there's a heated debate happening right now in the major chat between the sides, where Germany and Italy thinks that they are allowed to continue as is, while the Allies, of course, thinks no. They should be able to get a little bit of respite to back off a little bit to reorganize themselves.
Because they forgot to call France into the war.
Yes, that's the whole thing. So France argues that he was already entering Brussels, and then Germany says, "But I was there first," and yeah, you can.
Well, he wasn't. They weren't at war, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. So so I would suggest, from my perspective, that the Axis would just pause their offensive a few days and or hours at least, to let the French reorganize a little bit to show good manners. Let's see what they come up with. I'm not a player this time, so I'm gonna let them work it out.
Yeah,
Okay.
they will have to negotiate that for themselves. But I feel like the damage is already done, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Belgium is capped. The line is unraveling. So a little pause for reorganizing a fallback line would be fair, but it's not going to make a big difference in the scheme of things, I feel.
Yeah, and I'm not. Yeah, I don't think Stationary, who we interviewed earlier, I don't think he will be too lenient. But maybe that would be a good sign early on to be magnanimous.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't think it really matters either way. I mean, looking at these two assault guns here, I mean, let's say that the Germans are nice and say that, okay, we paused the offensive for 2 months and you can reorganize your new defensive line from Amiens to Reims. I mean, if they put 2 assault guns towards that garrison division, it's going to fall anyway, right?
Yeah, so I think what will happen if you see that very hungry German assault tank just burning, that one will, if I would guess, he already right-clicked on Paris with that one. so
I mean, they have no troops to follow up with, so they would have to pause anyways. But the big issue is the cream of the French army are stuck in Belgium, and they are about to be encircled.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, there is no real cream of the French army because everything is 20 width and nothing is offensive, so there's no soft attack in any division. So
yeah, but it's those 20 with motorized. That's Remmerfors Pride.
yeah, but they're quick, but they are like a quick moving org wall, so they won't be able to do anything.
But he wants them to be in front of Paris and not encircled in Belgium, I suppose.
That's very true. That's very true. Yeah. So I mean, let's see.
Yeah, we're gonna have to unpause the game sooner or later.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm joining the debate. Give me a second.
Okay, just as Paradox Hearts of Iron official is saying, United Nations peacekeeper Badger has recommended that Axis forces take a tea break for the sake of fairness. Yeah, indeed. Let's hope Badger goes in there and solves the situation quickly, because we can't have this pause right when it's getting exciting.
Yeah, definitely. Like, the war is just heating up and this happens. I mean, I guess, like, obviously, if I was France, I would have wanted to defend Brussels, but it's not that much of a disaster now. Of course, I guess these 5 motorized divisions, you would like them to not die.
Yeah, it's the only thing that could defend Paris, really.
Yeah,
he doesn't have anything else. Most of the troops are either on the Maginot or down south. Okay, here we go. We have started again, and the game is unpaused. And the assault guns are trying to push through here.
They are retreating. We have one assault gun
moving.
It seems like the assault guns are pausing a bit. Yeah. Yes, Badger?
Yes, so he paused intentionally a little bit.
Yeah.
And now
so
he's
they
going
let
again.
them escape.
Now he's going again.
Okay, so they got about 10 seconds.
And now he's going. So now we have the motorized divisions here at the fallback line in Paris, as the French wanted. And I think, like, because my conclusion is still that it will not make a huge difference when it comes to the push.
Yeah,
they do the
let's
bubbles.
see if they will able to encircle those 3. You can see there are 3 still in Belgium, along with 2 in... Yes, they are encircled.
They have...
And there they go.
There they go. They got 4 of the motorized divisions out, but I mean, at this point, right, it's still green bubbles for the Axis. It's just like I said, like, they might have been able to reorganize the fallback line, but it's not like the German assault guns are not going to push through this motorized division. So
4 of those motorized that got away were standing in one tile, and they still got pushed off. So this seems to be a quick war in the west. No phony war this time. Things will be decided here very quickly, and I don't think Remmerfors will be able to hold on. But now we can see the Germans are being a bit overextended. They don't have the infantry here from Poland yet, because Poland is still holding out. So they really need to wrap that up quickly.
Yeah, Poland is going slower than you would expect as Germany here, because they want the infantry on the line. The advance went so quickly, and the Germans were not prepared for it either, right?
Yeah.
They managed to capitalize on it somewhat here, but... we'll see. If the French still keep their motorized divisions, they're still quite fast.
Yeah, let's have a quick look down at the French colonies, because sometimes you see some quick shenanigans onto the French colonies. We do see that Falk here on Italy is preparing to invade, but nothing too major onto French Tunis there. And of course, Spain is not in the war yet, so they can't.
And that is the Netherlands gone, which means some more infantry support for Germany, because now all of these troops can be freed up to move down the front. Some more encirclement of French troops here, but nothing too out of the ordinary. They are a bit tied up here around.
Oh, look at that! The French are actually invading into Germany, so and they're taking Ulm. No.
It's an interesting move from the French here. They are actually marching on München.
There are no Germans here to defend, but I guess this is they can't really threaten.
Yeah, but they are going to have to do something. We see a little German troop encircled here around Amiens.
Oh yeah.
So we actually have a German infantry division falling here due to the distraction. We have French soldiers in Innsbruck.
Yeah, they are spread thin. They are spread really thin. And the AI Irish are actually landing in Antwerp.
Yeah, indeed. The AI Irish have landed in the now capital of the Netherlands. they are going to get cleared out in a short manner of time, and I do think this French snake towards Regensburg and München is going to get intercepted in a quite fast as well. But the French did manage to bite back a bit, even considering their setbacks. We have 2 encircled German garrison divisions here as well.
I'm looking here at the airplane map mode, and this is the result of the intense Allied plane production earlier. Completely red air for the Germans, and if Rämmerfors had just sat back and had a more defensible position, maybe he could have held on for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, we see 2 more encircled garrison divisions here from Germany. I mean, it's nothing disastrous, but München is now in French hands, for example. So the French did manage to capitalize.
It's a chaotic
a bit on this break.
Chaotic Western Front.
The thing is that the French would probably have been able to do this even if the Germans had not paused. So,
But let's see now. Okay, so Poland is still holding on. There are a bunch of German infantry here that would be needed on the Western Front right now. But yeah, Paris is slowly being encroached upon. The French are holding better than I would have expected, though.
Yeah, we have the Winter War breaking out. So we're going to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that's probably a bit more exciting, actually.
Yeah, looking over, I don't like the CISO here is only at 34%, so they are not up to. I don't think the Finns will be able to defend this. They basically have it's only 1 troop on the line. The lines are not very well organized. They should be defending between the lakes instead of along the border.
Yeah, we have red bubbles all across for Finland, so we might see a quick capitulation here from Sarge.
Yeah, this is looking very bad for the Finns. Like the lines are not properly organized, and we also have the CISO being way too low, so they don't get that core defense bonus. Then again, the Soviets have not pushed up a lot of like tanks and stuff here. We do see them lining up tanks along Leningrad, but that's the hardest line to defend.
And here comes the tank push. And it's red bubbles for Finland, so this is looking bad. He does not have really any reserves to draw upon.
Yeah, he would need to reinforce this with the 2 divisions you have like in the fallback line, but there is it's only Pack-Arty anyway. So yeah, Finland is not going to win this Winter War. I can go out on a limb and say it's just a matter of how much troops they lose, because as you see here, Finland has quite low manpower. They don't have that much manpower pool to take from, so losing the Winter War is to be expected, but you do not want to get large amounts of troops encircled and
Exactly. I've even heard that there are reasons to lose the Winter War as Finland, because that gives you some type of advantage in the
you get some buff. I mean, obviously it's better to win the Winter War because you get the 2 tiles to Leningrad, and also you fuck up a lot for the Soviets. They get some focuses that they get locked out of and so on, But yeah, this is going to be a Finnish loss. It's just a matter of how many troops. But they do seem to have been able to retreat somewhat prudently, and I don't see if they are capitulating here. They are.
They should.
Yeah, they have not taken the decision yet.
I'm looking back at France right now, and we see the.
Yeah, they are surrendering here. In 4 days, Finland will have surrendered to the Soviets, and as of now, they have. No encircled divisions. They've lost 7k divisions, the 7k troops. The Soviets have lost 9k. So if they manage to surrender, it's 2 days here. So
it's the correct decision to surrender quickly, because he couldn't hold his front lines, and it's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, and there we have the White Peace and a good Winter War for Finland, I would say. I mean, they lost obviously, but they
even better for the Soviets, I guess.
Yeah, but. I mean, as we said before, you don't expect to win the Winter War nowadays, and it's.
Have a look at this. Yeah. In France, on the Western Front, Rämmerfors sent 1 lonely motorized division snaking into Germany just to be as annoying as possible, and he's almost reached Dortmund. He's cut off now, but he can still be quite annoying.
Yeah, he is causing a headache, right? But now all the German troops are coming home from Poland, and they will be more than happy to shoe up these French divisions that are lost in German territory.
Yeah, and all those French divisions that were invading Germany, they are now stuck in Germany, and they will probably die in Germany or go to prison camps or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like, was this the smart move?
Falk has joined the war.
Oh, look at this though. We have 1 German medium assault gun being encircled around the mountains of Switzerland.
Ouch.
That's actually quite a big boon for the French if they manage to actually kill it.
Will they manage to kill it? It's gonna be close.
Yeah, it's going to be really close, actually.
I think he'll save it. Oh, really?
Maybe.
Yeah, he saved
it just in the nick of time, though. That could have been a bit sad for Germany.
Scary, risky play there. But as I was saying, Italy has joined the war, Falk, and he's immediately taking French territory here in North Africa, because as soon as France capitulates, this will all go to Vichy France, and Vichy France is neutral in the beginning. So if, as the Axis, you want this territory early on, you should really capture it now. And Remafors on France, it seems like he's left it all undefended.
Yeah, we have some. The Italians are moving up to the front here at El Alamein. I'm interested to see. Will be interesting to see the supply situation. They have gotten the little supply hub here at Matrou, and I would imagine that they're going to link this up with a railway rather soon.
It's probably building the railway. Look at this. Immediately he's building railway and infrastructure and stuff. Yeah,
this is a very dedicated North Africa from the Italian player. And looking over at France, the French pockets are now being cleared up. Looking at the losses, we do see the Germans actually lose 160,000 troops in the invasion of France.
Oh, wow.
That's not generally something you want to see, but it's mostly garrison divisions and some infantry.
Yeah, that was quite recent, because the first time I looked, they hadn't lost anything near that amount. So looking quite respectable still for Remfors. It seems like he weakened the defenses in the south to be able to hold off the Germans a bit longer, but now things are...
I wonder if this is the right decision, though, because, I mean, Paris has not fallen yet.
Yeah.
So all of these French troops are just going to be cleaned out before France capitulates.
Yeah.
So he will lose a lot of troops due to his daring activities as well, but...
we just got a pop-up there from Asia, and it's easy to forget about Asia. Let's have a quick look at the China War. And it's not going quickly. We are in 1940 now, and they still haven't finished up China. We see a big pocket of troops here down in the south, though. And,
I mean, looking at the...
I'm gonna have a look at the surrender limit.
Also, I mean, if we look at the casualty numbers, still very much in favor of Japan.
Yeah, this is looks great for Japan.
It's not the fastest, but it's expertly executed at this point. There have been no major fuck-ups, at least that we have seen.
Yeah, it just depends on the time frame, though. If they've been too slow, I'm not too sure. We'll have to discuss it later, or we will see later the results, I guess.
Yeah, indeed. France will soon capitulate here. I do think we have some collaboration governments as well. We have 100% collaboration and 52% towards capitulation. So once Paris falls and the Italians go in from the south, we're going to have a France capitulation. I think Germany would like to clear out this pocket before they capitulate France.
And I would have liked to see from the Axis a more aggressive push on French North Africa, because all of this could be in Axis hands right now, since it's undefended. All we have moving in here are these 2 infantry divisions from Falk, and they're simply not fast enough.
We have naval engagements in the Mediterranean.
Oh, wow.
Big naval engagements.
Interesting.
Battle of Valletta.
Okay, so we have the UK Navy here against the Italians. The Italians seem to be mostly planes and a few battleships. They got screens as well. Look at this. Okay, so who's winning?
Yeah, we have 3 heavy ships from the Italian side being sunk. We have 2 early cruisers from the United Kingdom.
But look at the amount of screens being lost here from...
Yeah, it's 83.
Does not look like a favorable engagement from Martin.
No, definitely. This is a major defeat for Italy, I would say. We have 4 sunk Italian battleships, 86 destroyers sunk. And also they got some tactical bombers, 78 of them shot down.
Yeah.
And in return they got 2 heavy cruisers from the United Kingdom. This is not something you want to see as an aggressive naval Italian player. However, we do see Bulgaria doing
another naval engagement going on here.
And we have the Italian flagship actually sunk there.
Oh yeah.
So the Italian flagship have been sunk by the British Navy. Meanwhile, we have Bulgaria naval invading Cyprus, though.
But it does seem like Martin still holds the ground afterwards. So the Brits are losing most of their Mediterranean fleet, and this means that the Axis will probably have free reign in the Eastern Med for the near future.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a Pyrrhic victory for the United Kingdom. They sunk their flagship, right? But they are going to lose their edge in the Mediterranean from all this fighting. And we do see the Bulgarians actually having green bubbles here on Cyprus. Romanians, yeah.
Yeah, it's Magnus. He already took Crete, and it looked like just now that he was taking Cyprus as well. But now
it is a bit back and forth. It is a bit back and forth. Looking over at the air map mode, it is green air for the Axis.
Yeah.
And they want to keep it that way if they're going to take Cyprus and lead that on to something. I'm interested.
Have a look down in North Africa. This is a bit ballsy. We see Zug from Raj. He's pushing out on his own against the Italians here.
Yeah, the Indians are going far from the defensive line. They have 5 troops actually pushing into the coast here.
I suppose it's fairly safe. There's not too much here yet. Only 3 Italian divisions on the front line, so it's not like he's risking a massive counterattack. So France has finally capitulated. That should mean that German tanks are headed towards North Africa. Here they are. Still looks like assault guns to me.
Yeah, I mean, Italy would not have liked to have lost 5 heavy ships at this point, but looking over at the UK, at their little navy lost ships map mode here, they have lost convoys, light hull. They sunk 5 heavy ships, but they lost no heavy ships actually. So the engagements have been in favor of the UK, but still like.
Malta is holding. I'm not sure if Falk has even attempted an invasion yet.
I don't think he kicked off the invasion. It's still green bubbles here on Cyprus, though. They are doing a second, supporting naval invasion of Nicosia in order to really eke out the victory here. Yeah. Might be a little too late, though, if they don't kick it off now.
Here it goes.
It goes.
Magnus is going all in on Cyprus.
It's going to come down to the wire, but I think...
there goes China. So the China war has concluded. Which means that the Axis could kick off the war in Asia almost at any time, so something to look out for.
Yeah, indeed. And Magnus doing the supporting naval invasion here, and I think he needed to do that, obviously, but it's a bit late. He really needs to get there and click the Brits on Limassol in order to get Cyprus here, but might be able to.
Okay, so I'm having a look here at the Allied defenses in North Africa, and it looks fairly solid. In the front, you have Raj and Australia, who will be the first point of contact. And in the back, we have the tanks from Canada and South Africa. 6 tanks from Canada and 4 tanks from South Africa. The South African tanks don't seem to be completely full strength, though, yet. And the Germans are closing in. We saw them ferrying across just now. Oh, look at this! Free France. Why does France have offensive battle plans?
Oh, they actually had reinforced the second tile in Cyprus here, so I don't think Magnus will be able to land his supportive invasion. And that means that he will not be able to land in Limassol either, and he will cancel everything, and Cyprus will remain in Allied hands.
Yeah.
As for now.
Yeah, so Gideon is actually defending every piece of Allied clay.
Meanwhile, though, it's green bubbles for the Axis on Malta.
Yeah, here is the naval invasion finally popping off for Falk here. But they are a bit late. I mean, they would like to be preparing a naval invasion onto Egypt right now. But Falk is there fighting with his frontline troops on their own, and they are pushing the Indians back towards El Alamein.
The supply is really paying off, though. Like, look at the Axis here. They can have like 4 troops on basically every tile, railway gun, and troops at the front, and they still have very, very green supply.
Yeah, this green color, we're not used to seeing this in South Africa.
And I mean, looking over at the Allied side, you're already seeing some discoloration here around El Alamein, right? So it's really paying off so far.
Yeah, it looks like the Canadians have moved up to the front line here on El Alamein, so they will defend the actual tile. Sometimes you see the tanks in the back prepared to counterattack, but now they are in the front.
And Malta is now in Axis hands as well.
Yeah, no big surprise there. Let's see if I will go back to this map mode and this map mode. Let's have a look at okay, the invasion of Yugoslavia is about to kick off, and it looks like David actually has some David on Albania actually has some nice divisions now. Look at these cool shark icons. What is this? Oh yeah, it's a beefy infantry division. It's a good template to have, and these are just practice. No, these are also beefy templates. So these are the mountaineers. He's got some good infantry here, and probably he will expand his country a bit. He's already Greater Albania because Greece fell when we weren't looking, and yeah, it looks like David is growing a bit. Nice.
Yeah, he will
Good
get
for
some
him.
pieces of Yugoslavia for sure. We have a shout out to Magnus in the chat. Love to our Magnus.
Yeah,
and
we do love Magnus.
We do love Magnus. His naval invasion did not go the way he would have liked it to on Cyprus, and I think that the Brits have wised up to it at this point, so this will be kind of hard to break through. But if you put some Marines there from Italy, you might be able to actually, because they're not reinforcing it.
Yeah,
really.
yeah, we'll see. Where did the Italian Marines actually go to? They're back on Sicily. No new plans so far. There are a few more in Rome. Okay, so the German tanks, they are almost at the border, but I still don't think they are proper tanks. I still think they are assault guns. Let's have a look, see. Now they are tanks. Almost all of them are exchanged for medium tanks, which does affect the veterancy level a bit. But let's see how they fare. We are about to see the first tank-on-tank action in this game. Not the last.
No, definitely not the last. But it will be very interesting to see how they square up here.
Okay, so Denmark just fell. Nothing much to write home about. I do think the Allies...
Magnus is trying again here, though. Now he's synchronizing his naval invasions a bit better.
Let's have a look from Magnus' perspective here. Okay, only a red bubble so far, but he is attacking the rear tile as well.
It's still the same troops as last time, and he's still attacking with the same troops as last time, but now the air is red.
Yeah,
so
the air is red.
It shouldn't go better, if I put it that way.
The Brits have 1,000 fighters over the Eastern Med, so he's really fighting at a disadvantage there.
Yeah, because it's the same troops garrisoning. He's attacking with the same troops, but now he lacks air superiority, so there is nothing that would indicate that he's going to be able to take Cyprus this time, right?
Yeah. It doesn't look like the Germans will attack immediately. They are moving up slowly. Let's see what happens in Norway, because Denmark has already fallen, and we do see here naval invasion planned for Oslo. Sometimes we see the Allies defending northern Norway, because it's quite easy to get a foothold up here in Narvik and then just stay there basically. So let's see if that's something they choose to do. You can, of course, do it later as well, do a naval invasion and just hold on to it. It's always a bit annoying for the Axis, and you threaten Finland from the north as well.
This is interesting. Looking at supply map mode here in North Africa, we do see some discoloration at the very front, but there is a lot of Axis troops that are able to be supplied by this house.
Yeah. And we have this railway cannon that we talked about earlier as well.
It seems like the German tanks are now moving.
We do have a comment here from Badger. We saw some naval action, and I'm sure he wants to comment on that.
Definitely.
Yeah, all right. So what happened, for those of you who saw it in the Mediterranean, was that the Italian fleet got a very bloody nose the first battle and lost roughly 75 destroyers, and I think it was 5 battleships as well. And then in the second battle, they reinforced with a lot of crap, but took the UK by surprise and won the second battle, so the UK lost quite a few light cruisers and some other support ships. So I'd give it a slight favor UK, but what happened right now is actually that even though from the battle results, Italy is now reigning the waters in the Mediterranean because the UK is repairing. And
so short-term advantage for the Axis.
Short-term advantage at a high price, Axis advantage. But what's interesting is that the real punch is coming from Italy in 41, because he has 8 super nice new battleships about to be ready in January 41. And then the UK doesn't really have anything to answer for this. they will have to double stack with their home fleet and their Mediterranean fleet if they are to fight that off, because they are geared towards fighting off the navs, and they won't be able to fight those new battleships, is my take on it. So very interesting to see what happens in 41.
And while we have you on the line, what do you think about the situation in El Alamein?
So I think that, I mean, in our rule set or in our mod right now, you can't remove entrenchment or planning bonus with spies. So it's really difficult to punch through the fortress. I think it was a mistake of the Germans to refit their tanks into medium tanks. I think they should have gone with assault guns just to bust through the forts. Because Allied have air favor in this zone, and so I don't think the Axis will be able to challenge them enough in the air to be able to punch through the fortress line. And there's no there are some railway arty, but I'd be surprised if they can punch through that well defended line, to be honest.
Yeah.
Even though they have.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they are in a hurry either. They're not even up to the line yet. I'm not really sure what they're waiting for.
Yeah, so we have 10 Allied tanks versus 8 German tanks.
Yeah.
So even though the German tanks are better right now, I'd say it's not enough, and they don't have the air support to take that head on and remove all the fortress bonuses as well. So
it does seem like the Axis are a bit unsure of what to do. I mean, they just finished up Yugoslavia, and here comes the invasion of Norway, but that's just a bit of AI bashing. But let's see, my keyboard is a bit messing with me. Okay, I mean, Folk is not using his Marines at the moment. They are standing on Sicily, not doing anything, leaving Cyprus for Magnus. But Magnus is not able to break through there with the air superiority being in question. But it looks like the Germans have actually sent down a bunch of fighters. So we have 2,500 fighters from the Germans fighting against 1,000 fighters from the Brits.
Yeah, but even if they regain air superiority over the central med, it's still the same problem, right? As we had before, that Magnus has the same amount of divisions and the Brits have the same amount of divisions. Maybe if he synchronizes better, he could eke out the victory but it's like they need to do something more drastic than that in order to change the pace.
Yeah, it seems like they are hoping for the situation in the skies to change, and I'm not sure if it will. Let's have a look here. Can we see who's losing?
I mean, the Axis at this point have quite a lot more planes in the air, but they still don't have the superiority.
Yeah, it's still on yellow, and they're holding off on the invasion for now. Still not moving up to the line in El Alamein, so a bit passive here at the moment. I wonder if they're waiting for reinforcement from the Balkan boroughs, but so far nothing like that going on. Let's have a look over in Asia.
Nothing
here
too
we
much
see
happening.
The beautiful big Manchu.
Very big Manchu.
So Rosen on Manchu, he's gotten his every wish fulfilled, and he has all these factories and resources of China at his disposal. Let's go over to his point of view. Just having a look at his manpower, 5.6 million. It's a bit.
Yeah, and the Japanese are doing continuous focus at this point, so they are not really making their way towards any more war incursions. They are doing factory retooling in order to improve production efficiency and building up. They could technically strike the west, not quite yet, but rather soon.
Yeah, what do they actually need? They need to be in January 1941. Strike the west. So I guess that's the earliest.
So they need landward thrust or Pacific strategy.
Yeah.
So if they pick Pacific strategy, then they can strike the west. But now they are doing the factory retooling in order to get their production efficiency up, which is reasonable considering they have only 21% production efficiency on their anti-air 2 here.
Yeah. Let's have a quick look at the, let's see, first Siam and Morton. Morton is still just on one division. It looks like a pretty cool division, though. Okay, so we have the elephants. Excellent. So the elephant infantry, a few patches ago, they were actually ridiculously strong, and they were the best divisions in the game. I'm not so sure how they will do now, but he's going for elephants, and I can definitely respect that. One division though won't make much difference. Let's see how much he has in production. Okay, so a few more, all elephants all the time. So 6 more elephant divisions in production. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
I feel that the Germans are taking it quite slow in Norway as well.
Yeah, I'm just having a look here at India and Suk, and it looks like he has most of his troops up in North Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, there is not much happening.
Just 10 divisions back in India, but most of his troops are in North Africa, and it looks really hard for the Germans to crack this.
Yeah, and I mean, this is like we were saying before. Like now we might see a delay of Barbarossa because they have committed so much here. They built 4 supply hubs. The Germans refitted their tanks just to go for a North Africa push.
Yeah.
And then the push takes longer and it delays everything and they lose momentum. It's they need to do something here. Then again, they don't want to do something that's bad. So
suddenly, I don't see any fighters at all, basically, in the Eastern Med. This is a bit weird. I guess, yeah, okay, so they're fighting in Egypt now, trying to get air superiority there. So none of the sides are actually contesting the air superiority in the Eastern Med right now, and Magnus has not given up. You can see him here now, supplementing with the 3rd naval invasion. The 3rd naval invasion of Cyprus might be successful with the 2 previous ones.
yeah, I mean, at some point.
We do have a question here in the chat, a bit old, Segel99. Does this use the new doctrine system yet? We are not using the latest DLC, so if there are doctrines
yeah, but the new doctrine system, like... no, this is the old one. It's the one that's always been, right? We have the new doctrine system, like the Special Forces doctrine.
It depends on what you mean with new, but we're not using the latest DLC, but everything else we're using, basically. Okay, so a big air war now over Egypt. And yeah, the Germans are ahead in numbers, but I don't know. It looks like the Allies are trading.
It's still hotly contested. You have more anti-air guns on the Allied side. So those 200-something planes that the Axis have an advantage are getting countered by the anti-air guns from the Allied side.
Yeah, I'm trying to see here if we can see the losses. Yeah, you can see here who is being shot down, and yeah, the Allies are trading favorably right now. Yeah, not looking good for the Germans. They will not sustain this for long, and they will probably give up and do something else.
They're evening it out a bit, like it's going a bit back and forth, but I mean at this point, because the Allies have the static anti-air, right?
Yeah.
So eventually they're going to have to retreat, right, if they don't want to lose too many.
Okay, so we see the Germans finally moving up to the border, and something we often see here is the Allies pushing them back by just right-clicking them. But here we see Ivan is trying to break through.
They are doing a probing attack here, it's no chance.
Yeah, no green bubbles there. Martin is not moving his infantry up. Maybe they don't have supply for it.
The air superiority is going up to yellow again for the Axis. They are really committing to this, but
they really need that green air to make the difference here. But
yeah, we'll see now. Magnus is once again trying for Cyprus, but all the air is in Egypt.
Yeah, maybe they could spare just a couple of hundred fighters would do a lot for Magnus here.
I mean, they would like the airfield in Cyprus, right? But
yeah. So it's a tense moment, but it seems like the Allies are holding for now.
Yeah, it does not seem to be landing here.
And we are only halfway through 1940, so we won't.
But there are basically no planes in the Eastern Med.
Yeah.
So if the Axis just moved a little over here, and they could.
Yeah, just a couple of hundred.
They could help Magnus out, but
they are not. And okay, so Falk has moved his infantry up to the front lines. Let's see, are they able to supply this?
Yeah, barely,
but still.
Which, I mean, they would never have been able to supply this without all the supply hubs, but I don't know if it's going to make the difference that they need, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess they're just waiting for the planning bonus to finalize, and then we'll see if they can break in with some infantry support, because the German tanks alone do not cut it.
Yeah. Rattaconosing
we have a question here from Mortal Division. Why don't the Italians boost the attack with a few ships next to the land tiles? Yeah, that's a good question. I suppose they're afraid of the Allied navies, because while they did damage the British Navy, the the Italians also suffered heavy casualties, so they're probably repairing as well. And yeah, it's always dangerous with naval bombers and the like. Okay, so here we see another attack.
Yeah, they are probing, but this is not looking good for them. Then again, now the allies are actually attacking that tile. And they will de-org, so if they do a counter push here, they might be able to do something.
Yeah, this is a bit risky from the allies, but
yeah,
it looks like they are holding just fine.
I wonder if they're going to try something here. It is now...
so seems like Stationary is trying to cycle the attacks. So this is a strategy to not let the troops regain organization. You see he's attacking with 4 tanks. And
might work, he has more troops, like now he has the infantry support, so...
Yeah, so they're cycling the attacks. And you can see here, the allies, the troops are retreating one by one.
Yeah, but how long will they be able to cycle this? They still don't have the air superiority needed.
Yeah. And they are being interrupted by the Canadians from the south here. Seth is interrupting. So as we were saying before, the Allied commander for North Africa and the Mediterranean is South Africa, being played by Hughes. And so far he's doing a good job, I would say. Let's have a look at the air map mode again.
Yeah, he is holding. They are keeping...
Okay, look at this.
Oh. We do see some... Magnus have shifted his focus here.
Yeah, Magnus has given up on taking Cyprus and is aiming for Palestine instead. Interesting.
Yeah, he is going for an invasion of Tel Aviv. I don't know if they have supported. It's like exactly those 3 tiles have Raj infantry on them.
Oh, the allies are actually very low on supply, and El Alamein is empty now. And there it goes.
They actually managed to cycle through El Alamein.
Okay, so El Alamein has fallen. That is the fort line, but they're immediately pushed back.
Yeah, but they are pushing back again. Like, this is not favorable for them.
Okay, so it's actually up in the air now.
Yeah. It is indeed up in the air because air superiority is now red for the Axis. And you don't want to see that if you want to win these crucial battles.
Yeah.
If the air superiority went green or just yellow for the Axis for a little while, they might be able to actually break through this Allied line. But looking at things now, the Allies are dominating the skies, which means it will be very hard for the Axis to push through. But they are still cycling the attacks on the bottom tile here, south of El Alamein.
Yeah, the Allies were reinforcing the upper tile, but they left the southern tile a bit undefended.
And they are doing their best, but now they are getting kicked out of there. And now air superiority is yellow again, but now the Axis have run out of steam here.
And here goes the naval invasion, but do they even have...
I don't think they will land, actually, maybe.
They don't have naval superiority, but they are able to get away nonetheless. And let's have a look. I'm going to look from Magnus' perspective. I still wonder why Falk is not helping with his Marines. These 8 guys are really the cream of the crop of the Italian army, and they should be in the fight.
Yeah, definitely. Like, if you want to land here in Tel Aviv, you're going to need all the support you can get. This is a long journey for the Marines. It's actually a green bubble for Magnus here on Tel Aviv, which is the harbor tile.
Yeah.
And maybe this can also panic the Allies a bit in the front here. You see green bubbles for the Axis again coming up here. Air superiority now in Axis hands over the Eastern Mediterranean Sea,
So
but still yellow.
Magnus will be able to land. No. What? It was 98. No, okay, that was the wrong perspective. Okay, so...
Yeah, he might be able to land in Tel Aviv, but also maybe not,
because
because they are reinforcing now.
Yeah, they are reinforcing.
But El Alamein is once again pushed out by the Axis because they have managed to gain air superiority for a short amount of time here.
Yeah, this is hectic.
This is going to be very close. El Alamein just switching hands back and forth. And both factions are trying to get that crucial air superiority. Because if the Axis just manage to get this green, they can really steamroll over it. But at this point...
Yeah, they are outnumbered now by the Allies in the air.
Yeah, I mean, it's an absolute slog in El Alamein. This can really go either way.
See some pinging over in Asia. Why is that? Okay, nothing too exciting going on.
Yeah. Still, the Allies managed to hold here, but just barely. And we have volunteers coming in from Spain.
Okay, so they're not joining the war yet. I guess they can't really do it.
Yeah.
We have some comments here. It's an absolute graveyard, indeed, Saxoliv. It is. What a repetition of World War I. Yeah, definitely. They are fighting over the same territory over and over.
Yeah, we have some naval engagements going on in around Valletta again, but nothing too much happening.
Has Magnus finally given up on trying to naval invade? I'm gonna have a look here. He's planning a new one on Tel Aviv again. But why is he not getting any help from his? Okay, now Italians, the Italians have moved. Let's see where they're off to. Okay, so they have landed in North Africa, and look at this. Yeah.
I mean, the Italians also have quite a significant lack of fuel, I would say, because if they manage to break through the line, if you break through El Alamein, go here, and then you run out of fuel, that could spell doom for you.
Yeah, but the Italians don't have too many tanks, so I guess that's fine.
Yeah, that's true.
But okay, Martin Falk here, he was planning a naval invasion, but then he cancelled it. I really wonder why, because these guys need to get into the fight. If these eight Marine divisions had attacked Tel Aviv at the same time, they would have landed by now.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see here what happens in North Africa. We still have they're just both fighting so hard for the air superiority to make a decisive push, but...
Yeah, it seems like the air superiority... Okay, so now the Germans are outnumbering. They have 3,000 fighters there. Maybe they should spare some for the sea stone. None of them are. All of the air is going into Egypt right now.
Yeah, and they are trading incredibly unfavorably at this point. The trade is not good at all for... Oh, it shifted a bit though here.
Another question from Mortal Vision here. Isn't Magnus allowed to expand combat width for El Alamein by naval invading? Yeah, he's sure. He's allowed to naval invade here. That could be a strategy for sure. So far, the Axis have been able to take this tile, but it's been immediately taken back by the Allies. And right now, they seem to be just waiting. And yeah, Falk is still not using his Marines. I really...
Yeah, we also have some Marines, we have the German, 5 German Marines tied up for naval invasions of Narvik in Poland, and we have Italian Marines just sitting and camping around in Italy and in North Africa. I mean, they could coordinate this much better.
Yeah, these are... Okay, so Norway is still holding out in the north, but not with any help from the rest of the Allies.
We do have Italian divisions on Tel Aviv
oh, really?
Invasion plan now, but not the Marines.
Yeah, those are just some support troops. I'm really curious why he's not using his crack troops.
Also, the Axis have withdrew their planes from northern Egypt, so we won't see any push coming soon.
Yeah, I have a comment here from Badger that if the Italian Marines attack in the back, it would be over for the Allies. But the Italian Marines are not moving. Come on, Martin. Get off your ass.
Yeah, I mean, this could really tip
the British
scales.
fleet is outside, that's why. Okay, makes sense.
Because it's so close now, so every little thing could tip the scales, and if it tips in favor of the Axis, this could unravel very fast for the Allies. But so far, the Allies are holding in North Africa.
Okay, so look at this. The British fleet is actually out in the central Med as well, and they are moving home. They're moving west, at least. Yeah, they're moving out of the Med.
The British fleet retreating.
It looks like it.
If the Italians notice that.
Yeah, so this should mean that the Italians have free reign in the Eastern Med. Interesting.
Yeah, then again...
they're afraid of a sea lion. We could tell them that no sea lion is coming.
Yeah, there is definitely no sea lion coming. And if the Italians actually find out that they have naval supremacy again, you might see a naval invasion, but... I mean, they should note this at some point, right? This should be able to kick off now.
There are some Allied submarines in the Med causing havoc, and I saw before that the Italian...
The Axis are once again committing for northern Egypt. They put 3,000 fighters and 200 bombers. Okay, so they are going to give the Allies a run for their money in the air once again, but they never can get past that crucial air superiority threshold. They can only get yellow air thus far, and they are trading unfavorably every time they do so.
Yeah, yellow air is better than red air, but it does not look like it is.
And now they're going to start attack cycling a bit here again.
Okay, so finally a green bubble here for the Axis, but it's on defense.
Yeah, it is on defense, but I mean, they did manage to cycle the Allies out of El Alamein before, and they should be able to again with yellow air superiority. Like we were saying before, if the factors don't change, you will have pretty much the same results. If you have the same divisions and you still have yellow air, they should be able to push the Allies out of El Alamein for like one push. But then they need to capitalize on that. They need to kick off these naval invasions like now to distract the Allies, to get something going on in the back, right?
It looks like Falk retrained his infantry, so they are all anti-tank infantry now.
Yeah.
Not too heavy.
We had a small yellow bubble there for the Axis. They should be able to cycle this out. You see El Alamein troops actually retreating now on the Allied side.
Yeah.
And now it's a green bubble for the Axis again. So they might be able to take El Alamein, but they really need to capitalize on it. That's the thing. If they just instantly get pushed out and get red air, then they just lose things, right? They just lose planes, they lose manpower, and they lose equipment for nothing, basically.
And at this point, it's a battle against the clock. On several fronts. Okay, we
see the naval invasion is now kicking off, and now they are actually synchronized. So now they will get El Alamein at the same time as the naval invasion land, and while they have yellow air. I don't think the Axis is going to get a chance better than this to dislodge the Allies.
Falk's Marines are still not joining.
Yeah, which they should, because if they join now, it would be over. But we see now both the tiles below Tel Aviv are going to have Axis landings from Magnus.
Yeah, the question is, will he be able to get the port with them?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, he could like try to move towards Port Said maybe, but they would need more support for this. They have the green air over Eastern Med now, but that's...
Okay, so the first of the Romanians have landed.
Yeah, but they are dead.
Yeah, they are dead or dying.
And the Allies do have major supply issues now around El Alamein.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they should be able to push them out of El Alamein here. And if they manage to capitalize on that, they could do something, but...
Okay, so the Italian Marines are actually moving over towards the front. I guess that means that the supply situation is good enough that he can stack even more troops over there. And they do have a green bubble on El Alamein, so maybe they can do this with just force of will and bashing their head against this desert wall.
I mean, they have taken El Alamein before, right? They can take it again, but the thing is that... Then what?
Yeah.
Right? Because... They can they have the supply hubs, they have so much armies at the front, right?
Yeah.
So they can just cycle attack, never let them reorg, and just push out the...
Have a look at these Allied forces. Looking at the Australians, they are under strength. They don't have enough equipment to fight this fight, and now the same goes for the Canadians and the South Africans. They do not have the strength actually.
It looks like they actually might be able to hold El Alamein this time, and that might spell doom for the Allies, even though they do not succeed with their naval invasions. If they get up to Alexandria and Port Said, we are going to see an Axis win, at least for the first battle here of El Alamein.
And there's no reinforcements for the Allies. I'm looking from the Allied perspective right now, and as you can see, there's not much back here to help defend once they break through the front lines. And they are in El Alamein, and they are pushing out of there.
Yeah, indeed they are. We do have Badger here saying as a bigger picture analysis. We should see this exciting battle first and see where this pans out. But
yes, I have some news from the statistics. But
okay, go ahead.
Okay, so just a very quick. No, okay, they just broke through another tile. Let's save it a few minutes.
We'll save the bigger picture and focus in on the local picture.
Soon it will be statistics, but as of now, we are looking at the small data points. And so, even though they have yellow air superiority here, the Axis, and they are trading very unfavorably.
So they are not just pulling back to the Nile, they are pulling out of Egypt altogether. Look at this, the South Africans are actually pushing down to the secondary line of defense down here in Luxor. So they are... What is Hughes abandoning the rest of the Allies? This is not well coordinated. The Australians are still here, still fighting. They're trying to retreat, but...
Yeah, this is looking bad for the Allies.
They are slow.
And this is an interesting El Alamein, right? Because no naval invasion, no shenanigans, just they built up the supply hubs, they moved all the troops up to the front, and they just fucking clicked, right?
So, yeah, it's official. The Allies are evacuating Egypt and the Levant. So,
they managed to blow up the Suez Canal, though? Did they have the time to do that?
Was that what we just saw here?
They are blowing the Suez Canal, but it's going to take 18 days for the Brits to do that.
I think Martin will be there before, right?
Yeah, Martin will definitely be there before. Cairo has fallen, and Port Said has fallen. If he just gets the Suez, he needs to click here, but he has. And now the Italian Marines are coming, but not through the sea. They've just walked.
Yeah, they had enough supply to actually be able to get in the front line, and yeah, we were giving him a hard time earlier, but it actually worked out. And look at this. The Cyprus defenders have realized what's going on, and they're trying to get out.
Yeah.
But yeah, they might not get out. They have to reach Sharm el Sheikh before the Italians do.
Yeah, and it's going to come down to the hair with the Suez Canal because he clicked the wrong tile. But
yeah,
he's going to get it. And there,
So
the
this-
Suez Canal is firmly in the hands of the Axis.
So the option of a safari is still open to the Axis, but the question is if they will take it. We are in early 1941 now. They do have some months before they are supposed to attack the Soviet Union. And I'm just having a quick look over at the Axis forces here. Yeah.
And now we have the revenge of Magnus here. This time he is going to land.
Unopposed, finally.
So, no, the Suez Canal and North Africa firmly in the hands of the Axis after a very hard slog.
Yeah, just as Mortal Vision is saying, we don't really have much time for much else except taking this territory. And yeah, I mean the Allies, they do have a solid defense down here, so we probably won't see a safari, unfortunately. On the other hand, I mean the Australians and the Indians, they really need to bug out. They need to get ready for the Asia axis.
Indeed, and we might want that bigger picture analysis now because I'm very curious to hear what Badger has to say.
Yeah, I'm really thirsty.
Yeah,
all right.
can I get alcohol-free beer this time?
Yes, you can.
Thank you.
This gave me a little respite
said
to
that
get
on
some
stream
beer
now,
myself
so
as
I'll
well.
do yourself.
So I am. I have some statistics. So this was a well-needed win for the Axis in North Africa because what they are about to run into in the East, in Soviet Union, is this. So if we look at the overall produced number of tanks between the tank players right now, we're looking at, and let me show you what's what. The red one at the very top is the total amount of tanks built on Germany, almost 10,000 tanks. But what you see here, the second highest one, the teal one, is the Soviet Union, which is skyrocketing upwards with 6,100 medium tanks produced. And right now they are producing twice the amount of tanks that the Germans are each day. So the Soviets are really catching up. And what's also not good for the Axis is that the Allies, they still kept all their tanks. They survived with everything. So they still have their spearheads available to them to come on a D-Day. So right now the Axis is really, really outgunned in terms of tank production. So the only other Axis player producing tanks right now is at the very bottom of the screen, the Hungarians that are in a very timid production phase, building some medium tanks. So it's not looking good on the armor front right now. Everything is up to the Germans basically, and they have plenty of Soviets to kill once they get there.
Which of those lines are the Soviets?
The teal one, that's skyrocketing. So this is the total amount of tanks produced. And the Soviets are building twice as much as the Germans right now, every day.
Yeah, oof, that's scary.
And that's interesting also because we see the Germans going on the safari.
Yes, so there is a risk. So if the Germans do not attack with an early barb, they will be out in real trouble. Late barb is not good news for Axis. They need to hit as soon as possible. That's my take.
Indeed, we see Stationary and Thomas here pushing into the Allied defenses, and it seems like they might be able to break through. And reluctantly, we see Falk following suit behind. He hates the safari. He wants to play safe, conservative. He does not like this kind of adventures.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Like Boppus was actually reasoning a bit that we are preparing for an early barb, right? But we're hoping for a late barb because we know they might go on a safari, right? And as we said before in the analysis of this game, a lot of times the Axis have lost momentum because they go on safari and they wait a year for Barbarossa and then...
Yeah, a key factor here would be what the Asia Axis are doing, because if they enter the war, if they start attacking the Allies in Asia as well, then that will put a lot of simultaneous pressure on the Allies. If they manage to do this before Barbarossa, that means the Allies are fighting both the Euro axis and the Asia axis at the same time, and that could spell disaster for them.
Yeah. Right now, Soviet Union is putting 200 of their 340 mils on tank production. So 200 on mils, while it's only 80 on Germany.
That's a lot.
So it's more than twice the amount right now. But the Germans are investing in mechanized, which the Soviets are not as well. But it's all of those airplanes that the Germans are trying to be ahead of the curve compared to the UK, which is not a bad thing. But the early build-up advantage that the Germans have, they need to use that to keep down the total numbers of tanks on the Soviet Union.
We see a bit of an encirclement here. Italian troops being encircled. The Allies are fighting back.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because the Germans have retreated to the tanks.
Yeah, the Canadian armor is back here. They're making a push. They're making a counter safari basically up towards Alexandria and Cairo.
Folk is getting slaughtered here, and he's all alone.
Yeah, I mean, these Italian Marines are going to fall, right?
Spain is coming.
They need to get a big defense going here in order to hold this off. And also, I mean...
Ouch. This is a big move from Seth on Canada.
Yeah, very big move. They're going to lose a railway gun here. Italy lost the railway gun, but what was the railway gun doing here in the first place? That's the thing.
Well, they were supporting the supposed safari, I guess.
Yeah, it's a very unsynchronized safari because this is not good for... this is not good for the Axis, but then we have an overextended Canadian armor division here. We have, he got out just in the nick of time there, but the Canadians needs to be really careful as well, right? Because the Italians can move around quite a bit.
Yeah, so Eric with his Spanish volunteers are here to give Folk some backup, and Folk does have some reinforcements coming, and we even see a German tank coming back to support.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit sad. He lost the Marine Division or so, the Italian, but they are managing to stabilize this, and they're also going on an Iraq safari, the miners here.
I'm having a quick look at the losses. Yeah, nothing major. 120k for Italy there.
Yeah, still massive Axis success in North Africa thus far. But as Badger said, like in the grand scheme of things, because the Axis have put so much towards being superior in the air, but they have not managed to be superior in the air. Every time there is like a major air zone which is hotly contested and important, they are yellow basically. Now they're green in southern Egypt, but like El Alamein, they didn't win El Alamein because they had air superiority. They did it because they had 4 supply hubs and a huge amount of infantry. Right?
And crucially, the Allies, even though they lost Egypt, they have not lost a lot of troops. Look at these losses from the UK, 42k, that's nothing. India, 6k. Canada, 61k, not too much. South Africa, 16k. Australia, 79. So not too bad considering they lost Egypt.
Yeah, and that's also like because they lost Egypt, but they lost Egypt in a grind, right? They did not lose Egypt due to being naval invaded in the back or getting encircled or overrun or something. They lost Egypt because eventually the Axis had more troops and more supply at the front line.
Yeah.
And they saw that and went home because a lot of Hearts of Iron plays is like planning around what you see. So if you lose fast, you can get fucked really quickly. But if it's obvious that you are losing slowly, it doesn't really matter that much apart from the territory, right? Because you can just move back.
So the German tanks have kicked back the Allied advance, and now they're leaving again and saying, okay, take better care this time, Folk. And now Folk is on his own, but he's still attacking on his own.
Yeah, Folk is still going here. He wants that airfield. He wants Luxor. He wants his railway gun back.
Give me back that railway gun. And it looks like he has it.
Yeah, he might be able to get his railway gun back.
It seems to be under his control, even though it's in enemy territory.
Weird.
I don't know how that works, but yeah.
Yeah, and Iraq has fallen also to Magnus, and big North Africa win for the Allies. Also now Cyprus has fallen to the Italian Marines. So big Axis win in the Mediterranean, but it has cost them a lot of time, equipment, and focus.
But I mean, this is the result of Gideon on the UK. He did a bit of a gamble there. I mean, he underinvested in land forces and counted on the air keeping them safe. But the air was barely not able to keep them safe. So once the Axis actually broke through, there was no second line of defense. They did not have that kind of numbers to be able to field the second army defending the Nile. So they had to move back immediately once the perimeter was breached.
Yeah, and I mean the gamble almost paid off, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it was very close. It
Very,
could have
very
gone
close.
either way.
I think the crucial deciding factor was that extra supply.
Yeah, the supply hubs have actually made, like, without these 4 supply hubs and the upgraded railway, the Axis would not have been able to do this.
Yeah.
So a bit of a meta shift.
Yeah.
We have not seen this before in our games. It's always been daring naval invasions and weird strategies that have decided North Africa, but
We have a question here if Italy will blow the canal. I don't think so, but who knows?
yeah, I mean, they have the time now at least. So if they see that allies are coming up and they can't do anything about it, then they will have time to blow the canal.
Yeah.
But then again, the allies could have blown the canal.
Have a look at this naval invasion here.
Oh.
It's going, it's going all the way around Africa. To retake Crete. I hope they go for it. That would be hilarious. But they are also trying to take back the Suez. And let's have a look if Martin is.
There is nothing on Suez at the moment.
Yeah, so that could be problematic. I mean, if the Allies manage to land in the back here, yeah, Folk would need to be really quick on the retreat.
Yeah.
See, we see some pinging here. Okay, defend these tiles.
They're a bit like, I mean, looking at Folk here, he has 11 infantry divisions training in Alexandria. Probably a good idea to guard the ports.
Yeah, but I think he has it on lockdown.
Yeah.
It seems like it's Remeforge, the Free French. They are, of course, very. They really want to get their territory back. They've gotten some of their colonies back at least. That's nice for them.
The Japanese still doing continuous focuses.
They should be getting a move on, I think. But I guess just threatening a war can be as effective because the. Okay, so the Australians, where are you guys? They are still in Africa, but it looks like, yeah, they are heading back.
Still no real battle lines being drawn up for Barbarossa. Nothing on the front from the German player.
Yeah, that must be the pinging we saw earlier. So let's have a look at how they are arraying their forces. So looks like David here on Albania is actually spread out a bit. Maybe he should keep them in one place so they're easier to keep track of and micro. But he's been tasked with the northern front, it looks like. And yeah, I'm really keen to see how Albania will do. He is, of course, a very, very new player. Just bought the game a few days ago. It'll be exciting to see how he fares against the massive hordes of T-34s waiting for him.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the tank production statistics before, and that is scary reading.
Yeah.
If you're Germany, you don't want to see that type of production from the Soviets at this point. I mean, we're still gearing up for an early Barb if they want to, right? But we do see some naval invasions here from Romania. They are going to try for the oil fields, it seems.
Will they be able to get naval supremacy?
I don't know, and that's the thing, right? Because if they actually take the oil fields, then the tank strategy from the Soviets can really backfire. Because if the Soviets have a lot of tanks and they lose their oil, they don't have the fuel for them. But it's a long walk from Batumi to Baku, and the Turks have closed off the Bosphorus, right? So you only have the navy that you can put from Bulgaria and Romania.
Yeah, but it's not too shabby a navy. He has 2 battleships. Magnus does, so that should be enough.
Yeah, and I mean the thing with supremacy is that it's relative, right? If you have 1 ship and they have 0, then you have 100% supremacy.
Yeah. Okay, so Magnus is moving. No, he's actually keeping his troops further in the back. He should probably move them up. Okay, so most of the line here being covered by the Germans, but yeah, Mossberg, for example, he should move his troops up as well to the border. Let's see.
We have Badger has a new analysis, it says.
Oh, give us the analysis.
Yes, so a quick analysis. So what we looked at before when it comes to tanks was the total number of tanks produced. That's not the same as how many you actually have left. We all mentioned a year-long grind, the NL main. And
Yeah.
that has resulted in the Germans. Yeah, this is some scary statistics about what we're about to happen on the Eastern Front. Because
Yeah.
what we're looking at right now is fielded tank divisions.
Oh.
So, or fielded tank units. So what we see in the teal graph at the very top, take a good guess what country that is.
I think it's Bopus and the
Yes.
Soviets.
So that's Soviet Union. And you see the
Ouch.
Germans, they actually have less tanks in the fields now than before they entered into the North African campaign.
Oh yeah, that's scary.
So right now we have over 20 tank divisions fielded for the Soviets, while only 6 on Germany.
yeah,
and
and
we-
Hungary has 2.
Yeah,
And
Hungary
there
has
goes
2.
Barbarossa.
And there goes Barbarossa. So that's the build up for
Oh.
that. Good luck,
Okay,
Axis.
well.
They are not ready. They are not ready.
Okay.
Oh, wow, this will be scary. Okay, let's have a look at how the defenses are arrayed here in the Soviet Union. So, as we were saying before, they have grouped up on the Stalin line here, and
Yeah, it's a somewhat orthodox defense. It's what you usually do, right? You do go across the Dnieper, basically, through Ukraine, and then all the way up, and Vitebsk. And usually we see the breakthroughs happening around Vitebsk, these 2 little tiles in between the rivers.
yeah,
But as we saw before, like the Germans, I mean, the tactic of taking El Alamein but just banging your head against the wall with yellow air has cost the Germans a lot in terms of tanks.
this could be a real rock paper scissors scenario where one build is just vastly better than the other, because I mean these 6 German tanks. I mean, even if they're microed perfectly, 6 tanks versus what were we saying, 20?
Yeah, I mean, there's still 6 tanks. I mean, you can do expert micro. They can be a bit stronger. I mean, obviously, one German tank division is probably stronger than their Soviet counterpart, especially with all the veterancy that they
Yeah.
have from fighting in El Alamein. So, I mean, the German tank general is trained. They are veterans. They are fully geared, right? But it's 6 of them.
Yeah. So this is interesting. We see some light tank divisions who are grouped up ahead of the main front line, and Mossberg is actually facing them head on here, but they are not faring too well against these light tanks, which also does not bode well because these are just light tanks.
Yeah.
And the Soviets have stronger stuff than that waiting behind the real front line. So they're just here to annoy. Maybe they manage to get some encirclement. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah. Yeah, actually.
Already inflicting losses on the Axis. There are some Romanians and Germans being lost there.
They did cross the Dnieper here, though. The Hungarian medium tanks have actually made a little front line. They crossed the Dnieper and are in Mykolaiv now.
No, that's not the front line. Have a look from the Soviet perspective.
Oh,
There's the front line. Yeah. So
yeah.
so that was just the ahead advanced light tanks there.
yeah, this is going to be very hard for the Axis to break through. But they have an early barb now, though. So I mean,
It's an early barb, but they are inferior in infantry and inferior in armor and inferior in the air as well, I think.
yeah, probably because
Let's have a
they
look.
traded very. Yeah, they have red in Ukraine, red in Belarus. It's
This
because
is looking rough.
yeah, because it also cost them a lot of planes, right, to keep up that yellow
Yeah.
air superiority that they needed to eventually break through El Alamein.
Yeah, they got
Cost them a lot of
Egypt,
planes.
but it was expensive.
Yeah, because I mean they traded very badly all the time because the Allies
Yeah.
had static anti-air, right?
Yeah, so we will soon see, as soon as the Axis reach the front lines, I'm sure they will want to rebuild the infrastructure here in the captured Soviet territory before they go on a real offensive. So right now they're just capturing these empty tiles, the no man's land, so to speak. But
Yeah, but we have encirclements here again.
Yeah,
Like, this Romanian division from Magnus, I think he might be able to get out just by the skin of his teeth.
I think they're fine.
Yeah, but it's
These light tanks are really annoying.
it's still 3 tiles in front of the front line, right?
I think it will be fine.
We might actually see a counter encirclement here
Yeah.
of some Soviet light tanks.
Yeah.
That
There we go. 6 light
oh
tanks.
yeah, that's actually a
light
win
tanks.
for the Axis. They're evening out the odds a little bit here. I mean, but they need to micro their hearts out in order to even the score here.
Yeah, they are lost for sure. So that's a bit of a gamble from the Soviets to put these light tanks in front of the front lines.
Yeah.
They just lost 6 out of 8 of them.
I mean, the Soviets, I don't know how much they spy on each other, but the Soviets should know that it costs the Axis a lot to get El Alamein. Because the Soviets can see that they have so many tanks, and they can see that it costs the Axis a lot in El Alamein.
Yeah.
So they should just play more carefully at this point, I feel. They got a bit cocky.
Yeah. Looks like the sea zone in the Black Sea is yellow. Will we see...
And that's from a Soviet perspective as well.
Yeah, but that means both of the fleets are probably out there maneuvering. No, okay, so the...
Oh, Finland is going in straight
yeah,
away as well.
He was just practicing on the, training his troops on the border, but now he is in the war.
I'm not sure if I like this. Only 41% Sisu, and he's fielding 21 regular infantry divisions. But he will tie up some Soviet troops, though.
Yeah, he's got quite a defensive setup, I would say. He's not really going in swinging, and there are 6 medium armor division here waiting for him. I wonder if those could actually push into Finland and end him.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can.
We'll see. We see the Soviet light tanks are trying to push out a bit.
Oh, so the Germans are actually pushing through in Kherson. So no, wait, okay, so that was not the real real front line.
No, this was not the real front line either. It's the Dnieper that they're going to kill.
Yeah.
But they did manage to get quite a nice encirclement from the Axis perspective of those light tanks. But now we see the Soviets are actually pushing in Finland here. And this is going to be hard. I don't know. It probably wasn't the play to join.
The Germans are trying to push through the main Soviet line here, and it is a red bubble here from the Soviet perspective.
Yeah.
Let's see if they manage to break through and what the Soviets will do about it. So far, there are no... Okay, now they're pinging. Oh, guys, this tile here. And the Soviet medium tanks seem to be quite busy. Okay, so here they are moving back right now to defend this gap.
It's like they said in the chat, Saxel, if you know it's bad when the cast is surprised that Germany is pushing at the start of the ball.
So, yeah, they are not able to throw the Germans out immediately. So it looks like the German tanks are actually faring quite well against these Russians, even though they are heavily outnumbered, and they keep pushing.
The Finns actually managed to hold outside Viipuri as well, but it's by the skin of their teeth. This is going to be hard for them.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a potential here for an encirclement or a counter-encirclement for that matter.
Yeah, we will see. It's a daring move from the Axis. Because if the Axis get counter-encircled, it's very, very sad times for them.
Yeah.
But
they cannot lose these tanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a fair number of Soviets.
I don't think they will lose these tanks, though.
That's a fair number of Soviet tanks here. And they are, it's mostly the Germans. They are supported by a bit of Hungarian infantry, but that's nothing to speak about. And down here in the south, we see some moves, but it's just the light tanks being annoying. Okay, so this is the main action right now, this encirclement right here.
It is red for the Axis at this point, though. I don't think... because if they don't close this pocket... Because you're Soviet...
No, they're not able to close it.
Yeah, and you're Soviet perspective, right? So
yeah, but it's still not a pocket even.
No, but it might become a pocket for the Germans.
Yeah,
they might be able to cycle them out. Actually,
Yeah, it seems like the Axis frontline troops are actually holding.
Yeah, but it's red bubble up here. It's going to be really close. This.
Maybe we can ask.
We have the Soviet tanks coming in. Nah, this is looking like an Axis encirclement.
Ouch! Yeah. Okay, so one German tank division lost. Ouch. Ouch! 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 That was what was not allowed to happen. Okay, so the Mongolians were actually there.
Yeah, that's basically everything. The Germans have 3 tanks now.
Yeah, that's a bit worrying, I have to say. But
yeah,
I think, it looked like Löfgren's Mongolia there was actually the deciding factor, because the T-34s themselves were not able to close save that pocket, but as soon as the Mongolians showed up, they were able to. So let's have a look now from the German point of view. How many tanks are we down to?
They have 3.
They have 3.
3 medium tanks, 3 cavalry divisions.
So they've already lost three tank divisions. This is worrying. And
yeah,
that was the main thrust. They have nothing else going for them.
We do see Magnus have managed to invade invade Baku though,
Yeah.
around Baku. I don't know.
But he's immediately faced with a huge number of German Soviet tanks, both light and medium.
Yeah, the Soviets really don't want to lose this fuel supply. They might give the
yeah.
Axis a little bit of respite in southern Ukraine here, but
They're going to be thrown out immediately. Yeah, this is looking grim for the Germans and their entire.
the Japanese are still not looking to join the war anytime soon, it seems.
What about down in Africa?
They are
Nothing much
building
happening.
1, 2, 3. They have 5 Waffen-SS Panzer divisions coming out.
So there's some heavy fighting down in North Africa. Martin and his Italian infantry versus the Allies. Still somewhat stable front lines though, a bit back and forth, but nothing too major. But this is the big story of the game right here. Okay, so we see another attempt to cross the river here by the Germans. They are pushing it somewhat, and they are now consolidated together with the Hungarians.
Yeah, we have Hungarian tanks here. They need to get the big encirclements of the Soviets, otherwise this is basically done. But they might be able to get it here, to be honest, but...
Yeah, they have to be quick about it too, because if they're not, the Soviets are able to consolidate.
Yeah, we have the Soviet medium tanks coming in here now for a counter-encirclement. The Germans should be very careful here.
Yeah, they must be scared.
Yeah, they should take this back.
Yeah, and they're just standing still.
Yeah, they are not doing anything at this point, the Germans, because they need, if they don't retreat with these 3 tanks and they get encircled, that's their 3 tanks. They have 3 tanks and that's them, right?
That's all of them. That's 100%.
Yeah, that's 100% of their tanks that's here now. Not doing anything at this point. They seem to be a bit overwhelmed.
Oh wow, Victor.
And they are even pushing further in, actually.
Let's have a look over in Finland. Oh no, Finland is breached. Finland is penetrated. And this is... Oh, well, look at this. It's a counter-encirclement.
Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, Sag actually managing...
But he's very thinly stretched.
Yeah, I don't think he will be able to close it up.
Soviets should be able to.
Or maybe, he will not be able. He will get counter-encircled in Viper instead.
Yeah, he's fighting the good fight, but he's heavily outnumbered. Okay, so there are some Germans now moving into Helsinki to help him shore up, so maybe he doesn't capitulate immediately. But it's not looking great for Sarge's Finland here. He's got two of those mountaineers, and I don't know how many mountaineers.
The German managed to get out of the potential pocket in Ukraine, though. It seems like the Germans will be able to save those Finns, but maybe not. Maybe not. But...
Finland has 3 mountaineers, and 2 of them are dying right now.
Yeah.
Finland has 1 mountaineer.
Yeah, they actually died in the end.
Correction.
The Hungarians are trying to make a little move on the south front here. Romanian naval invasion has failed. I don't know.
Okay, let's have a look at this. So there are 2 potential pockets here, but they are really stretched thin. They are really stretched thin and vulnerable to a counter-encirclement. And this is...
Yeah, we have
lost by his tank. Oh, okay, he's moving back.
Yeah.
They're really trying, but this is hard.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they might even get overrun. Like, it's...
Yeah, they might have
Yeah,
to...
they're getting a little encirclement here, maybe. 10 garrison.
They're pushing further in. They keep going. Oh no, they stopped. Might be a good idea. They need some...
Yeah, it seems like the Axis are getting...
Finally, an encirclement. We have 11, 12 garrison divisions here getting slowly chewed up. That is something.
See a little cat here.
Okay, so we have Ulla, the streamer cat. She's not on camera today, but she's here.
Yeah, actually an encirclement from the Axis there, but it's only infantry, right?
Yeah.
I mean, looking over at the Germans still... I mean, they will field more tanks soon. They have 3 tanks now, but they have 5 quite big tank divisions coming out quite soon. The Soviet, on the other hand, have... actually, they have 23 medium tanks. 4 light tanks.
That's a lot.
And the Finns are also falling eventually, right? I mean, the Germans...
Well, they actually managed to stabilize the border somewhat.
And they put the defensive front.
Yeah, but they lost most of their good troops, so they won't be...
But the whole point of Finland going into war this early is to surprise the Soviets and push out of Finland, right? If they just join the war and get capitulated. But they have expanded a little beachhead around Kiev here, so... They have a small breakthrough in the Soviet main front, but
Yeah, we have a Cure saying he's never seen a match with German Barb with 6 tanks. Yeah, I'm not sure we have either. 6
No,
tanks
it's
is
very-
that's really really not much. I don't think that's something
The
we see.
Japanese still doing continuous focuses as well, but they do have some naval invasions planned now, so we are going to see Sbatchen at some point.
Yeah, they need to start helping out the rest of the Axis because
Yeah, the Germans could really use those buffs that you get from the island hopping.
yeah, and I think I mean the United States is going for a Lend-Lease focus, so they're beefing up the Soviets, they're beefing up Canada, South Africa. So if Japan manages to start creating some pressure onto the US, maybe that could alleviate the situation in Europe. But it still needs to be won on the Eastern Front. And yeah, they are across the river. They managed to get one encirclement.
The Germans have sent an expeditionary force to Finland as well in order to try to defend that.
Okay, so here we see Pontus' sneaky paratroopers preparing for an operation here in the south. So they're trying to close in the front line. They still need.
And now we have Japan going to war.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, what's this?
Yeah, we have things happening.
Okay.
Sad
so,
times
for
they managed to get out actually, the German tanks.
Yeah.
Now the Soviets are retreating a bit as well. Now the Germans are trying to get up behind here because they really want to kill these 4 medium tanks, obviously, if they can, but I don't think they will be able to.
Yeah, the Soviets are being pushed back locally in a small sense, but they are at the same time. Look at Finland. Finland is not doing too well.
And we have encirclement here as well, German infantry falling
what was
to the north.
All right. They don't have too many frontline troops to lose.
Yeah, I mean, if you encircle 10 Soviet garrison divisions and kill them, obviously that's good, but it's...
Yeah.
Yeah, but we see the paratroopers actually doing some work here.
Löfgren's Mongolia again.
The paratroopers are actually doing work.
Are they landing though?
One of them has landed, and they've done an encirclement here.
Okay, I'm being blocked. I'm looking from the Soviet perspective instead. Okay, so they managed to get across the river down there. Is it that they don't have the... no, they do have air superiority, so the others should be able to land. Here we go. Another parachuted in, but already on a captured tile. Another parachuted in on top of the Soviet infantry. And here we come. One after the other. Ah, look at this.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
actually taking tiles. Pontus is making some moves. I like it. I really like it.
Yeah, big moves from the Axis miners here, actually, saving the situation around Zaporizhia.
It's putting some pressure on the Soviets. All they need to do now is actually to take the front line, but the front line is beefy. These are a lot of divisions just stacked on the line.
Yeah, and Finland is actually falling now. I think Helsinki is not going to be long for this world. They have a lot of Soviet tanks here, so if they can get some counter-encirclements with the German expeditionary force in Finland, that might actually be something the Axis can do, but...
They don't have too much offensive capability.
No, they
They've lost
definitely do
all
not.
of their mountaineers now. Okay, still have one mountaineer. He's up here in the north. Okay, Finland is just...
Yeah, Finland can't really do anything, but the Germans can do things in Finland.
Yeah. It seems like... I'm curious...
I'm going to go have a look over at the Pacific.
Do that. I'm just gonna have a look what David is doing. Let's see here. David, Albania, playing for the first time. Okay. So
Spain joined the war proper as well.
He's a bit spread out, but he's mostly helping in Finland.
The Japanese taking Wake Island.
Okay.
Wake Island in Japanese hands.
Let's have a look.
They have naval invasion plans planned on Midway.
And Singapore is
falling.
Or is it? So the Aussies are actually defending Singapore.
Yeah, the elephants are coming in though.
Yeah, the elephants are coming for you, Australia. Okay.
Check over so I don't miss anything at the Western Front while this is going on, or the Eastern Front rather.
They are taking Borneo. The Philippines is still being held by the US though, as was their plan. And Java is still standing, of course, because they haven't even been invaded yet. But yeah, these islands are important because these islands affect the rest of the game through the island mechanic. So the more of these islands that your faction holds, the more bonuses it gives to the rest of the faction. And as you can see, he's just chaining these naval invasions on top of each other. So taking one island and heading on towards the next. He even has one planned for Pearl Harbor or for Hawaii here. Let's see, and it is defended, but it's not very heavily defended. We have 4 garrison divisions and 2 on towards the southern islands. This could get scary for the US. Quite beefy divisions.
Yeah, the Germans have actually crossed the Dnieper proper now in the south. They do have a foothold across the Stalin line, but nothing that will win them the war, but at least a little victory.
But they were just pushed back. They just have like one tile.
No, further down.
Oh, you mean down in the south? Yeah. They might take Crimea even.
Yeah, they have a little cavalry division going around there, but it's getting beat up by a Soviet garrison. So
yeah, and this is all thanks to the Balkan Bros. It's Magnus's infantry and Pontus's motorized divisions, mechanized maybe. Let's have a look. Did he actually put armored cars into the templates? Okay, those were the paratroopers. Here we are. No. Yeah. No armored cars. Maybe that's for the best.
Yeah. The Germans are now up to 8 medium tank divisions. The Waffen-SS divisions have hit the front line. So they have 8 medium tank divisions. The Soviets...
That's more than 100%.
The Soviets are actually down to 23. So they have gotten 1 encircle at some point.
Okay, so it's evening out a bit.
Yeah, a bit. 8 to 23 at 1941 Barb. So still, I would say, not necessarily in the Axis favor. But
where are they at? Okay, so they have 3 of them up in the... Okay, these are not... Are these even tank divisions? Okay, yeah, they are. So we have 3 up in the north.
Yeah, we have the Germans moving in a bit in Finland. They have a line here, some Germans. I think it will be quite hard for the Soviets to actually capitulate Finland if this line manages to hold.
Yeah, it looks like a beef line.
Yeah, but they need to, like the Finns, like when you play as Finland, you need to put a lot of lines between all the lakes, right? So you get like this little tile, defend this little tile. You don't want to defend like this. We're very long. Yeah. Because there is no victory point. Like defend like here, 1 tile and 2 tiles.
Germany actually transferred 1 tank division up into Finland, and they have 2 more up here in...
They are trying for an
encirclement here in Estonia.
Look around Kiev.
Yeah, that's where the main gathering of tanks are. The rest of them are down here. The 5 German tank divisions, the bulk of their forces.
The Germans are really trying for an encirclement here of the Soviet tanks in Kiev, but they will not be able to, it seems.
No, it looks really rough to break through this meat wall. Meanwhile, the Balkan countries are really fighting down here.
I'm having a look over at the island hopping. We still have Midway in American hands. Philippines seem to actually be holding still, so they have managed to succeed in that. Singapore is not fallen yet. Trying to cycle this, I guess, but Singapore holding. We have, though, Borneo has fallen. So Java will be troublesome to hold at a later stage.
Yeah, Borneo was not really defended, I think, so that was to be expected. Yeah, the big trial comes later if they try to attack the Philippines or Java. Let's see. And Java will be defended by Adam. Yeah, the Americans are actually here. They are actually planning a naval invasion onto Sumatra once Sumatra is lost. So preemptively getting ready to reclaim it.
Also, Norway is back in Allied hands, it seems, for some reason.
Oh, there you go. Does look like it's only AI.
You see here, this is interesting. We have Bulgaria planning to do more daring paradrops.
Oh, I love this.
Behind the lines. This is their Hail Mary to try to get the medium tanks.
This time it's actually in support of the German main attack. So this could actually do something if they manage to pull it off.
They have air superiority, so they can just send them.
They do. I really like this from Pontus.
Yeah, these paradrop plays can actually be what saves the Eastern Front at this point. But they don't want to get pushed out too far, though.
And they seem strong enough. I mean, earlier he was dropping them directly onto Soviet infantry, and they still won the fight, which is quite significant. There's a lot of them coming in here. So, okay, so 7 para divisions, but they need to be timed perfectly, and they need to be synced with the rest of the armored advance here.
Yeah, and they need to do it now.
Well,
Or quite soon, at least.
Yeah, well, they need to time it whenever the Germans attack with the tanks. Okay, so the Hungarian tanks are actually making a breakthrough now, and this could be a good time for it. This could be a good time for it. Are you planned? Are you prepared?
They are.
Okay.
Let's see, it's
Still
Bulgarian,
preparing.
right?
Still preparing, but okay. So okay, I'm gonna change perspective. These are blocking the view.
Yeah, the Bulgarians are still. He can send it, I think, now.
Mossberg and his Hungarians are attacking on their own. The Germans are still in the back line, defending a bit. But Mossberg does not have any numbers. He's only got, let's see, 2.
I think he should send the invasion. We have a question from the Paradox Twitch. Is there a place new users can go to see rules or how you guys play?
That's a good question. If we can see the rules anywhere. Do you know the answer to that question, Badger?
I don't think it's publicly available, but we can of course make it publicly available at some point on the Patreon or on the YouTube wall later. But the rule set is basically historical timeline, war declarations, and then we have some template rules and so on. So
sorry to interrupt you, but the paratroopers are going.
Yeah. Here comes the daring paratrooper invasion. Will it be enough though? He's jumping straight into battle. They are immediately being encircled as they land. At the same time though,
they are making a little break here around Poltava, but they're getting retreated. No, probably won't be enough.
Yeah, this could be the last para invasion we see from the Bulgarians. Because they will need to be evacuated from there if they are to.
And they are getting a little encirclement here, though. Maybe, just if they get this tile.
They are messing up the supplies of the Soviets. Yeah. If you look at the Soviet tanks, they are down to bread supplies, some of them, but they're being cleared out.
They are getting a little encirclement of garrisons here. 16 Soviet garrison divisions. It's not too bad considering the circumstances.
No, definitely. They will take anything they can get. Yeah, so 16 garrison divisions being encircled, and at the same time Pontus is following up his para invasion with his motorized, and they are actually doing some work, but they are not able to stand head to head with the T-34s. Where are the German tanks at this moment?
I think even the Soviet tanks might be able to go in and save this pocket if the Germans don't close it quick enough.
Yeah, okay, so the main, a small encirclement by the Germans up there, nothing major it looks like. The main bulk of their forces are still down here in the south. Atrocious supply, they're all down to red supply. There are some tanks up in the north, but they seem to be dithering, they're not sure where to go. Still one tank up in...
I mean, the Soviets might... Yeah, I think the Soviet might actually break out this encirclement.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to see. There we go. Yeah, it's anyone's game. It looks like the Germans are not really supporting the Balkan Bros here. The Balkan Bros are making moves, but the Germans are making their own moves. And they're out of supply right now, so the German tanks can't really come in to help. Will they be able to hold this out for long enough? Looks like no. There we go.
Actually, they won one more tile.
The Soviets are almost breaking them out, but they are being held up by Mossberg's medium tanks here.
Yeah, the Balkan Bros might actually have saved this little pocket here.
We'll see.
Maybe it's gonna be close.
Yeah, it looks like it. Looking from the Soviet perspective here, some green bubbles where the tanks are trying to break through to the pocket, but inside the pocket, of course, red bubbles and tears.
Indeed.
Mortal Vision says, I read the rules before, they must be up somewhere. Yeah, probably, I guess.
Yeah, we should make a HyggeHoy webpage.
Yeah, sure. Whoever uses web pages nowadays, though, I'm not sure.
The Germans are trying for some encirclements here, but the medium tanks managed to get out.
But to answer another question, to see how we play, if you go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/HyggeGaming, you can see all our previous streams. So there's a vast library of streams to see how we play. Yeah, they managed to break out those garrisons. So
they might have not though.
Or not. Yeah.
They will actually die, it seems.
It's a hard slog here on the Eastern Front.
Very close though. The Soviets almost saved them. But it's just garrison divisions. I mean, the Soviets have, like, looking at garrison divisions, the Soviets have 288 garrison divisions.
Yeah.
So, I mean, yes.
Yeah, a dozen less. Ooh,
the fall of Leningrad.
What happened here?
What happened here?
I was looking there like 30 seconds ago.
The Finns took Leningrad. Well, this is an interesting development.
I mean, either the Russians, they moved back a bunch of troops, or they lost a bunch of troops. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, what the hell happened in Finland?
So they're up to 1 million losses.
Yeah, the Germans are almost also up to 1 million losses.
Okay, I'm really curious what happened here in Finland, because it looks really grim there outside of Helsinki, and now suddenly they're in Leningrad. Okay, so this will mean that the Soviets will need to shift troops up to the north, and they are not reacting as of yet. Okay, so still just a cavalry division in Leningrad, so nothing too threatening.
But the Germans now up to 10 medium tank divisions, and the Soviets down to 17, so they must have lost quite a lot up in Finland.
Yeah. Okay.
So the Germans are actually...
They're evening out the odds.
Evening up. We have a quick analysis from Badger. Maybe he knows what happened in Finland.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do have Disto encirclement here, but let's go, Badger.
So I missed what happened in Finland, but I think it was 6 medium divisions that got encircled because they used to have 23 divisions. And now they have 17, and there's no medium tanks to be seen in Finland anymore. So I think they lost.
I wonder how, though. I mean, Finland had no mountaineers. Yeah. Germany had 1 tank division, and then you had David with his newbie Albanians.
Yeah, but what happened, I think, is that they had airplanes in the wrong air zone for a long time, the Axis, and then it swifted to the left air zone, and then all of a sudden the Red Army ran into issues. And then
wait, we have a. Oh, this is the Germany is about to lose.
The Germans are losing a tank division here.
Not just 1.
2 tank divisions.
I think it was even 3.
Yeah, they're down to 8.
It's going to be 7 in a second.
Yeah.
Okay, so a bit of back and forth here. Sorry, Badger.
Yeah, they're losing. They might lose 1 more up in Vitebsk. But so the reason I think that the Axis is doing so well, considering the uphill battle they started out with, is that they actually kept the green air for so long and so well. So the Soviets still have somewhat airplanes, but they are not good at microing it. So right now, even though they have some airplanes, they're not. They're overstacked and they're in a bad position to use them properly. So it's really like the Axis Luftwaffe is grinding down the little pathetic Soviet Air Force, and now they're finally getting the upper hand, even though they don't have the armor they need. So right now it's working, but we're waiting for that because in our rule set, when they can pull off Order 270, the Soviets, they are allowed to get Lend-Leased. And that's when the US might start pushing in airplanes into the Soviet, and then we might see that shift back to the Soviet.
Leningrad is falling back into Soviet hands now, though.
So right now also the Soviets are having a big deficit on tanks. Even though they have 17 fielded, they're missing 700 in their stockpiles. So they are really taking a big punch right now. But it's far from over. They can pull a lot of focuses to get more infantry in the field, and they haven't received any Lend-Lease yet. So let's see what happens. But it's more exciting. I was afraid this would be a walkover for the Soviets, but the Axis is they're punching above the weight right now, and they're biting themselves into the fight.
And while we've been talking to you, the Germans lost 3 or 4 tank divisions, as we were saying. And as well, there was a pocket of troops outside of Leningrad that got killed, and now the road to Helsinki is open once more. So the Soviets are really on the offensive right now. The only place where they seem to be somewhat on the back foot is in the far south, where the Balkan Bros are doing a great job here.
Yeah, they are really channeling in here. I wonder if the Soviets have any real defense in depth here.
We have 3 Soviet tank divisions encircled.
Yeah, indeed. 3 Soviet medium tank divisions are getting
And they
chewed up
lost.
by the Germans, and that is a big win for the Axis at this point in the game, definitely.
Well
Big
played,
punches
Mossberg.
back and forth. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Mossberg is playing his little heart out with the few divisions he has.
Yeah, we see big encirclements here of garrison troops as well. They might actually counter-encircle Magnus's little legion here, though, but... And now we have the Snake from Romania trying to meet up, because you see here around Crimea, they've crossed the Kerch Strait, and they are going for the fuel now.
Okay, so Magnus is about to lose one of his marines.
Yeah.
So, as you could see on the screen earlier, British Malaya has capitulated, so that means Singapore has fallen. That's an AI country, of course, nothing too significant. And the situation in the east is...
Midway has fallen as well.
Midway has fallen.
It's interesting also, I'm looking at Finland here, like...
And here comes the invasion of Hawaii.
Let's see how it goes.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly look over at Rostov. Okay, I'm just gonna have to find Rostov quickly.
In the south.
Oh, ouch. Oh, look at all this.
Oh.
Okay, so they're still connected down through Crimea.
Oh, look at this.
It's Mongolians. The Mongolians are getting it.
Yeah, the Mongolians are actually getting chewed up here.
But will they get out? They might get out.
They already lost 1 though, so it's a small win.
And the Mongolians don't
They lost 2.
Ouch.
3.
Yeah, the Mongolians don't have too much to take from it.
That's the Mongolians.
Ouch, that's not good.
That's 4 divisions that they have left in the game.
Yeah, 4 divisions. Okay, back to the battle for Hawaii. They are about to reach the destination, and this could, of course, be quite significant. Let's see, red bubble, and they they went back.
Not close, not even close.
I thought the bubble was green there for a bit.
A very short bit.
I guess, but I wonder if they cancelled it.
But the Soviets are falling slowly but surely here. The Finns have, like, they lost Viipuri and Leningrad again.
Order 270, which means they can now receive Lend-Lease. So we'll probably see a lot of Lend-Lease coming in from the United States.
Yeah, but that means less Lend-Lease going to Hawaii.
Yeah, look at this. Pontus is taking the east with his quick divisions. So the oil is in danger.
Yeah, I mean, once the oil falls...
Yeah, this is still anyone's game. As Badger was saying earlier, I was afraid it would be a walkover from the Germans there. Oh, look at this, another...
the Soviets are now down to 14 medium tank divisions.
Yeah.
And the Germans are at 8. The Germans are not training any new ones, though. And I would imagine the Soviets are. Yes, they are. So the Soviets are training 6 of them.
But they are lacking...
This is huge deficits. Look at this.
Yeah.
But they don't have a deficit of medium and light tanks anymore. So that Lend-Lease have started to kick in.
This is quite the game, Victor.
Oh, look here, though. Some Germans getting pocketed. They bit off a bit more than they can chew here in around Stalingrad.
Yeah, what
very quite the historical Stalingrad looking like.
Yeah. They didn't quite reach Stalingrad, but almost.
I think the Germans might be able to break them out.
Still the Mongolians they're fighting.
If they just click a little, click here, like.
They're getting a bit greedy in the south, I think.
Yeah. But once they get the oil fields in Baku, I wonder does that stop the Soviets like dead in their tracks, or?
But I don't know.
They still have fuel, right?
They don't have enough troops to hold it. And here we see a bunch of spawn-ins close to Stalingrad. You see this?
Yeah.
These are just freshly spawned-in troops. You need to be really careful when attacking the Soviets, because they get a bunch of troops.
And they should not even try to save this pocket at this point, because you get the spawn-ins from top as well. And look around here, around Crimea, and Baku has fallen though, so they have lost a lot of fuel here. Look at this, they only have fuel for 55 days.
Yeah, that's significant. That is significant. Okay, so these German troops are done for. Meanwhile, up in the north, there's an encirclement of Soviet troops, and here they go.
Yeah, they are.
Few more garrison divisions biting the bullet.
Yeah, and the Finns are pushing out a bit again. Viipuri has fallen back into Finnish hands, and they are moving in on Leningrad.
Yeah. So it's a coalition of Finnish, German, and Albanian troops up in the far north.
The Soviets have cut off the connection over the Crimea and Kerch, though.
Oh, they have. They still have the supply route through Crimea, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, they're not encircled, but they should try to form a line at some point here, so they don't...
Yeah, this is dangerous. It's because a lot of troops.
The Germans cannot really lose. I mean, if the Germans get 14 infantry divisions encircled, that's very bad for them, right?
And Pontus's motorized infantry, I mean, that's his main force, and they cannot get home right now because right now the Black Sea is being controlled by the Soviet Navy.
But the Soviets are running out of fuel, though.
But they will probably they will be able to take Baku back very soon.
Yeah, probably, but
there's not enough Axis forces. Look at this; they're just being swarmed.
Yeah, I mean,
all of this is going to be lost unless they retreat towards Crimea, like right now. And I think Pontus's troops are lost. They will never make it in time.
Yeah, they probably are, right.
Let's see. Could they do something sneaky? He's trying to do a little paradrop on the line there, but what's that gonna do?
I mean, they're gonna get Baku back before they run out of fuel, at least. So
another encirclement of Soviet garrisons up in the middle of the front, though. So
they are losing the focus a bit, right? So it's still.
Germany is leaving the Axis miners there on the south to fight for themselves, and they are losing now. They will not be as big a threat in the moment because they're losing most of their forces. Looks like Mossberg is still keeping his medium tanks alive, though, which is a good news for the Axis. But yeah, the main German advance is in the middle, and they are chewing off pieces of the Soviet front line. I wonder if it's quick enough, though.
Yeah, the Finns are snaking a bit there, trying their best here, but
having a bit quick look at the losses.
They're not getting encircled, at least up here in the south of Ukraine, but it's.
Yeah.
How do the losses look? 700? Yeah, I mean, the Germans have clawed their way back quite respectively, but
I mean, I was about to say it's the Soviets have lost more than the Germans. These are, of course, both the wars combined, but these losses are nothing for the Soviet Union.
The Japanese are trying again for Hawaii, so I'm having a little look here just to see how well it fares.
Do they have kind of navies that they have outside? So they do have some navies on naval invasion support that could tip the scales. And what is okay? We have a bit of a battle here. Okay, so just some submarines.
Yeah, we'll see. It's still going to take a while, so I'm checking over at the Eastern Front.
What is actually attacking? Okay, so we have some of their marines here. Quite beefy marines. We will look back at that in a moment. Meanwhile, in the rest of the east here, it looks like the naval invasions have stalled off somewhat. The Philippines are still in American hands, and there is some fighting in the Bernese Mountains here, something we often see. Rosen is there with his big Manchu, but they're all under strength. All his divisions seem to be under strength.
Yeah.
They won't be able to break through anytime soon, I think. And no naval invasions planned or anything.
The Hawaiian invasion force is reaching their goal rather soon, I think.
And meanwhile, we see the Soviets are mopping up the rest of the Axis here in the east. So Baku is retaken, and yeah, I think Pontus lost most of his army there. How much does he still have? He still has. He managed to get home somehow.
Yeah, he actually managed to get across.
They sent out the navy, and the navies were fighting, so we managed to get out. That's good news for him.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he has done all these paradrops and managed to get Baku and then save his troops again, it's a very, very good place for him.
Yeah, there are even 3 of the paratroopers still alive.
Yeah.
One of them still out at sea.
And the Finns are snaking a bit as well up here.
Yeah, okay. So a lot of back and forth here on the Eastern Front. The Germans are still focusing on the middle. heading towards Moscow, I suppose. Let's
Yeah.
have a look at their tank numbers now.
The naval invasion bounced, so no Hawaii for the Japanese by the looks of things.
All right, yeah.
Singapore has fallen though, but Java still holds and Philippines still holds.
Norway is free. I think the AI freed Norway, so a lack of garrison divisions there. Having a look here, there's no D-Day defense in France at all. Spain, of course, is defending its own borders. Have they even joined the war yet?
We have some encirclements of Soviets here around Stalino in Crimea. Look here.
So Spain has joined the war, but they are mostly defending their own.
Here we have 3 Soviet light tanks and some infantry getting chewed off by the Balkan Bros.
Yeah, Mossberg and Magnus and Pontus are having a really good game here down in the south.
Yeah, but they forgot to reinforce this tile, so they might not get all of them.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah, and we have some more encirclement moves going on here. This can be counter-encirclement. Yes, it's a counter-encirclement. Very, very bad news for the Axis here.
Yeah, that looks bad. It's 2 German tank divisions. 4 German tank divisions.
Bad news for the Axis here.
That's half the German tank force.
Yeah, they got that. And that's good news for the Axis, because now they can try to counter-encircle this, but that is an incredibly greedy move. Oh, they are getting encircled again, though. Will they be able to break out? It is anyone's game here.
This is a classic look on the Eastern Front. Encirclement upon counter-encirclement upon counter-encirclement.
They could be able to save, yeah, they saved them, but they need to get the fuck out of there. They really, really need.
We have a comment here from Cardinal Smith. Well-dressed chaps. Glad to see such a big event. Yeah, we're glad to have you with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, all of you joining us. For those of you joining now, we have been talking a lot around the Eastern Front, but this is the HyggeHoy Grand Game. Please join us on Patreon, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and also ask any questions you might have in the chat. We're happy to be with you here, and your support makes all of this possible. And I don't know if the German support will make any more encirclements possible, because this is looking grim for both sides, basically.
But meanwhile, in the south, the Balkan Bros are doing a good job. They just had a small encirclement of frontline troops, and the Soviets are now having to reform their entire line.
Look, the Soviets actually managed to, or they got encircled here.
Yeah.
And this encirclement, the Germans should be able to close, and that's one Soviet medium tank that's out of the game.
Yeah, and a bunch of garrison as well. Finally, it looks like the Soviet lines are thinning out somewhat, especially in the south. They are having troubles covering every tile here, and the Axis are gaining a lot of ground for the first time.
They are actually clawing their way into the game, and the Finns are... I mean, the Finnish have been clawing back here. They did a lot of work.
Yeah, we should get Sergei for an interview later on.
Yeah, definitely. I'm very interested in the Finnish killing of those Soviet medium tanks.
Yeah.
We have new statistics from Badger, he says here.
Another encirclement here.
But let's watch the encirclement
20 garrison divisions. They are chewing up the Soviet front lines now. Badger, what do you have for us?
Right, so I have a quick update on the situation on the tanks for each country right now. So this is the complete overview right now. The top line is the current fielded number of tanks for the Soviet Union. They have currently fielded roughly 6,000 tanks. And then you see the Germans has been stable on 3,000 for a long time now, roughly the same amount, while the Soviets have taken a big hit for the last half a year. But they are clawing their way back up a little bit right now by fielding some more produced tanks. And also big development, Hungary has their 3rd tank division in the field. so slowly increasing their numbers. And also Canada is gearing up their production as well. So,
but considering what Mossberg and Hungary has been able to do with 2 tank divisions, I'm really excited to see what he does with 3.
50% more tanks from Hungary.
Okay, we see another encirclement here by the Axis, and they're really
chewing up the front now. No tanks in there though, but still, the Axis are commanding their way back into the game, and they have reinforced the Kerch Strait, so it's going to be very hard for the Soviets to cross into Crimea. Yeah. Rostov is falling again, and Stalino might be in dire straits, and Leningrad still in Soviet hands though, and the Finns... There are some Red Guard tanks to contend with for the Finns up here. The Soviets have actually moved up some of their heavier things to Finland because they can't really have Moscow threatened from the north, but...
Yeah, There's not too many troops in Finland, so they're not really threatening any major offensive. I'm a bit curious. It looked like the Germans were under strength. Are they out of infantry equipment? Yes, they are in a big deficit of infantry equipment, and this could be really bad in the long run because, yeah, if having a look at the frontline troops now, as you can see, that little green there is not completely full.
The Netherlands have landed in Germany.
The Netherlands?
Yeah, they invaded Hamburg.
Sneaky Adam. That's really, really sneaky of Adam. So, he actually landed with some horses. Windy windmills. They're just horses, but if you have no defenders, just horses will work just fine. And they're actually, okay, so we have Vichy France here, which is controlled by the AI.
Meanwhile, though, Soviet medium tank encircled again on the Eastern Front.
Okay, they will need to send some troops back. This is an indication, though, to the Allies that Germany is a bit of a paper tiger right now.
Yeah, there is no D-Day defense. Berlin will fall to this horse.
Yeah, and look at this. Even the D-Day defense that is here, they are under strength. I mean, the Germans, they can't sustain this for much longer. They have no infantry equipment. That's basically your hit points. But yeah, they are doing good work.
Yeah, but we have
front.
Soviets getting encircled like all of this.
Oh,
like
wow.
One light tank there, one medium tank down south. The Soviets are taking a big hit, right? But
yeah, I mean the axis are spread thin, but
the Vichy France AI saved Berlin from the Netherlands horses.
Just in the nick of time.
Yeah, just in the very nick of time.
It's almost embarrassing to get that Berlin has fallen pop up.
The French AI has saved Berlin.
I think Spain should actually use their troops a bit. They are still defending like.
Germany is fielding 6 medium tank divisions at this time, so they have lost, right? The Soviets are fielding 12, so the Germans have clawed their way back, but they still lose some tanks.
I'm having a quick look at the Forgotten Front in North Africa. Nothing much happening there at all. If I was Falk, I would actually consider sending some troops to the Eastern Front. There are still a bunch of Balkan troops here garrisoning Greece. They could also be sent to the east because in the east the Axis are on the advance.
The Axis miners are making moves around Moscow. Look around Tula, Ryazan.
Yeah. Definitely. I'm looking from the Soviet perspective now, and they have a bunch of troops here encircled. Are those the rest of the Mongolians? Okay.
They managed to get out.
They managed to get out just about.
They counter-encircled motorized from Bulgaria. But
no, I think they're getting out. Okay,
yeah, they actually counter-encircled one of the Mongolians, I think.
Very thin fronts right now. Oh, yeah, they got some...
Got one Mongolian.
Okay, let's see how much Mongolia has left. 3 divisions. 3 divisions left. So they are hurting.
The Finns are just pushing on a broad front up here, right? Because they're tying up a lot of Soviet troops.
Yeah, definitely.
If they could link up these fronts, they are quite close to Moscow at this point.
Yeah, and I love how spread out David's Albanians are. If you have a look at the Albania, it's not the biggest country, to put it mildly. And you can see he's got a couple of divisions down here by Smolensk, but he's an international force. He's also here spread out on the Finnish front. He's fighting the good fight, though.
Yeah, the Albanians in Finland doing work.
But they are just south of Moscow now, and
yeah, we do see more encirclement of Soviet infantry all the time. And I mean, we are saying that okay, the Soviets can get a lot of infantry encircled and don't die. And while that is true, it doesn't, like, they still need to fill up the front line.
Yeah,
right?
We have another wave of spawn-ins here from the Soviets. I'm wondering about their infantry equipment. They are also in the hole, 38k minus. I wonder how much the US has.
Yeah, this is
what is America doing? Where is America? America is sitting on 24k.
So it's a bit like if the Soviets have a deficit of 20,000 infantry equipment and America has a surplus of 20,000 infantry equipment.
We have a solution.
We have a solution that could save the Soviet front line, but we'll see if they wise up to that eventually.
Yeah, so far the Americans seem content on holding the Philippines, holding Hawaii. They are holding Java.
More Soviet encirclements.
Okay, so I think right about now the Soviets are jumping into the to the Allied Discord saying D-Day when? When is the D-Day? And there is no D-Day coming, not anytime soon from the looks of it.
which is a bit of an oversight because the Germans don't have anything to defend from a D-Day.
Yeah, I mean, even a small D-Day could do miracles.
If you land like 5 infantry troops in Rotterdam or something, what are the Germans going to do?
Oh, a big counter attack here in the north by the Soviets.
Yeah, the Soviets are pushing the Finns out here. One Albanian division is getting encircled here. Sad times for
Very sad.
those.
I think it's one of his weaker ones, though. I think the Shark infantry are the main main ones. Let's see. I think I'm hearing Badger's daughter.
Yeah. Yeah, we see here a naval invasion planned by Magnus in the back by Courage. One Marine.
They're not out of steam yet, the Balkan Bros.
Now they're fighting their hearts out. They basically saved the entire Eastern Front.
And the Netherlands have conducted a paradrop at the VS Amstel. But now there's a bit more D-Day defense now, mostly by the French AI.
But the Finns will not be able to take Moscow from the north. That's one thing that's sure, at least.
Yeah, and even more Albanian troops here encircled.
Oh, you see, the Balkan Bros and Germans are making moves around Sevastopol. They are trying to get this pocket here. They're trying to get up behind, hoping that the Soviets don't notice them. And the landing operation is going here towards Novorossiysk.
That's sneaky.
This might be very dangerous for the Soviets if they don't notice it.
Yeah, this is sneaky. Sneaky moves here by Magnus.
Yeah, I am very interested to see how this pans out. Magnus is going to land here.
And at the same time, they are attacking in the north. They were pushed back earlier. They were almost at the gates of Stalingrad, and then they were pushed back. But now they've been chewing up Soviets rapidly. The Soviets were at about 2 million losses earlier, and now we are at 3.5. So they've lost 1 million troops in just a short while here. And I mean, 1 million is 1 million, even if you're the Soviet Union.
True, true.
I wonder. Nothing like record levels of losses yet, though.
Indeed not, but this naval invasion might result in quite a lot of losses for the Soviets if Magnus is able to link up easily here, which he should be, right?
Well, it's just one Marine division. But at the same time, he is coming from the north.
Yeah, and also if there is nothing there, then there's nothing there. He can just move into the harbor.
Yeah, they are not reacting quick enough.
But he should go to the harbor, though.
Yeah, he should. But I mean, if he... Yeah.
And now they got counter-encircled instead. No, they managed to... now he's going to the harbor. Yeah, it's...
There's a Russian medium tank in here.
Play, but it might actually...
And these 15 infantry divisions here, they're not shit infantry either. They're fully stacked with artillery and stuff.
They're pushing them out, and now they get the harbor here.
Yeah, this is a hard blow for the Soviets. Let's have a look at the losses before and after. So now we're at 3.7.
Yeah, we shouldn't... they haven't closed it yet.
But they will. There's nothing coming to rescue them. Unless they could just break out. I mean, these 15 divisions, they're almost as strong as whatever they're facing. But now they're losing organization because they're out of supply, and this should be...
if they can encircle the little medium tank in a separate pocket, that would be very good for the Axis, right?
Meanwhile, Mossberg and Pontus are making small encirclements up here in the north. They're really chewing up the Soviets right now. The Soviets are doing a bit of a counterattack.
A little breakout in the Baltics, yeah.
Because there's not enough of frontline troops.
Yeah, the Germans are wisening up to that, though, sending some reinforcements.
Both sides have lost a lot of infantry. Okay, let's have a look right now before 3.74. I think this is a lot of troops in here.
Yeah, but I only have one division on...
Another sneaky paradrop planned here by Pontus.
Yeah, still, I don't know. The Soviets could just click Kerch, right? There is just one little Romanian division here.
Yeah, so we're going to have a 15-minute break in about 7 minutes, just so you know. And just to note, Magnus, he's got 5 battleships as Romania. That's a sizable navy.
Yeah, I would say
That's all you need to dominate the Black Sea. Looking at the Forgotten Front, nothing much moving here. Looks like, Martin.
Italians are trying something.
Yeah, he's making some moves. But I mean, to what end? I mean, he's
Soviet medium tanks coming in here.
As long as the
dangerous for the miners east of Moscow.
Yeah. pushing through there.
Germans still fielding 8 medium tanks. The Soviets only fielding 10 medium tanks now.
They're almost even.
Almost on equal footing now.
And they've almost closed this pocket down south.
Yeah, and they got the medium tank, so...
3.86. They barely have enough to to close this pocket, but as soon as they do, that'll be even more.
And now we're paused.
So, is this the break already?
A bit early for the break.
Is your mod using the DLC NCNS? No, we're not. We're not using the latest DLC just yet. So no coal, no dams, or that kind of thing. Just so you know. So we are paused. I'm not sure if this is the break. Yeah, this was not 7 minutes actually, I agree. Time flies when you're having fun, but...
do I have time to go to the bathroom, or do we cast through the break?
No, please go to the bathroom.
I will just do that real quick. You entertain them.
Yeah, I will try. I will try my damnedest. Okay, so the Soviets are pushing back in the Baltics, and as you can see, they do have some numbers here. The Germans are here with some tanks, though, but no real frontline units. So this is always a bit dangerous when your tanks are unsupported without frontline units. Meanwhile, though, the Balkan countries are having a heck of a game. All of them really are playing their hearts out. Folk is doing a good job keeping the Allies at bay, because as long as the South Africans and the Canadians are busy down here, they are not doing a D-Day with those tanks. You can see where they are. You keep track of them. We know there's no D-Day coming from the United States. Let's see what they have fielded actually. Okay, so they have some divisions now preparing to attack up here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we had a disconnect from Romania, so that's why we're waiting. And the Badger needs to run out with his dog, so we'll keep on casting through the break. There's a lot to talk about, and it's nice to have a bit of a lull in the action, a bit of a break, so we can catch up to what's actually going on and keep track of it. Saxley, how would you rate the performance of Albania? I mean, considering this guy has like, I don't know, 5 hours in the game, I would say he's doing just fine. Usually when we see newer players like this, they mess up the templates. His templates are just fine. Look at this, he's even got some heavy anti-tank in it. They are a bit under strength though. That's usually something you see from beginners as well, that they fight with under strength units. Not sure why though. Okay, it looks like it's squad equipment. Squad weapons, I mean. So I guess he could be doing a better job on the macro, but yeah, like I said, considering he's had like 5 hours and he's been thrown into a big multiplayer game, he's doing just fine. You can't be too harsh on a new player with that kind of experience. Mongolia is almost out of the game. He's got 3 divisions, trying to get revenge here for the ones he lost. Also fighting with understrength divisions. It's better generally to consolidate into fewer divisions that are full strength. And yeah, it looks like it's mechanized and trucks that he's lacking. Soviets though. The Soviets, the main player on the Comintern, they are hurting a bit at this moment. They are about to lose this little pocket down here, and I think these guys are not just. Okay, so maybe they are just they are just garrisons, but still, artillery, anti-tank. They can't really afford to keep on losing indefinitely. In the north, though, they have a clear advantage. Just look at the manpower disparity here. There is nothing here on the Finnish side, basically, to stop them if they were to run in here. They definitely have the Finnish front covered as it is, and in the Baltics they are just steamrolling because there's nothing here. German tanks are up here in the north, though, most of them. So we have 4 over here, and 2 here and 1 here. So 7 of the German tanks. And what were we saying? They have like 10? No, 8.
Yeah, they have. They're fielding 8 now.
Yeah.
and the Soviets are down to 10. And I would like to see like how do they square up against each other? Because the German templates are usually stronger.
I think the times that we've seen them actually face off, the Germans are slightly stronger. And yeah, right now though, the German tanks are up here in the north. Unless these Soviet infantry that are pushing into the Baltics, unless they get some tank support, I think they will get cleaned out because they are under strength. As we were saying before, the Soviets...
I'm also looking over the Navy in the Pacific here while we're chilling out. The Japanese have sunk 16 heavy ships from America.
Oh,
2
wow.
super heavy battleships, 10 cruisers,
Oh, wow, yeah.
1 carrier they've sunk.
Okay.
So the Japanese are kind of dominating the Navy game.
So it seems like there have been some major naval battles that we've been missing. Naval battles are always hard to catch unless you get a warning.
Yeah, I mean,
that
these
they're
are
going
like
on.
Battle of the Philippine Sea. I wonder if we still can see it because it might have been a while ago, actually.
I'm trying to look at the Japanese main stack here. Okay, so here we have Romania joining again. So this is, I think, the Japanese main stack. Not too stacked.
The interesting part also though about Japan is that even though they've sunk like 1 super heavy battleship, 5 battleships, 1 carrier, they still don't have Hawaii. They still don't have the Philippines.
Yeah.
They still don't have Java, right?
But I mean, their main job is not to win the game. They just need to make sure that the allies are busy enough that the D-Day doesn't happen, I suppose.
Yeah,
So-
which it does not look to be doing at this point, right? We're quite far off from a D-Day.
Does production know that the Patreon symbol is just a black blob?
That's a good
I
question.
think it's working as intended. I'm not sure.
It looks just like a black blob, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it might. I'm not sure how Patreon. Oh, we lost the server. Maybe a rehost. Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
So since we don't have the technician right now, you will get to see my main menu, but I think you'll live. Yeah. So I think that the Patreon symbol. What does the
I don't
Patreon
know what
logo?
it's supposed. Do we have like a logo or something?
Speaking of Patreon, though, if you become a free Patreon today, we will have a raffle later on, and one of those free Patreons will get a 1 month free on the Stug 3 tier, which will give you a bunch of guides that are Patreon exclusive, as well as access to our Discord.
Indeed.
So definitely go to patreon.com/HyggeGaming and become a Patreon. Or if you want to support us in a more modest way, just go to our YouTube channel and subscribe. That would be really nice as well. As actually says, Albania must have watched the Hygge guides. Yeah, probably. If he had the time, I mean, he started playing just now. Okay, so Paradox is now saying, oh, it's actually the official logo. Yeah, it says, it's working as intended. So we're waiting for the server to come back up. Falchi Baldi is, of course, our Italian player, who's also serving as the host. Also a member of the Central Committee, especially tasked with updating the rules, checking the patch, deciding what kind of changes we need to make, and so on. So we are not getting a game right now. What's going on?
I mean, there is still like 10 minutes of break left if we are to...
That's true, that's true.
But it's sad because we don't really have anything to look at. Do you have the cat somewhere?
I could look for the cat. I need to refill my drink.
Yeah?
Could you talk about something for a while?
Yeah, sure.
I'm sure you can.
Yeah,
Talking, Victor.
indeed. Yeah, so... well, it's so nice to have you all here. We have had a very exciting game thus far, right? We saw quite, if I'm going to recap it, we saw a very standard Spanish civil war. The Winter War ended pretty much as expected. We did have some debates between the Axis and the Allies in regards to rules at some point, because I think it was the Allies that forgot to call Belgium into the war, so the French strategy of defending further ahead did not really work out. But in the end, they actually snaked quite a bit of German territory and actually performed rather well, I would say. The first really interesting development we had was North Africa, where it was looking like it was going to be an aggressive naval Italy. You were going to do naval invasions and it would be fast back and forth, but then it just turned into a slog because the Axis built 4 supply hubs so that they could support a very big force at El Alamein. And eventually the Axis pushed through the Allied lines at El Alamein, but not through tactical prowess. They only had yellow air, but they just had more troops and just kept banging their head against that wall, and eventually they pushed through. But as Badger said in his analysis back then, that really cost them a lot, because at the start of Barbarossa, the Soviets was fielding almost 3 times as many tanks as the Germans were. So we were really looking at the potential of a total blowout game where the Axis don't make pretty much any progress in Barbarossa. And as was said in the chat at the time, I think it was Taxuliv that said that it's bad for the Axis when the castle was surprised by the Axis pushing in Barbarossa. But it really looked grim for them for a while. But they have actually managed to claw their way back into the game, much due to hard work by the Axis miners. I would say big encirclements and also like daring naval invasions, and just drawing out troops, and Finland as well in the north might have been a German expeditionary force though. But I mean, still they have managed to get back into the game.
Yeah. I think the real MVPs are the Balkan countries. I mean, they've all had a heck of a game. Romania, played by Magnus with his Marines and infantry. Pontus with his motorized as well as his paratroopers, and Mossberg with his medium tanks, and of course our newest player, David, playing Albania. All of them have had a heck of a game, I think.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we've seen some cool unorthodox tactics, like the paradrops behind enemy lines and the big encirclement. That was very impressive, like the one around Crimea.
Yeah.
Where they pushed from the top, and then Magnus did a little naval invasion behind, which resulted in the map looking like it is now, right?
And it's really impressive also for Pontus, as such a small country as Bulgaria, to be able to both field these paratroopers and also his motorized divisions, and using them in tandem. Really impressive work by Pontus. I think he might win a medal for it.
Yeah, definitely. Like the miners of the Axis have been very impressive. Not that Germany has been bad either. It's just that it cost them so much tactically to prevail in North Africa that they really didn't have the punching power.
Yeah, and I mean the build idea was to get Panthers really early, but that's a 1943 tech.
Yeah.
So he was aiming for a late tank model, which he means he didn't have too many tanks to begin with. Only 6 tanks in the beginning of Barbarossa, which is maybe the fewest we've ever seen.
Yeah, definitely.
Someone's made a crazy infantry Germany build or something.
And he did a very daring, I like the adaptation, right? Because a lot of German players, or a lot of situations like this, they would have delayed Barb a year.
Yeah.
But they still did it. They say we might only have 6 tanks. We might be behind in production of air and so on, but we're going to go early Barb, because we can't let the Soviets get too far ahead. And that was the right decision, obviously, because if you're a Germany with 6 medium tanks divisions at 41, I might see the case where you say, like, okay, let's delay Barb for a year. Yeah. But if they had, then they would definitely have lost.
Yeah. I'm still a bit curious what Spain is doing. Spain has joined the war, but still we haven't seen them doing anything. We'll have to look inside the game later to see what they're actually doing. Is that Spain? Okay, so now I know what Spain has been doing. Okay, maybe it's just the Portuguese colonies.
Oh yeah, right. They might get the Portuguese colonies.
Yeah. They've taken Portugal for sure. We're in the lobby right now, as you can see, so we can only see the map. So around here is where Mongolia is fighting against Mossberg's Hungarian tanks. All of the German tanks right now are here to respond to the Soviet invasion of the Baltics again. I think they will get cleaned out. Unless they get support from medium tanks, they will get cleaned out. Because both Germany and the Soviet Union, they are under strength when it comes to infantry equipment. So the infantry now is really weak. and that could spell disaster for them. Because if they lose this little salient here, that means the road to Moscow is open.
Indeed, and if they can link up with the Finns, it will be much easier to defend the front, because now the Finland front has been very back and forth, right? So Finland almost lose, so they almost get capitulated, and the Germans send an expeditionary force. They claw their way back and circle tanks, get Leningrad, then they get pushed back again, and every time you want to switch that pendulum as Germany, then you have to send troops around all the way to the sea.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the Soviets can just walk there. But if they actually link up the fronts,
Very true.
then it's going to be much easier for them to logistically close in on Moscow.
Very true, and I think the Germans have a good opportunity now, because like I said, there are no Soviet tanks in this area around the Baltics. You just have the German tanks here, and they will go in pretty unopposed if they go in, which they are doing as soon as we're on pause, I think. Meanwhile, in the south, the Balkan Bros are reigning supreme. I would say in the middle, it's more even. Most of the Soviet troops are in this northern area, so in the south, right now, the Balkan Bros are just hammering the Soviets. It will be interesting to hear later on who micros what, because we've been saying Boppus and Boppus, but his what do you say, co-op chairs are Francis and Sticky, who are no noobs by any means.
But I mean, there haven't been any real failings, right? I mean,
no.
I wouldn't say, of course, if the Germans had not been able to push through El Alamein, and they only had 6 tanks, then we would say, like, okay, the German player has failed, right?
Yeah.
But they actually managed to get North Africa and did an early bar and tore their way back. And the Soviets have not failed either. They had a shitload of tanks on the front. So good plays from everyone. No, not any, like, that's a big mistake that cost them a big engagement.
We are I mean, 30th of October 1942. So the Soviet Union is expected to hold on for maybe half a year, at least half a year, until they can expect any type of D-Day normally. I don't think there's any D-Day coming in half a year, so maybe 1 year sounds more likely. The question is if they will be able to hold out for 1 whole year. That's what it hinges on. So Badger is back from walking his dog, the rape dog, as I like to call him. Don't ask. Maybe you could give us some statistics, Badger.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yes, of course. Hi everyone again. So I thought I start by sharing the current air forces in Europe. So as you can see, the Germans and the Brits have the same amount of fighters in the field right now, so roughly 5,000 each. And you can see the Soviets are just taking a heavy punch, slowly declining in their air force. But this doesn't bode too well for the Germans if there's a D-Day around the corner. But right now they have roughly the same amount, so it's still, you know, okay. And I thought that I'll just in a bit also show you the current tank production as well. Produced armor, and I'm gonna show you some interesting stuff as well. And here we go. Yes, so this is what we're looking at right now, is how much armor these countries are producing every single day per average. And the one at the very top, that's still the Soviet Union. They are outproducing everyone in terms of armor still, but they're also taking quite a lot of hits. The Germans are the yellow ones above, but what you can see here also is that the US is sneaking up as the red one in the bottom.
Yes.
So they are slowly starting to ramp up their production. Last time I checked, they had roughly 50 mils on tank production. The Soviets are still around 200 or so. The reason it's dropped a bit is because they lost some resources on the map. So they haven't been keeping up their output. I'm not sure why the Germans have dropped in their production though. I haven't checked, but this is like the current state of like day-to-day productions as we look at it right now.
We were saying earlier they are in a huge deficit of infantry equipment, so maybe they're compensating a bit, putting some more factories onto infantry equipment instead.
Might be, absolutely. So I'm really, I mean, right now I think it's anyone's game, to be honest. The Axis have a huge momentum on the Eastern Front, right? But at the same time, I can't see any D-Day around the corner, right? So, and unless the US really starts to pump in some equipment into the Soviet Union, I think the Axis has this game.
Maybe we should let the audience vote on it in a bit. We could see if we could set that up. That would be interesting to see what you guys think. As you were saying,
that was so cute to me to figure out how to get the. Oh, okay.
Well, I'm not gonna do it. Well,
let's see if I can figure it out.
Yeah.
We see the banter in the chat here might be bad for them, right? Because Rosen is writing like, "I'll sell you guns if you want Soviets," and everyone can see this chat. So then the American player is going to be like, "Oh, the Soviets need guns," and they're like, "Yes, obviously, right?"
It's good banter. And the Soviets aren't responding either. I think they might be a bit stressed out.
Yeah.
So we should be getting into the game. Let's see, we have 20.
It looks like we're missing the Mongolians. I don't know where they are or where they went.
Okay, yeah, he's been taking some heavy losses.
Yeah, they are. They don't have much.
He's got like 2 divisions left under strength. But he did some great moves before that, though.
Yeah.
The first few encirclements on the Eastern Front were all due to him from the Soviet side, that is.
Yeah, I mean, there were some encirclements in the beginning there. It was looking like the Axis, it was very grim for the Axis in the beginning. Then they clawed their way back little. But then they got like large amounts of troops encircled by the Mongolians, actually.
Yeah.
If the Germans had been able to keep those guns, they might have been able to have an even larger momentum now.
Yeah. So we were saying earlier about the Americans are increasing their tank production, but I think they might just be sending them off, sending them to Canada, sending them to South Africa, sending them to the Soviets, because so far we haven't seen any American tank divisions being produced. But we usually see them try to produce some of their own for a D-Day. We'll see if that happens or if they will continue to just lend-lease. I mean, the Americans, they are holding Hawaii, they're holding the Philippines, and the Netherlands is completely unscathed except for Borneo. So, I mean, they're defending, but they will need to organize an attack pretty soon, I think. Yes, we're still missing Mongolia.
Yeah, we have an interview with Magnus. It says here in our chat.
Let's hope we get a camera as well. I want to see his big smile when he tells us about his exploits. So Magnus, of course, is playing Romania, and he's had a heck of a game already.
Hello, Magnus.
Hi.
Magnus. Hi.
Let's see if I am with you.
Can we get a camera as well? That would be awesome.
You don't really prepare for someone to see you.
Exactly. The players are often reluctant to show themselves on camera, but Magnus is a good sport, and here he is on screen. Look at that, and the Christmas star in the window as well.
Absolutely.
How are you doing? You're having a pretty good game so far.
Do you think so?
Yeah, for sure.
Can't really evaluate it myself. It's been an Eastern Front slog, precisely what you come to the Balkans for. So for the last 2 years in game, I feel like I've been sitting like this, just hopping from one situation to the other. Every once in a while, kind of checking, am I still producing guns? Maybe. And we've been trying just to avoid the Soviet medium tanks, then getting small surrounds. But we have a really good team with Pontus and Johan also on Balkan countries. Thomas from Germany is doing a real slog on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, so, we've been singing your praise here in the studio. I mean, you guys in the Balkans are doing the heavy lifting for the Axis right now. Like you were saying, all of you three are doing some really nice moves, and yeah, I mean, you were almost at the gates of Stalingrad, and then you got pushed back. But that's the moment where mostly you lose all of your troops as the Balkan Bros, and then you get slowly pushed back, and then you die. But then you sort of managed to save most of your troops, and now you are pushing back, and you're beating the Soviets up pretty handily.
Yeah, well, I think we got this game crash really at a pivotal moment, and I'm not sure that we're doing the heavy lifting from the Balkan countries, but what we have here is kind of like a group of players that played the Eastern Front a lot know that to get the ball rolling, you need to get these small surrounds and just try and surround some units. You take what you can get. If you have the opportunity to go big, well, go big. But as you say, with that Stalingrad push, that was like one German infantry division, and he said, I'm just going to see if I can go take Stalingrad. And I was like, but you'll drag the whole infantry front line with you.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, nice and easy does it. Don't get too excited. But it feels like we're starting to get some results. And you can also kind of, I'm not sure how they're thinking on the Soviet side, but I get the feel now that they're starting to get a bit nervous, get a bit stressed. Their equipment is starting to run out. They can't really manage.
They're awfully quiet in the chat. Have you noticed?
Sorry?
They're awfully quiet in the chat. There's some good banter, but the Soviets are pretty quiet.
I've played the Soviets myself. I've been in this situation where you get pushed back, you start getting troops encircled, you start feeling okay. The front line isn't holding anymore. Because I don't know how much you from the studio and from the stream have looked at the Eastern Front, but we started out with a really good, solid Soviet defensive line. I mean, 8 garrison divisions deep on rivers.
Yeah.
So
and like three times your number of tanks as well.
Yeah. And it took a while for us to kind of start to get the ball rolling. But that's where the good micro shows. And I think we have really good micro from the Axis countries on the Eastern Front this game.
Was it any discussion in the Axis to delay Barbarossa? Because usually you see when you have, sometimes we've seen you have a successful Axis North Africa, and you go on a bit of a safari, and then you say like, okay, let's delay Barbarossa for a year, and then you go in with lost momentum and you lose. Did you ever think about that?
I don't think anyone mentioned it because we said before the game, let's not postpone Barbarossa, and especially from us playing countries that will be playing the Eastern Front, saying please not a 1942 Barbarossa, because you want to start pushing the Soviets. If Don would have gotten another year just to sit and build this up, I'm not sure we could have broken that line. So you need to get the ball rolling. We did at one point say, or I think that Ivan on Germany said, okay, we're calling it, let's abandon North Africa. But we had a bit of time, and Falk on Italy's a really calm player. It's like, we have time to try again. And then they managed to get through El Alamein, really well played. A really good team play between Germany and Italy there. All of a sudden we had...
I want you to comment the first, second, and third naval invasion on Cyprus, and also the first and second and third naval invasion of Tel Aviv.
You just try to find some kind of useful thing to do. I mean, playing Romania, you don't have good divisions. You don't have many divisions. You really shouldn't be with land forces in North Africa. So you just try to do something. So the first invasion of Cyprus was just, let's see what they have here. And then that almost landed. And I was like, yeah, well, then you're in the sunk cost fallacy. You're like, yeah, just a few more divisions. I can do this.
Did you notice or comment upon that Falk actually had 8 Marine divisions standing watching you from Sicily, just doing nothing?
Well, Falk was like, my navy isn't there, so I can't do anything.
But
and
you can do something.
I was more like, my divisions aren't worth anything, so I can do whatever.
Okay.
If we lose a couple of Romanian infantry divisions, what does it matter? I actually threw a couple of infantry divisions into Sinai just to screw with them.
Yeah, we saw that.
So all the naval heads in the chat are wondering, what's up with your battleship build? Yeah, no one asked, but I.
All the naval heads in the chat, Badger.
Yeah, that's just to get supremacy in the Black Sea. We did a small invasion of the Caucasus, and that's where you see that we have a good Soviet player because they were there with tanks. I'm not sure they should have been there with tanks, but we probed that, and they had a good deep defense of the Caucasus. But the surround that you can see now, that's a smaller surround to the south. That's actually with Marine commandos that went in and was a southern prong. So I wanted to be able to get enough supremacy in the Black Sea to do small naval invasions. Because I know that when you have this kind of an experienced Soviet player, you need to kind of push and prod them everywhere to get them off their game, to get them stressed, to make sure that they have teammates that aren't looking at the Eastern Front but are looking somewhere else. And if you're really lucky, they forget to look at the Caucasus for 3 months and everything has fallen apart. So that's what's up with the battleship build.
But also it must have saved you, because when you went to the Caucasus, we were reasoning from the caster bench here that, okay, so all of these troops are going to die, right?
Yeah, mostly Pontus's motorized divisions over in Baku. I was like, no, they're never going to make it out. And we looked at the Soviet fleets patrolling the Black Sea. They're dead. And then suddenly they were back home, back safe, because your fleet saved them.
Yeah, but I mean, it's good to have an exit plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Otherwise, you get too defensive. And I mean, we said that you can't afford to get too gung ho and try for too much too fast, but you also can't get too defensive on the Eastern Front. You can't let the Soviets just sit there and stack up.
Yeah, we are back in the game.
I'm not sure the battleships were worth it, but it's not bad.
You have to use your dockyard for something, right?
Yeah, I think we're about to start rolling again.
We are, and we're looking
indeed.
forward to you closing that pocket down next to Crimea.
Finally, after playing defensive for like 2 years.
Okay, good luck, Magnus. Thanks for the interview.
Thank you. Very happy,
Interesting.
Magnus, I feel.
Interesting. Okay, so we see some furious pinging straight from the start here. Okay, guys,
Yeah.
you have to do this. Look at all these Soviet tanks coming in. All the German tanks, like we were saying, are over here in the Baltics. They're trying to face this Soviet threat, but this threat is only infantry, and I think they will get chewed up. And
They also need to balance their trade now when they've occupied Soviet territory.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Yeah, look at this trade screen. They need to get that sorted. That's
It's hard to keep a lookout on everything, I guess.
that's 27. That's like 35, 40 factories here. Anyways, so we were saying in the south, the Balkan Bros have the upper hand. In the middle, the Soviets are concentrating most of their forces, most of their tanks that are still alive. Let's see, can we find their tank divisions? Oh, did they? Okay, so 2.
Now we're going
We only
in.
have 8. Okay, so here, most of the tanks are here in the middle. So here, they do have the upper hand, I would say.
You keep a lookout on the Eastern Front. I'm gonna check what the Japanese are doing in the Philippines.
Yeah, you do that. You do that. So okay, so the last Mongolian troops are here in this little salient right here. They're trying to make some moves, but they are quite outnumbered locally, and they're just losing another division here. Yeah, this guy is not getting out. So now the Mongolians are down to 2 divisions, both under strength. I don't think we'll be mentioning Löfgren's Mongolian divisions too much more this game. One lone German division getting encircled over there, and down here in the south, of course, they're waiting to close this pocket. I guess they're waiting out, starving out these troops because they don't have too much to close it with. Magnus, of course, that we just interviewed, playing Romania.
Yeah, and he has had one hell of a game. He's a bit modest when he talks about it.
Yeah.
Both naval invasions have been incredible.
Exactly. It's a team effort. Everyone's contributing. Yeah. He's had a great game. And here, as I was saying, the German tanks are making short work of these infantry divisions sent to the northwest. But there are some German divisions being surrounded up here, though.
Yeah, actually, the Soviet counteroffensive in the Baltics has been one of the few successes they've had recently.
I think it's a mistake. I think they might get cut off entirely in the Baltics, but we'll see.
Yeah, it might be. You never know, right? But
they have a fallback line, as you can see, along Novgorod here. So they will be able to defend even if they lose all these troops over here in the Baltics. But it looks like the German tanks are out of supply at the moment, so they can't really move too quickly. They're closing this little pocket down here. And let's have a look down here in the south again. And yeah, it's finally closed now. Let's have a look at the Soviet losses after this happened. Okay, so 4.4. A lot of Soviets dying for the cause.
And there are some Soviets dying here as well. We do see this pocket being closed up here.
Oh, where was that? Oh, right. Yeah, up in the north. Is that... It looks like tanks, but maybe that's just the fort. That's the fort icon. I'm looking like tank treads there.
Wonder if the Finns are going to do anything. Probably not, right? But
I think you have a Finland bias. Finland does not have too many troops. They have 17 troops. They're very defensively arrayed right now.
yeah, probably wise.
Yeah. Yeah, Sarge has had a rough game.
We have some German troops getting encircled.
Oh no, nobody told David they were retreating. His lone Albanian division is going to die over here in the Finnish woods, up in the north, asking themselves, what are we doing in Finland? I thought this war was about Mother Albania. Okay.
Yeah, we have the Germans losing like one infantry division over here on the east, and some Vichy France AI light tank getting encircled, but
Yeah.
we'll see how the momentum shifts now, because now we had a little pause, a little break to talk, and so on. But I say the Axis still commands the momentum. We have green bubbles on Leningrad, for example, and that can open up a lot for this potential Baltic pocket.
Yeah, there's not too much to follow through with though, since the Finns don't have too much of a numerary. They only have 17 divisions, and there's just one German tank division up here. So even if they were to break through, they can't really. Oh, look at this, the Albanian guy. He might make it out.
Yeah.
Save him, Sarge. Save him.
It looks like the Albanian is falling, and also Leningrad is not falling by the looks of things.
Yeah, so it looks like the Soviets are actually stabilizing a bit. Let's see what the German.
Oh, we have some German armor that is in a bit of, but maybe now they will get these encircled instead.
Yeah, they are cleaning up in the Balkans right now. They've been able to regroup and get some more fuel, and now they are starting to chew through these Soviet infantries. And indeed, the Soviets are evacuating the Baltics again, which is probably the correct move. They can get a stable front line up here in the back. Down in the south, though, is where it's been a bit tenuous.
Yeah, definitely. The miners are still playing their hearts out here, and if they get Baku this time, it will be significantly harder to get it back.
Yeah. They are very low on numbers, though. Just having a look here, you can see that it's very, very sparse. Just one division per tile, almost across the board. So they really need to keep killing Soviets to keep those numbers even.
Yeah, but the Germans are just cleaning house in the Baltics. I think you were right. It was a mistake to consolidate so much around here.
Yeah, they are moving out though. The Mongolians are there. They didn't get the memo. The Mongolians are the only ones still left fighting. They need to get out of there right now. They're in Pskov.
Look at the miners in the Caucasus.
Yeah, the Caucasus region is about to fall, and this means most of the Russian oil reserves will also fall. They can, of course, get some from the Allies through Lend-Lease, but that's always vulnerable for convoy raiding. Another big encirclement here in the south.
And I don't know, like this Japanese naval domination on paper, it seems like the Japanese have won at sea, but I don't see that much capitalizing from it. Half of the Philippines have fallen, but Manila is still in Allied hands.
Yeah, no naval invasions at all planned right now, and this is not what you want to see for Japan. You want to see them spread out like an octopus.
The Indians are also pushing a bit with Canadian armor in the Ratacanosin Kingdom.
All right, but that means also that the Canadians are no longer in Africa.
Yeah, and it means no real D-Day coming either.
Maybe they're banking on the fact that Falk is not an aggressive player. He won't dare to go too far south, so they left the Frenchman here to fight alone. It's Remefors here playing Free France. This is his task right now, and I mean, the Italians are far too many to be held back by this French line here. So it depends on what Falk.
They are doing a naval invasion there as well. Where is that one going?
Masusawa? Okay, that's a bit sneaky. Are they actually on the way? Yeah, they are. Okay, so Martin here is making some moves.
Yeah, it definitely is. And another one that's making moves is the German player towards Moscow.
All right, let's have a look back at the Eastern Front. I'm going to get the German POV here. And yeah, so there's one thrust here, straight towards Moscow, led by Mossberg and Pontus, Hungary and Bulgaria. And then we have the northern thrust here by Germany.
The Germans need to be careful in the Baltics, though. They're out of supply.
Yeah, and I mean, the Soviets evacuated the Baltics, but now they repopulated the Baltics again. So they moved back. That's brave, but I guess they have to fight for every inch of territory. Yeah, there's heavy fighting going on all across the front, as you can see. This little encirclement down here being cleaned up finally. And I'm going to look from the Soviet point of view to see what's behind the scenes here. Yeah, they still have some troops heading down towards the line. but it's looking a lot thinner than it did in the beginning.
Yeah, indeed it is.
Oh, look at this!
Yeah, this is very
a
bad.
Big
for Germany.
improvement for on German tanks here. They don't have too many of these to go around.
Yeah, this is very bad news for the German.
And it does not look like they will be able to get them out in time either. No, they are dying. Okay, that's a big move from the Soviets, and suddenly the balance of power has shifted. And
Yeah, it
let's
definitely has. We
a
have the Germans now with 6 medium tanks.
Yeah, they're done 6.
2 more coming out, and we have the Soviets with their 11 medium tanks and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 more coming out.
Yeah, the question is though, how much do they have in the stockpile? So these German ones will definitely get built. The Soviet ones, yeah, we'll see if they get them out, or if the tanks are used for reinforcements instead.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's very sad news for the Axis here on the Eastern Front.
Yeah. So it looks like Baku will fall eventually. They are very, very thinly spread here, though. Very vulnerable for counterattack.
The Japanese are trying to break the Burma front, but I don't think, or the Manchu rather.
Yeah,
it's not going to be successful.
No, it's been moved back. They're almost in Siam home territory now, or Ratanakosin Kingdom home territory rather. So far, Big Manchu has not proved to be super efficient. And,
no, I wouldn't say so.
Where are those naval invasions, Japan? Okay, we see a couple of islands being taken here, nothing major. They did not manage to take Hawaii. That would have been a real feather in their cap. And still, Netherlands...
Soviet medium tanks in the Baltics now, though, but supply is still looking very bad for the Axis.
Yeah.
Or paused again, I don't know.
So we are in the middle of winter. That, of course, affects the supply as well. But look at all these troops on the line. Everyone is under strength. Everyone is hurting. Both the Germans and the Soviets are lacking infantry equipment. And you can see it here on the frontline troops. You see the lower green bar not reaching all the way to the right there. And let's see, down here in the south, we can take stock of the situation. Magnus is making some brave moves here with a Marine. This
looking a bit hairy, to be honest.
It might be a bit too brave, and just looking at this amount of Soviet troops, I think this might stall out the invasion here in the south. The Balkan Bros are divided, so down here in the south is only Magnus fighting, while Bulgaria and Hungary are responsible for this mid-thrust here. Looks like it was the German main controller reconnecting.
Yeah.
And this used to be, this is quite nostalgic, because when we casted games or played games in the past, we had a lot of disconnects and rehosts and that kind of thing, but this game has really gotten a lot more stable.
Yeah, and also I think our computers have also gotten successively better, right? Because when we played like first Bergerhof, people were playing, I remember someone had like a 3-year-old MacBook and they're like, oh, I'm getting desynced, wow.
Stefan's classic.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a comment here from Rosen in the in-game chat. The war is not necessarily going in the Qing Emperor's favor. Yeah, I would say so too. They're being pushed back now. This is looking.
Yeah, we have an analysis again.
Give us the 101 here, Badger.
All right. So the quick status on the east, not the Eastern Front, but on the east, is that Rosen and the Manchu and Siam has been fighting with no air for a very long time, which is not that fun. So I don't know why they didn't produce many fighters, but all the fighters that Japan has, they are dedicated to the sea, the naval front. So that's why they're being pushed back, and Canada has 6 tanks just pushing them back slowly and steadily with Roche. So what's happening in Europe is that right now Canada, he is, and I think I'm going to show you this a bit of statistics here. So Canada now has the most tanks together with Soviet. So Canada and Soviet both have the same number of tanks in the field, roughly 4,200 each, and then Germany on 3rd place. And 8 tank divisions Canada has placed in the UK ready for a D-Day.
All right.
Together with some American Marines and British Marines. They are preparing now for a D-Day.
Yeah, there is a D-Day coming,
Yes.
finally. And there is not much there to stop them from the looks of it.
So even though it's hairy on the Eastern Front for the Soviets, the D-Day is around the corner. So,
Yeah.
and also just
And
comment...
you were almost about to call it.
No. And also a comment on the Pacific Theater. Both sides have lost the naval game, I'd say.
Okay.
So both Japan and the US have both sunk both of their opposing main fleets.
So that's where we're not seeing many naval invasions from Japan.
So the reserve fleets have sunk the main fleets once the main fleets have been damaged. So it's like both only crap left. So everyone is racing to build a new fleet. So that's the status there. All right. Over.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
And we're still seeing moves on the Eastern Frontier from the miners. They are doing work in the south around Stalingrad.
But Magnus just got
Magnus
here.
got
This
a
might be
circle.
the end of the Romanian invasion of the Caucasus.
Yeah, it might actually be. I don't see how he is getting out of this one.
I don't think he is, and that means
the Germans. They are also getting pushed. The Finns and the Germans in the north. We see Soviet medium armor really committing here. That's dangerous for them. But
the only place they're making gains right now is the Baltics, maybe a bit of ground being taken. Otherwise, the Soviets have really stabilized, and this is bad timing because, as you just saw, the D-Day is coming. And this looks actually very hairy for the Axis. The only 2 Axis players not currently very engaged is Italy, who's pushing down into Africa. He had a naval invasion here. It got bounced back. And Spain. What is Spain actually doing? I'm very curious. Okay, so he's on the Eastern Front as well, pulling his weight. Some mountaineers there on the middle, and the rest is just defensive troops.
The Germans are trying to push here on the front, but they're so out of supply at this point.
Okay, so the Allies are actually heralding their attack with some fighters. So there's a big air war going on right now. The Brits have 3,000 fighters, and the Germans have 1,000 fighters over northern France. And I mean. If
Still Soviets getting encircled left and right around Stalingrad, right?
If they land here in northern France, there's not much to oppose them. They will have to bring troops from the Eastern Front, and the Soviets are nowhere near to falling. Even though if they lose half their army right now, they would still be able to hold out long enough, I think. So. It's looking grim for the Axis right now, I would have to say.
The Germans are getting a bit desperate here. You see, very hard pushing across the entire front. The Albanians actually trying to break out a little here. Might actually succeed in encircling a few divisions.
I want to see what the Albanians are doing. Okay, they have 4 divisions. They're quite consolidated this time. They're moving to Riga. Maybe they want to go back to Finland. They missed the cold of the far north. I think that's what he's doing. They need to teach him how to strategically redeploy, though. He's not using the railroads. He's just walking there.
The Finns are desperately trying to form a line here around Viipuri, but doing some naval invasions from Germany. But it seems to have stalled a bit in Finland for the Soviets.
Yeah, there are more German troops than Finnish troops in Finland at the moment. It looks like. It's looking quite rough. Oh, maybe did Magnus just save his southern troops?
I think he saved some of them.
Yeah, I'm not seeing those Marines that I saw earlier.
He had quite a lot of troops as well. Magnus have actually been doing quite a good industry game as well.
Yeah.
Both a sizable navy and some divisions.
Yeah, his troops are under strength though. I wonder, he must be at a deficit. Yeah, 5.8k deficit. I'm gonna look at the German deficit.
The Axis are clearing out the Baltics though.
15k deficit. And what about the Soviets? Oh, only 2.8k. So the Soviets, they used to have like a 30k deficit, and it's down to 2.8. So they are actually stabilizing quite well when it comes to the infantry equipment. And the front is not moving very quickly. We saw them collapsing quite quickly earlier, but now it's more of a slow slog. And this is with the kind of losses that you're comfortable with at the Soviet, and they're even taking some German infantry here.
Yeah, they are. They're not. Are they able to get those out? They should be, if they just click.
So, and finally, the Panthers are being produced now for Germany. We're getting.
They managed to save this little salient. They might still lose it though, but.
You can see him not having time to name the tank variants very creatively.
Yeah. Also, the Germans are kind of running out of manpower. It's service by requirement, and they're down to 124k.
Yeah.
So they can't really afford this small infantry encirclements.
Yeah, if only they could have connected with Manchu, and Manchu could have started sending, because Manchu I don't think are hurting for manpower at least.
No, they are hurting for territory though. They're not doing too well.
Yeah. They're slowly being pushed back due to the lack of air support, as we heard earlier.
The D-Day has also landed now, so this is going to be a deciding factor.
Oh snap, it's on. Okay, so I'm looking at, let's look from the German perspective here. And yeah, there's not too much here to defend.
It's not too much landing either though, to be honest.
There are 2 German tanks here, ready to counterattack. Where are those Canadian tanks we heard about? Okay, so some of them are still over in Britain, and lots of Americans landing though, and some French here. And Force wants to reclaim Free France, and yeah, they got green bubbles.
Yeah, they are linking up. This might.
Italy is here as well. Falk is hurrying to defend.
It doesn't take that long until it turns into a D-Day that is very hard to dislodge.
Yeah,
and they also can get counter-encircled on the eastern front.
And here come the Canadian tanks. At least 4 of them. Okay, and 4 South African tanks. Okay, 8 Canadian tanks and 4 South African tanks. And
this is going to be very hard to hold for that.
Only see from the Germans. Let's see where they have their tanks. Okay, most of them over here in the east. Okay, they're moving all of the tanks from the east.
They are getting green bubbles though, the German tanks here on the D-Day, so they are still punching quite hard.
Yeah, I'm on the German POV right now, and they're trying to push back this invasion, trying to split it in half. Oh, they're just losing a tile though. This is dangerous for them.
Yeah, if they get encircled.
Canadian tanks versus German tanks here.
And the Canadian tanks seem to be winning, but there are 4 of them.
Yeah, the German tanks are trying to attack from the east instead, dislodging some of these American Marines there. In the west, though, the Allies are consolidating. They have a solid beachhead now.
Yeah, and the Soviets are just, because they have evacuated lots from the eastern front, so the Soviets are just pushing back in the Baltics now.
Yeah, this should be everything the Soviets have wanted for Christmas. Let's have a look. So in the far east, looks pretty stable. The middle also looks pretty stable, but yeah, as you said, in the Baltics, that's where you see gaps in the line on the German line, and
large gaps in the line as well.
And there are tanks there to take advantage of this.
Yeah, and the Germans now down to 16k manpower because they got a lot encircled of the infantry once they retreated.
Yeah, they have to scrape the barrel pretty soon, I think. It looks like
the Baku has fallen though to the Axis, so the Soviets are going to run out of fuel eventually, but I don't know if it matters that much at this point.
Will the Germans be able to throw this D-Day out? They're throwing everything they have at it. All of the German tanks are now here or on the way. But all of the Canadian tanks are there as well, so yeah, I wonder.
Yeah, this is looking quite grim.
Let's see.
For the Axis, I mean...
How much does Martin have? Is he sending anything more up there? He still has a lot down in Africa, but he needs to defend there, of course. Trying to look here over in the Axis home territory, seeing what could they send? What do they still have? The Spaniards have some, but they still need to defend for secondary invasions, of course. Yeah, this is looking rough.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any real defense in depth. Even if they throw the D-Day out, where do they go from there?
Yeah.
Because it's just going to be another one eventually.
We see small encirclement there of defending Spaniards and Italians. The South Africans here in the south
They're getting a little encirclement here of some frontline Free French troops and Brits, maybe. But they might also get counter-encircled. South African tanks are coming in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Counter-encirclement. Yeah, it looks pretty one-sided in the bigger battles here so far. Okay, so the Hungarians are also here. Mossberg is here with his entire tank force. But
pocket around Moscow getting closed as well. They need to retreat out of this.
Oh yeah. This is getting dangerous. The Baltics are now completely falling. The only ones defending here are the paratroopers from Bulgaria. But the road to Berlin is pretty much open.
They did encircle someone here. It died so fast I didn't see what division it was. Probably an infantry division from America.
Heavy fighting in France right now, mostly favoring the Allies, but the Axis are throwing everything they have at it. And this is always risky when you do a D-Day like this, because if you lose those troops, that could lose you the war. Because if you lose all of the troops in a D-Day invasion, it takes a long while to get new ones.
Yeah, but I don't think. I mean, they have 0 manpower now. I mean, I don't think, like, even if they throw the D-Day out, how do they go back on the Soviet front?
Yeah, the frontline troops are not even German for the most part. It's mostly Italians and Spaniards tasked with holding the front. They are pushing back a bit up in the north. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. Who's actually doing the heavy lifting here? Looks like it's Italy. And yeah, the German tanks as well. So up in the north, they are actually making some gains here, and they are almost reached the sea. The Allies still have ports, of course. They can still get supplied. They can still have a route out if need be. But it looks like the Axis...
They might be actually able to get out at least the northern part of the D-Day. And they have a lot of troops coming in here from Italy as well.
Yeah, this is looking a bit better. Heavy fighting here. The Canadians are here now trying to face this German advance, and it's back and forth, really back and forth. The probing up and down. There's Mossberg now with his Hungarian tanks a bit to the south. But there on the other side are Seth's Canadian tanks as well.
The problem is, meanwhile, the Eastern Front is being rolled up completely, right? And it's very hard for them to retreat out with this infantry without getting them encircled, when you also have to focus on driving out the D-Day.
I mean, except in the Far East, Magnus has stabilized. Stalingrad is holding in Axis hands. He could actually send some help over to the Baltic Front, because the Baltic Front is where it's really hurting. And it doesn't look like the Germans are there to micro in the middle either. So they are going to lose some more troops, it looks like, to the Soviet medium tanks.
They are getting quite well retreated. The Soviets are not doing a very good job at micro either to get this.
Oh, look at that!
Even as
counter-encirclement by it's Pontus.
Yeah.
Really good.
If they manage to close this.
Yeah, that might have saved the Axis.
They might have actually saved the Baltic front.
And let's have a look back at the D-Day. They are closing in on this D-Day, and it's looking quite grim.
Yeah, the top D-Day is surrounded now. I don't know, do they retreat at this point or do they commit?
Yeah, it's always a hard call. They are attritioning. They're lacking supplies because they've pushed in a bunch of troops into this little pocket and this little salient, and as it's closing in again, that same number of troops are being supported by a much smaller area, so it might be hard for them. So now they are split in two.
Yeah.
Okay, yellow air
now.
Air. Favoring the Axis. I can't really see it on this screen.
It's buggy, I think.
Yeah, let's see if I can.
Yeah, it's definitely so many fighters in the air. We have fighters and bombers. Like over 1,000, 1,400 bombers, 3,600 fighters.
Yeah, this is a big air war. Look at this. So this is from the Axis point of view. The Allies are still outnumbering, but still yellow.
They did connect up the things again. Okay. So the pockets are now connected once again. So they have supply.
This is a hard slog, but look at this. Now the Axis have quite a thick front line behind the lines here. It's been shored up by Italians, by Spaniards, and it looks like they will hold at least. The question is, will they be able to throw out the D-Day completely, and will they be able to kill a bunch of troops while doing it?
Yeah, Badger is writing here that the Allies didn't have any CAS until now.
Oh wow, that's a mistake.
That's a mistake from them, but considering how they performed when they didn't have any CAS, it's looking quite grim for Germany.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the east, Pontus is making moves with his 7 mechanized. He's completely fearless, just plunging into the Soviet lines. Look at this.
He has nothing to lose at this point.
I don't know. He's got all his motorized to lose.
I crashed.
Oh, you crashed.
But you keep on, and I will just rejoin.
Hot join. Do you not have all the DLCs and stuff?
I think.
Meanwhile, in the south, Magnus is also making some moves here, doing encirclements pretty much on his own. We have some infantry here from Mossberg, but it's mostly Magnus doing the heavy lifting here on Romania. And there's still some German troops fighting in the east. The Soviets are doing their damnedest to fight. Do they even have fuel left? Yeah, they still have fuel.
They have fuel.
So that's not it. Seem to be hurting in supply, though. Let's go back to the D-Day invasion here. It looks like the fronts have sort of stabilized a bit. Most of the Axis infantry are down here in the south, from Tours down to Bordeaux. But up here in the north, the front line is a bit more sparse. And here in the middle is where all the tanks are, all the German tanks, all the Hungarian tanks, just trying to push, trying to find some hole in the line to exploit. You can see another tile being taken there by the Hungarians. They are very low on supplies though, under strength, almost all of them. Let's have a look at the Germans here. Where are the...
Gonna rejoin here.
These are not tank divisions.
So I'm coming in on the hot join here.
These are just cat head divisions. Where are the actual... here we go. Okay.
Oh, connection timed up.
So these are the German tanks that are left, and as you can see, all of them are under strength right now. They won't be punching very hard at the moment.
I'm back.
Yes, so Victor is rejoining, giving us a breather. Okay, let's see here. We have some comments that we've been missing. There are a few old ones. 4.4 German, 4.4K anti-air in German stocks. Yeah, that's definite overproduction. Did the Germans again forget to reinforce trains and supply hubs in Eastern Europe? Good question. We could have a look at that. Right now, though, it looks more like the Soviets are hurting for supplies. It would be nice to get Badger in. How many tanks did the Allies kill in the West? Yeah, that's a good question. I think we could get some stats on that, but now the game is getting back up.
Indeed.
But we'll get the Badger in soon to give you guys the numbers of this. We still haven't seen the conclusion of it though. But I mean the.
Oh look, the Axis are actually cleaning here.
No, wait. The Canadians are counterattacking, and they are full strength. All the German tanks, all the Hungarian tanks, they're under strength. So this could be a disaster for the Axis.
Yeah, that might be very bad for them. In the Baltics though, we have some Bulgarians doing work.
Yeah, it's Pontus doing work there. Pontus is doing God's work in the Baltics.
No big encirclements on the D-Day yet, though. I mean, both sides are playing it pretty carefully. No
the Axis
extension.
The Axis were a bit lucky there not to get encircled because they were quite deep into the lines while under strength. And then came the counterattack. Meanwhile, in the south, both Falk and Eric.
Calais is actually surrounded.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's true, and it's Italy doing the work here.
Yeah.
So this is why Falk is such a feared opponent. Even
okay.
Well, he has the port, but
even trade.
He has the port.
They almost got 1 Marine, and they almost lost 5.
He's moving up again.
But they got Calais, so now they can push. Maybe they will try to push along the coast. The Axis here are looking.
Yeah, one less port means less supply coming into this D-Day invasion, and they've also taken a lot of shell down here in the south. It's also Falk and Eric in the south doing most of the work here. The tanks are in the middle, but they are recuperating right now. They need to recover. Both the Germans and the Hungarians are out of steam. The Canadians are also waiting for the next move. It looks like they're trying to break through, and they found one gap here. Let's see what they're able to do with it. The German tanks are waiting for them, though. Let's have a look over in the east. What's going on?
Nothing too exciting. We have some. This is a dangerous encirclement for the Axis, but it's
a potential bad one.
Yeah, that's bad news for the Axis.
A lot of frontline troops that they cannot afford to lose. They have recovered some manpower now. I suppose that they are scraping the barrel. No,
they have some focus, like spawn-in focuses for frontline troops if things get really panicky. But it's looking they need these troops. They might be able to break them out for a very short while, but
it looks like Pontus is the fire brigade here on the eastern front, so he's moving his.
They actually managed to break out the pocket, but it's not over yet by any means. It's going to be very hard to get these troops out. They have nothing on the front line.
We have to have a look here at Calais, what's going on here, and the Germans have taken Calais. Nothing much going on here. Oh, the Hungarians are making their move now. They are pushing through almost. The Canadians are there on the other side, though. But at the same time, the German tanks are down here in the south. All of the Axis armor in the same place.
They are trying to cut this D-Day in half.
Yeah, and this could be a really nice move. I think those discords are going crazy.
The air is yellow, but slightly favoring the Allies. It's just yellow. The Allies almost have air superiority. Now the Allies have air superiority.
And that
now they don't.
4 German tanks encircled and dead.
Okay, yeah, that's probably it. They have 4 tanks left in the stockpile now.
Yeah, and let's see. Here are all they have left. So it's
they are producing 4 more tank divisions, but that's going to take a long time to hit the field.
Yeah, the Germans only have 4 out in the field right now. That was a big loss for them.
Yeah, that little moment of lost air superiority was not good for them.
Yeah, definitely. Red air and yellow air are very different beasts.
We see, though, Hungarian tanks making moves along the northern coast.
The United States have tanks here now as well. So the tank advantage is firmly on the side of the Allies now in the west. And they are starting to break through. With those 4 German tanks being lost, the Axis are at a marked disadvantage. The infantry in the south are doing good work, but they are unable to decide this on their own. Where are Mossberg's tanks? Did they also die? No, they're up here in the north.
Yeah, they have been able to hold off the D-Day quite a bit, though. There haven't been any very major breakthroughs. And also an impressive retreat from the Eastern Front by the Axis. No big encirclement.
Yeah, we've seen a lot worse in our days. The front is a bit sparse.
We have a naval invasion on Hamburg. We have Netherlands horses coming in again, but they're going to be killed off quite quickly.
Still, I mean, it's a distraction. It's a distraction. Adam is making some moves with the Netherlands.
Bulgaria.
Okay, so now they're sending, even the fire brigade is going west now. They're focusing everything they have to try to throw out this Allied D-Day, and this means that the Soviets will have a field day, an encirclement happening immediately as the Bulgaria leaves the front. Let's see what happens. So the front line is sort of stuck. Calais is firmly in the hands of the Axis.
Bulgarians are reaching the front now, but
let's see what they can do. I mean, they shouldn't be able to fight the tanks head on, but if they find a place where it's just infantry, it looks like they are moving to the middle, maybe to the south.
Hard to see, actually. So much stuff going on now.
Yeah, they are in the middle, just southwest of Paris, just recuperating a bit of organization before they make their move. But on the other side, facing them are 4 Canadian tank divisions, 3 American tank divisions. Just south of that, 4 South African tank divisions. All the Marines you could ask for. Let's see what happens. Okay, so the Germans are trying to make a move without the Bulgarians.
Yeah, we have a Netherlands horse closing in on Berlin again.
Okay, so we're getting information that these Bulgarian divisions have actually 300 heart attack per division. So yeah, look at this. They're throwing away the American tanks immediately. Pontus is having the game of his life here. I mean, Pontus is no crappy player by any means, but this is probably the best game I've seen out of Pontus. He's made so many awesome moves, not just with his mechanized, but also with his paratroopers.
Netherlands might be making a mistake here, because once they take Berlin, then Germany can go Volkssturm.
Okay. So Adam is trying to give the middle finger to Germany, but he might actually be helping.
Oh, look at this encirclement.
Oh no!
That's the Bulgarians.
That's the Bulgarians. That was the last.
Oh, they actually managed the same. That
was pretty close.
That would have been the game.
That was pretty close.
Are you calling it early, Victor? Yeah. At this, it's not looking good for the Axis, but they are playing their hearts out when it comes to holding off. I mean, they managed to retreat quite well from the Eastern Front without losing too much, and
yeah. And once again, this D-Day is split in half, and this northern half is collapsing. Look at this. No organization on any units. They are about to be killed. And all of them. Will Dieppe fall? Yeah, Dieppe has fallen.
Oh, look at this.
Canadian tanks. Oof.
Yeah, and also, now they can go the Volkssturm. So they get 1% recruitable population, 10% division attack on core territory.
Adam, no!
10% division.
Adam, no! You helped him.
Yeah. When Netherlands took Berlin, they can get so much.
I mean, if the Axis paid a spy in the Allies, there's no better thing he could have done for them. So now, with this decisive move, taking Dieppe and all of those northern tanks there, this southern part will fall as well. Look at this, they're taking port after port.
Lucky I didn't call it early. Leningrad seems to be falling as well.
Oh, really? Oh, wait, they have to get out of here. Cherbourg is falling. They have to get to this west quickly. Are there even any tanks left here? I don't see the Canadian tanks anymore. Let's have a look at Canada. How many tanks do you even have left, Canada? 5. 5 tanks. And they are... Okay, they're over at the port. They're ready to get out. And here comes the American tanks. Okay, they are getting out. The D-Day is officially defended. And that was costly for the Allies. Not free for the Germans or the Axis by any means, but Axis victory.
Yeah, and the Axis also, I mean, look at the Eastern Front though, right?
Oh yeah, they're chopped up.
They got quite unraveled, but...
Oh shit.
I mean, the Soviets, they're not in Berlin by any means, right?
No, but there's no front line here. All the front line has been eaten up. Okay.
And also, Germany didn't click the Volkssturm.
Yeah, why would they know about that? That's like... Okay, so the north has a front line and the south has a front line, but the middle is complete.
Yeah, France is, the D-Day is dead. Everyone died.
Yeah, the D-Day is really dead. They're cleaning out everything except tanks.
North Africa firmly back in Allied hands though. The Italians did evacuate everything.
Oh, look at that number go up. But yeah, now they have to get back east and they have to do it quickly.
Yeah.
And it's always...
And they are already going back east.
And they have to decide now, how much do we leave in the west for when the Allies come back? And how much can we...
And we have Magnus and Hungary completely stuck in the Caucasus. Yeah. But he can escape with his little fleet though, right?
Yeah, it looks like Magnus is trying to retreat, but he needs to get to the ports.
Leningrad in Finnish hands though.
Sage finds his time to shine. Okay, Magnus is trying to get back to the coast, and he still has the Black Sea in his pocket, so he should be able to save most of his troops, but there's a lot of territory lost here.
Vichy France took over the entire north, also France.
Yeah, actually, Vichy France AI has been supplementing with quite a lot of frontline troops.
Yeah, Vichy France AI saved Berlin last time as well.
Yeah. Yeah, if only Ivan knew that he could do the Volkssturm right now. Okay, so we see most of the Axis forces, at least the mobile forces, going back east. Some Spaniards, Bulgarians, what tanks Germany has left, but still a sizable contingent left in the west. I would actually send some more back east. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I mean, they need to win in the east, otherwise there will be another D-Day.
Yeah, I mean, there will be another D-Day, and they still have what is it here? 9 tanks in the UK. Okay, so maybe we can't send it all.
And as time goes on, it will be a shorter time between the D-Day.
Okay, so Folk was saving France, but he left Egypt undefended. So the Allies are advancing here as well.
Yeah, that's reasonable, I guess. Just form a backline at Tobruk. At this point, you will have to give that up.
Yeah.
We need to check the Pacific, but
it does mean, though, that the entire soft underbelly is suddenly up for grabs. So suddenly Italy is threatened, and Greece and the Balkans is threatened. So they need to be careful.
And also the calm. The Japanese have sunk 2 more carriers.
Oh, wow.
But
what are they doing with it, though? It seems like they managed to stabilize the front line, though. So Siam is not getting capitulated. I guess Roche is not getting any armored support anymore.
I mean, Germany at this point would like a stronger Asia axis, though.
Yeah, Suk seems to be a pretty solid player. He's got quite a sizable army in the field, 1.36 million. And let's have a look here at his divisions real quick. He's got 3 tank divisions of his own right now, so he doesn't need the help. Oh, they're actually... 2 of them are up here in Egypt helping out.
And they are standing on their old supply line.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have the Eastern Front. The Germans are coming back. They now have 6 medium tank divisions again, so they've got like 1 or 2 out. They have 4, 5, 6. They have 6 more in production, but I don't think they have the equipment to field them.
Yeah, so this is the dangerous moment for the Soviets. When the Axis forces come back now from the D-Day, will they be able to hold this, or will they lose a bunch of troops?
And also we have 13 medium tanks on the Soviet side, but these are going to be produced, right? Luke is queuing up.
Okay, let's have a look at this.
1, 2, 3, 4, 27 medium tank divisions.
Okay.
In production for the Soviets.
It looks like they found a bit more in the stockpile there.
He needs to train them, though, and he's encircled in Kiev.
Okay. Yeah, so the Baku oil fields are still being held by the Romanians, but they
not for long.
No, they've moved back towards the coast just to consolidate, and let's see how the German.
But the Germans are right back to making big encirclements on the Eastern Front.
Yeah, and this is Mossberg doing this one. Mostly infantry being lost, though, but they're making some moves. Where are the German tanks? Not too many of those left, but I can't even find them. There's so few.
We have a fight between Soviet and German fleets in the Baltic Sea.
Oh, really?
But
you don't see this every day.
Nothing too exciting.
Okay, just some submarines and destroyers. But still, the Soviets are out to fight. Okay, so here comes the German tanks, and this is the key moment here. Will they be able to make some decisive moves?
Yeah, this is going to make or break the game, definitely.
So in about 5 minutes, we're going to do a raffle among our free patrons, and that could be you as well. So if you join us on patreon.com/HyggeGaming, just sign up for free. Just a little sign up, nothing sticky. And then you can be in the running for 1 month of paid Patreon membership for free.
Yeah.
And let's just say if you sign up now, your chances of winning are quite good.
Yeah, your chances of winning will be 25% if you sign up now.
Yeah.
And then they will get reduced to 12.5, I guess, and then incrementally from there.
Look at that math. Okay, so here comes the German counterattack, but they are very much out of organization. They were a bit too eager to do it, but up in the north here, they are making some moves.
Yeah. Magnus is going to get cut off in Baku, though, by the looks of things, or he may be able to hold out.
Yeah, he still has his port. They're still holding Novorossiysk there, and they're actually moving back through Crimea.
They might get a counter-encirclement in Crimea even. We have a big Soviet salient peeking out here around... Yeah, that's another little encirclement.
Oh yeah, and encirclement here by the Germans in the middle of the front. So this is the big counterattack from the Axis. And have they... It looks like the Soviets are under strength again on their infantry equipment.
Yeah, I think the Americans lend-leased them a lot of infantry equipment, right? But then they kind of lost that in the D-Day.
Yeah, that would be interesting to see. I mean...
Let's look over at Japan now. Japan has actually managed to land on the Philippine mainland, but they have gotten pushed out again, or they are getting pushed out at this moment.
Shit.
I wonder if they're able to hold this. Yeah. Yeah, I heard Badger here in my...
Saying something. Okay, so let's see here. The counterattack is still coming. Okay, we have a hot joining player. We have an interview with Boppus.
Yeah.
Excellent. I think he's still confident.
Yeah, I would say so.
With 26 tanks in production.
Yeah, I mean, that production line is quite
I crashed.
Yeah, you hot join and we conduct the interview as usual.
I crash. A lot of crashes happening at once now. Hello.
Hello, Boppus.
Great commissar.
As before, it looks a little bit different right now.
Yeah, how do you feel? It must have been an exciting time for you on the Eastern Front, right? First complete domination.
Yeah, very exciting. We have killed a lot of troops, Germans. The Imperial pigs retreated from France, which was very cowardly.
Yeah, your honeymoon period is over now, and they are returning to the Eastern Front. I guess you already noticed. And how do you feel about it? You've been counterattacking for a while now, but here comes the Axis counterattack.
We're kind of fine. We have pushed the lines quite a bit forward. We know there's a new invasion coming in Italy, so they need to react again. We have a lot of tanks. We have a huge stockpile of medium tanks. I have miscalculated the build, so it was good in the beginning, but now we have like 4,000 or 5,000 medium tanks. So we just need some other equipment, and we will push out a ton of tanks. So
nice.
I'm not confident, that's overstating it. We wouldn't win alone, but with another Italy invasion, yeah, we took out so much infantry and took back so much land. So yeah.
We were seeing earlier you had a deficit of infantry equipment of like 35k or something. That looks to be sorted now. You're almost at zero again. How much land lease have you been receiving from the US?
Quite a lot, not tanks, but mechanized infantry divisions, not divisions, infantry equipment, stuff we lacked, but it's not a huge land lease as of now. We got 700 heavy fighters. That was a huge deal.
Okay.
We're coming back into the game now, so we should let you go. I believe you have things to do on the front.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Amazing that you changed the background pictures and bombed out buildings. As soon as we get in, we see an encirclement of 4 German tanks. That's like all of the German tanks.
Yeah, definitely. Like this
they'll get out. They should get out.
Yeah, they should be able to get out, but just by the skin of their teeth. Like they need to be careful about these things. We have a counter encirclement then of 3 Soviet infantry divisions now, but they are going to get out as well. We might have a counter encirclement of 2 medium tanks. Maybe 3. No,
they look fine.
They will stabilize this problem.
What about in the south? Mossberg was doing some moves, but now he's been a bit passive for a while.
Yeah.
He's trying his best.
Yeah, he just...
Oh, right.
Oh, yeah, right. You have to reshare your screen after you got disconnected. But you will view this from my perspective for a little while then. And looking over here at the Eastern Front, you see the bubbles moving. I am now at the German perspective here. So we see they are trying to link up to save the Romanian very, very long front down to the oil fields here. And I feel that it's going to have to be abandoned at some point. But we do see an encirclement of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 9 Soviet infantry divisions. So the Axis are like chewing up a bit, and they're getting the manpower back. I guess at this point, it's still service by requirement. They never clicked the Volkssturm. That was a little mistake of them, but they obviously wouldn't know.
Yeah, they are fully on the offensive. They know the clock is ticking.
Yeah.
In the far north, we see Pontus doing some encirclements with his mechanized.
If they can link up with the Finns, again, that would be huge for the supply and the ease of coordinating. But we do see the Soviets also making moves around the Dnieper here.
Another encirclement a bit further south, and third encirclement even further south, and in the far south it's a bit more of a stalemate. Let's see, is that Mongolia? Mongolia is back.
Indeed they are.
Yeah.
Some more Soviet troops falling up here a bit north.
Oh, and a couple of Magnus's infantry divisions getting encircled, but getting saved by Mossberg immediately. And out here in Baku, it looks like the Balkan Bros have retreated to the coast in a defensive stance.
Probably
right
a
now.
wise move from them. I don't see myself anymore on the screen now, but I am fine without. But we see more Soviets getting encircled. They're just shooing up Soviet infantry left and right here.
I'm just gonna make sure we see ourselves again.
Yeah, and I mean the Leningrad, looking over at the current wars, the USSR is up to 8.2 million casualties. So I mean, this is the Axis are punching back hard. The Soviets have like Don said, I wouldn't panic too much because look at this 26 tank divisions in production.
Yeah, they have the tanks,
but they need to train them.
And they need the other stuff as well.
7th of February in 1944, so that's 3 months away.
They need the support equipment and so on as well. So it's not enough to just.
Yeah, look at this encirclement, Leningrad. The fronts are getting linked up. The Soviets are just falling apart up here.
Yeah, I'm looking from the Soviet perspective right now, and yeah, this looks good for the Axis right now. The clock is ticking, of course.
Another big encirclement around the Dnieper here. Zaporizhia is about to be encircled by Hungarian armor.
Oh, that's a lot.
That is indeed a lot. Is it any armor or no?
Oh yeah, the Mongolians. Those poor Mongolians.
Yeah, poor Mongolians. They have taken a lot of beating.
They're losing, I think, all of their remaining divisions now.
But the Soviets at this point, I mean, they have 3 million manpower left, right? But they are getting chewed up a bit on the front, and they don't have that many focuses left in the barrel.
No, and if you just look at their amount of armies, this used to look so full, so many troops.
The Germans are now fielding 8 medium tank divisions. Meanwhile, the Soviets are standing at 18. So they have started to get those out. The first ones are now trained. But the rest will wait until the 15th of February in order to be trained. You have T-34s coming out, so they will have 1 or 2 more tank divisions in a timely manner. So we will see like 20 Soviet tank divisions against the Germans' 8 quite soon. So the Soviets are clawing back their advantage, but they are getting chewed up meanwhile. And this pocket will actually lose them some Mongolian motorized as well.
Yeah, they do have some troops down in the Caucasus that are moving up to plug the gaps after this great encirclement down in the south here by the Balkan Bros. We'll see if that's enough to hold the line. It looks like the Axis have just eaten and they're just digesting their food. They're getting ready for their next moves. But Pontus is not slowing down. The Bulgarians are hungry as ever, and they are definitely on the move.
Yeah, I'm looking at the
question here from Mortal Vision. Will this be a definite Axis comeback? I think he's goading you into calling it.
I won't call it this. I'm looking over at the naval situation in the Pacific, and there has been no real noteworthy things happening. We did see during the current year, we're now in December of 43, we've had 2 carriers of the Americans being sunk and 11 cruisers. So the naval game, but as we said before, pretty much both sides have lost the naval game. The Japanese have lost 8 carriers. The Americans have lost 21 battleships, 3 super heavy battleships. So there is like nothing that exists. The Japanese, though, don't have 0 convoys. And that's sad because the supply, a tactical tidbit here, is that the supply emanates from your capital, right? So if I go over to the supply mode here, you see it's stretching out like an octopus, right? So since Japan has its capital of Tokyo on an island, that means the only way that they can supply all these different islands with some troops on them is by shipping off the supplies from Tokyo. But if they have 0 convoys and getting raided, they are not going to be able to do that. So the island hopping is stopping in its tracks, right?
D-Day 2 is about to kick off, and this time it will hit northern Spain. And it looks like a bit of a diversionary maneuver here. If you see, they've sent all their planes to northern France, maybe to lure the Axis attackers that this is where the attack is coming. Meanwhile, the naval invasions, as you can see here on the screen, are headed towards Spain, and Spain is...
They are planning a D-Day on Spain, but that gives the Axis a bit more time also, because Spain is as you all know, further away from Berlin.
I mean, if you sacrifice Spain as a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, you could set up a line in Navarra, basically along the Pyrenees, and just let Spain die, and you get some more time on the eastern front.
It does look like Eric has forgotten to defend this one port here in Oviedo, because
that's going to be a bit sad for him.
He does have a fair amount of troops up in France and also other places in Spain, but he's not protecting this one port that is about to be attacked. And you see the British ships are moving in to bring superiority. I think it's just a matter of time before they kick off the invasion. They're still training, though, many of the troops here. So we'll see how long we have to wait. It's
yeah. Let's see. We have Mongolia has been annexed by the USSR. So Mongolia is now part of the USSR.
Oh, I guess the mini left.
Yeah, I guess he had to go, and that was the last of his troops dying, so might as well, right? So rest in peace, Mongolia. F in chat for Mongolia. He played a very good game, I feel. He did some very important moves for the Soviets.
Yeah, especially early on, he was the only one making the big moves. Speaking of big moves, Pontus just closed another pocket. I'm a bit curious to how many Soviets Bulgaria has killed. Yeah, it's 2.4 million. 2.4 million, and Germany's at 2.9. That's a really good Bulgaria game.
Yeah, Bulgarians have had one heck of a game, and another pocket is being closed down here south. That's mostly Romania, Germany, and Albania still, but...
Yeah, and let's see. The German, the Soviet medium tanks are trying to be sort of a fire brigade, going to where they are needed the most, but looks like the front is almost collapsing up here in the north.
Yeah, I mean, the Soviets, now they're up to 20 medium tanks, and they are going to get a lot of them, right? There are 20 more medium tanks coming out, so...
Yeah, but still, they need more things than just tanks. They need mechanized. They're out of mechanized. They need squad weapons. These other little things that they need. But the D-Day is coming, as we were saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so
we have a quick analysis
here.
Hello. So I have some fun statistics to look at. There were some questions about fielded tanks before. But before we look at the fielded tanks, I thought we would have a look at this. This is the fielded manpower of the tank nations right now. So you see Soviets are the top one, but they are quickly crashing, and the US is just below them in fielded manpower. And then we have the Germans also crashing quite a bit. So both Germany is the red one and Soviet is the teal/blue one. So they are both really low on manpower. But if we have then looking at armor instead, we see here that the Soviets, like you just said, Victor, the Soviets are back in top of the armor. So they are the same color as you just saw. And the Germans are also clinging back up towards, not towards the top, but upwards. So both Germany and Soviet have quite a few armor divisions in the field, but not that much infantry left. That's kind of a situation. So they're really like the heavyweight boxers just hitting each other in the face right now.
Yeah. And this sort of is visible right now on the map because the Soviets are pushing here in the middle as they're being pushed both in the north and the south. Oh, look at this. Eight Soviet tank divisions encircled by the Bulgarians.
Oh, that is a disaster for the Soviets because
Will they be able to close it though? They might. Yeah, 8 divisions.
8 Soviet tank divisions. That at this point, that is very big. The Finns have also.
And the rest of them are here in the middle, and they're at risk.
They're also at risk. The Finns are outside Moscow as well.
They are losing 2 more right now.
Indeed, they are. That's a very, very, very big play from the Axis at this point.
I see 2 of them retreating here, but 2 are being lost right here, unless they could manage to get out somehow. Perhaps they could.
Yeah, they need to. They're gonna have big issues otherwise.
Yeah, it's looking good for the Axis on the Eastern Front right now. When is that D-Day coming? Not yet.
Like Saxo-Liv said, massive F.
Yeah, massive F. Okay, so up in the north, Pontus is making...
I don't know if it will be massive.
Look at Stargate with his Finnish troops. They're just snaking. So cocky. Together with David's Albanian troops. But they need to close the pockets, though. They need to eat up these Soviet divisions before they move on. But they are really close to Moscow now.
Yeah, they
are.
are. And we have 2 more Soviet. I'm gonna check the numbers now. The Soviets are down to 8 tank divisions now, and it's still 1 month before all of this hit the field.
And in other news, the Philippines finally capitulated, and there you see those 2 Soviet tank divisions finally dying. They're not stopping to close the pockets. They're just moving on. They're just pushing on towards Moscow. They really want to kill the Soviets.
Yeah, they need to, because they have. I mean, in this queue, 20 tanks will hit the ground very soon, right?
Yeah. And a few of them just hit the ground, I think.
Yeah.
Where
they definitely did. We have 11 medium tanks now in the Soviet arsenal.
They are right next to Moscow, immediately being thrown into the fight.
Yeah, the Germans are going to try to push out here from Moscow, but I mean, the Germans have the lines. You have to consolidate your lines as well, right? It's not enough to just have a lot of tanks. You need to have them at the right place, and it takes time to move them.
Yeah. The Germans do not have a lot of tanks, though. Let's have a look.
They do not. They are producing 4 of them, but they are lacking radio equipment, infantry equipment, and light tank. D-Day.
We're getting the word, and here the invasion is going.
Yeah, and that's going to land pretty handily, but I don't think the Germans will retreat to defend this anytime soon. They are going all in on this front.
Do you think they will sacrifice Spain?
I think they will sacrifice Spain. I would sacrifice Spain at this point.
So Italy with Martin is the main defender, but Martin is very tied up right now in North Africa. Almost all his troops are here fighting the good fight against the Indians and Americans, mostly in Egypt here. So Martin can't really send too much to help. He does still have these 14 Marines chilling out in Italy. They've been chilling there for some while.
And the Axis are really wanting to get Moscow here also, because that fucks up the supply, right? Because you remember, as I said before, the supply emanates from the capital.
Yeah.
So if they take Moscow, then the supply will come from like Kazan or Gorky, or I guess Stalingrad, so that's not that bad.
Yeah, and it does look likely that we will see Moscow falling. Are they moving back even? I don't see. Okay, so the Bulgarians.
Yeah, they have 14 tanks deployed right on Moscow now.
The Bulgarians are moving down towards Spain.
Yeah, the Spanish did not that much landed yet, but this is going to be the Spaniards are rushing to defend their homeland here.
Falk has 14 Marines that I was talking about earlier, hanging down in southern Italy. They are moving towards Spain. Still just a small salient here on the D-Day. I wonder, did they not send all their naval invasions? Because Oviedo was completely open. They just took 1 port so far, but there are of course more ports available. Porto is empty.
Yeah, now they're just walking into Oviedo because it was not defended, so they could have landed on it, but they can also walk to it, right?
Yeah, the Spaniards are here now to defend, so they're not walking in unopposed into Spain, and there are reinforcements coming. Let's see how much the Allies can fill up with. Meanwhile, yeah, Falk is not abandoning North Africa. He's still fighting as hard as he can here, but he's all on his lonesome, and he's being pushed back slowly. Let's see if he can save these troops even. He should be able to. Let's have a look at Moscow again.
Yeah, it's almost surrounded at this point. Because Boppes has placed all his tanks in Moscow, so he has 11 tanks in Moscow. Which I guess is good if you don't want Moscow to fall, but it also takes a lot of supply, and they are all very concentrated. But yeah, it will be very hard for Germany. Can't click Moscow at this point, right? They can't take Moscow when they.
And now that Pontus and his Bulgarians left for Spain, there's not much offensive power left on the northern front. The German tanks are still here around Moscow, but they're quite under strength and out of supply.
Yeah, the Bulgarians can't really be everywhere, but they are just making encirclements everywhere. The miners, just like Magnus said, they're biting off this like small encirclements and just like chewing up the front line.
3 encirclements on screen right now.
We do see Spain is getting completely rolled up by American armor, though. No shot of defending this.
Yeah, let's see. The Italian Marines should be the first on the field to defend here. Where are they? Let's see. Here we are. Okay, let's see how they fare against tanks. He's going straight for the ports in the north, but yeah, Snistan and Yuri are going straight for Madrid.
Yeah. I mean, Spain. They can't really. If I was Bulgaria, I would probably not try to save Spain even. Maybe if the Americans overextend, the Bulgarians can get some tanks and stuff, but they're also risking them, right?
Yeah, but I mean, this is a risky moment for the Allies because they haven't been able to get too much infantry in yet. So
the Asia axis is also...
The lines are still quite vulnerable. Folk, though, being conservative as usual, is moving back, leaving Pontus to fight alone. And there's
around Madrid. The Bulgarians are doing so much work this game, it's insane, actually.
Yeah. If only Folk's Marines could have been further south. Okay, but the Axis troops are filing in now. They should be able to save Spain before it capitulates. Pontus is going to lose 3 of those four mechanized.
4 mechanized. Yeah, that's what I said. It's so risky for them to go in here because...
Yeah, he was alone. But he looks like he might get out.
It may be, but that's...
One of them in the south there.
That's also by the skin of his teeth in that sense. I mean, if he can get the counter-encirclements here, but it's a very risky move.
Yeah, he's getting
he's getting them out, right? But it's so risky at this point, right? They could get the encirclement on Madrid. It would be nice to kill the American tanks, but I mean, if Bulgaria loses their heavy hitters at this point, then you then you have a problem as the Axis.
Yeah, that's sort of the main weapon of the Axis.
He's been doing so much work, but they seem to have the Axis seem to actually have
another encirclement
proper now.
Another encirclement here, facilitated by Pontus. Two U.S. tanks and British Marine getting killed.
Yeah, this is getting closed off, and that's medium tanks that they cannot send to the Soviets.
And what else do we have? Let's have a look from the Allied point of view. Furious pinging here. We have to defend. Canadian tanks are still online. 8 of them here, and no 10, and 3 U.S. tanks, so 13 in all. But the Axis are fighting back, and here the German tanks are as well.
Yeah.
So both German tanks and Bulgarians working in tandem. And I think this is where the German Panthers start kicking in. They have the superior equipment. I think we could probably get a deeper analysis of that.
Yeah, definitely.
In a while.
And we would love to hear a deeper analysis at some point. But right now, Moscow is almost surrounded by Axis troops.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, they are.
And as I said before, I mean, obviously the Spanish D-Day is going to be very hard to kick out, but Spain is a long way from... The Germans are significantly closer to Moscow than the Americans are to Berlin.
Yeah, I think, though, that the Soviets should be able to break out of this. I don't really... Okay, so there are still some German tanks here in the east able to keep fighting, and the Balkan Bros are doing a great job again, rolling up the southeast. Probably the 3rd time in this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the key moment. If the Axis are able to hold off the Soviets while also holding off the D-Day, that's a really good sign for them. And they are indeed holding off the D-Day as it looks right now. I'm going to switch over to Spain's point of view here.
Yeah, they're getting another encirclement of British Marines this time around Salamanca.
Yeah, it seems like the Bulgarians and the Germans, they just have better equipment than the Allies do. They're getting
The Soviets' medium tanks are pushing out from Moscow now, though. They got an encirclement of a German infantry division here. The Germans are still only fielding 12 tanks, and the Soviets are now up to 26 medium tanks.
The Bulgarians could be in danger. They were a bit eager moving into Portugal. 3 of them right now in Portugal cut off from the rest of the Axis.
And they did manage to. They are microing so good.
The South Africans are here as well. It's tank versus tank, and anyone could get killed at any moment. There is a port here, but I don't think that favors the Axis too much. Okay, this is really.
Yeah, they might lose. I think the Bulgarians are going to lose 1 here.
Yeah, it looks like it. If they manage to close that pocket, but they don't really have anything to close that pocket.
Oh,
now it's gone. And from the south, we have Mossberg's tanks coming in as well.
Yeah, the Bulgarians are just showing insane levels of micro here.
Yeah, he has 9 lives really. He manages to stay alive so many times. Yeah, this is really hairy.
Yeah, we have. I mean, now you see those 25 medium tanks from the Soviets on the front here, though, just pushing out from Moscow. So
okay, I'm gonna have a look in a moment. Just want to see what happens.
You keep an eye on that, and I will see.
Yeah, they are. It looks like the Axis are able to throw out this D-Day invasion, despite all this massive number of Allied tanks. This is a heck of a game, Victor.
Yeah, definitely. Very exciting game. We haven't seen this in quite some time.
Yeah.
But now we have Axis encirclements in Moscow. They bit off more than they can chew here. Might be very, very dangerous for the Axis here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's all the German tanks left in the east.
If the Germans lose this, they might lose the game. But I don't think they will actually lose this pocket. Doesn't look like it at the moment.
It looks like the Soviets are wrapping...
Yeah.
Okay.
They actually managed to get out just about.
Okay, green bubbles from the Axis perspective. Yeah, they've been able to push out from Moscow a bit, like you said.
There have been so many times when they almost gotten everything encircled and died, right? And then they just get out.
I mean, as long as the Axis don't lose too many troops now, they could have the game, because the Allies lost so many troops in this D-Day invasion. And it will take a while for them to prepare for another one. So the next time the Axis forces go back to the east, that should be the end of the Soviet Union.
But I mean, the Soviet Union's medium tanks, it's 26 of them fielded now. But they are not producing anymore at this point. The Germans are back up to 2 million manpower. They're recruiting 4 more, and they have the equipment for it.
I mean, 26, that's more than they started with.
Yeah. That's true.
But they're not managing to make any big encirclements. They are gaining ground, of course, with 26 medium tanks, but they are losing Baku now.
Yeah, the Finns are desperately trying to defend Leningrad here with their bike infantry. Might be able to cut off a chunk here, to be honest. Salya has also been playing very well.
Bicycle battalion. Yeah, Sergei has been doing a lot with a little, really. Just killing some Soviets with few Finnish divisions. Look at them. So lonely. So many gaps in the line.
Sergei is looking to defend Leningrad here, and he will be successful. Vichy France AI is more moving towards Baku, but Hungary is not taking any chances and also going over there. And the Spanish D-Day pocket is closed out. And that's it for the D-Day of 1944.
Yeah, and they managed to kill some American tanks there on the way out. Let's have a look at what actually survived, because that will determine the likelihood of another D-Day. Okay, so we see the 10 Canadian tanks made it out. The 4 South African ones made it out. 2 American tanks here. So there's still a threat from the Allies. Still a threat from the West. So it's not over.
Yeah, this is bad for the Axis. They have a big encirclement here. Axis medium tanks just falling.
Wow. Yeah, that's all the Axis armor in the east.
Pretty much all the Axis armor in the east. They have 11 medium tanks divisions.
Yeah, but in the east. They're not getting out.
Yeah, so they have 8 medium divisions left. Germany.
So it continues.
The Soviets have 26, but there will not be another D-Day.
Not yet, at least. Not in a while. And now we will. Oh, look at this! Another encirclement from Finland.
I'm not calling the game, but I do call that. I mean, either the Axis will lose the Eastern Front and the game, or they will take Moscow and the game, right? Do you think we will have another D-Day before anything happens?
Oh yeah, they have to make a last-ditch attempt at least. I mean, they can't just sit around on the British Isles. So they will be preparing another D-Day.
Finnish troops getting encircled here. Sad for Finland, but not the most impactful.
Yeah, not too many either. But it looks like the Soviets finally have some time to breathe now that they've killed the German tanks that were present. Let's see how much stuff they send back, though.
At this point, they should send a lot. If they have a lot, though, they don't have that much.
Yeah, mostly infantry lingering back in Spain. And we see the railway here towards the east. Yeah, the Bulgarians are coming back, of course. The Germans are coming back. Let's see how they fare. So this will be a face-off between these new Soviet tanks. They're spread out a bit. Not clustered around Moscow anymore, but splitting up into north and west. So down here we have about 11, 12 of them making some moves, cutting up the front lines. And the front lines are undefended now.
Baku has also fallen again, but I think the Soviets have enough fuel to sustain for a while.
Yeah, they seem completely fine on fuel. They're probably getting it from the Allies. I wonder how
we do like the Soviet medium tanks are just encircling infantry here as well.
Yeah,
they are holding a bit, but.
And now the first German tank divisions are reaching the line, but still heavily outnumbered.
They're gonna need those Bulgarians.
They will need those Bulgarians indeed. Let's have a look again at how many he's actually killed. We can look at UK troops. Oh yeah, he's number 2 there. We can look at US troops. Okay, not.
The Axis are making a big encirclement here. They're trying for something here.
Oh yeah. Indeed they are, but that's just infantry.
Yeah.
That's brave.
It is, but we have tanks coming in from the north, from Tula now.
Okay, yeah, that could actually work. And how many? Ooh, that's a lot of Soviet tanks at risk right now. Because, yeah, could they close it?
Maybe they're clicking.
3, 4,
it's
5,
going to
6,
be
7,
close.
8,
It's going to
9,
be really close.
10, 11 Soviet tanks in that pocket.
It's going to be really,
But they're
really
losing
close.
the
But
yeah, they won't be able to hold that. It would be amazing for them, but 11 Soviet tanks should be able to get out.
yeah, I think so, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got out.
Yeah. They got out.
That would have been a disaster for the Soviets if the Axis managed to close.
In the far north, I don't think
They might get
anything.
they might get the consolation prize though. 3 Soviet tanks in dire straits.
Look at this. There are no troops on the Axis side from Finland down to Moscow.
They did get 3 Soviet medium tanks here.
Okay, that's something. But it's completely empty. I mean, Finland can just be killed right now. They have 2 bicycle divisions to stand in the way of complete Finnish capitulation.
Yeah, we have 3 Soviet medium tanks against 2 Finnish bicycle divisions, and the Finnish bicycle divisions are holding. That's Finland, right? No, they're not. Or are they? They're still Finland. Finland is best infantry.
Yeah, he's bringing. But they're
he's reinforcing with whatever this is.
They're being circumvented too.
Yeah, it's. They are performing surprisingly well. I mean, what is this? Why does this bicycle division have 450 defense on non-core territory?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And there's nothing crazy in here either, just bicycles. Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
But this might be the end of Finland. And
it might be.
Unless there's
it's still green bubble. Yeah, they are.
Someone coming to save him? It doesn't look like it.
I'm incredibly impressed by this Finnish hold in Leningrad.
Okay, so
but that is going to fall.
The south is firmly in Axis hands.
One more Soviet medium tank getting encircled. I mean, the Soviets are losing tanks. They have so many though. But
yeah. In the middle here is where the Axis are getting to work right now, and here we see the MVPs. Pontus is 10 now. Motorized divisions. They are fully equipped, fully organized, and they're just eating up the Soviets. Medium armor, infantry, doesn't matter. There's one going. Here's another one getting encircled. Let's have a look at those numbers because they'll probably.
I'm looking.
Going down.
Over. We still have the 8 medium tank divisions from Germany. The Soviets are fielding 16 medium tanks divisions. So I mean, they're down 10, right?
Yeah. That's painful.
Yeah, I mean it is because they produce this whole line. They get 25 medium tank divisions out, and they're like, now we're going to push. And then they get encircled and die, and now the Axis are clawing the way back again.
The brave bicycle infantry are holding out in Leningrad, and they're their last hope for Finland. There are no troops in Finland at all, apart from these bicycle troops.
They are holding out in Leningrad, though. How are they holding Leningrad against the medium tank division?
Yeah, that's a good question. Urban tile. This is a big one as well.
Moscow has fallen.
Look at this encirclement here.
Yeah.
That's another big one.
Big encirclement and Moscow down, so the supply situation is about to be very bad for the Soviet Union.
Yeah, up here in the north, looking at all the entire Russian front line, they have this red supply bubble on all of them, but they're almost capitulating Finland. I guess Finland is sacrificing themselves so that.
But Finland is still holding Leningrad, right?
Yeah. But that won't matter if he loses his cities.
Yeah. But they've been doing so for quite some time. Yeah. Imagine if the Axis break them out in Leningrad.
Yeah.
If the Germans break them out in Leningrad before the Soviets can reach Helsinki, then you have another Soviet medium tank gone, right?
It looks like most of the Soviet medium tanks are actually up here in the north. So we have one outside of Leningrad here, and another 4 here, and one there.
Yeah, the Axis are trying to reach Leningrad now, and the Finns are still holding out.
Okay, so let's see here. Where is actually the Russian capital now?
The Russian capital is, I don't know.
It's in Stalingrad, and Stalingrad is surrounded almost. That's also bad.
When do they cap? At this point, they've lost quite some territory.
Yeah, I'm unsure. Let's see. Okay, so 44%, and they will lose when they have 28 or less. So that's not too much more. I mean, if they take Stalingrad, that's what? How many victory points is that?
Yeah. And look here, the Germans are actually breaking out Leningrad.
That's amazing. I wonder if they will be able to save Finland as well.
Yeah, if they reach Leningrad before Helsinki, but
I guess
no.
they could cut off the Soviet troops.
Yeah, but I think the Soviets will reach Helsinki before they link up with Leningrad.
Is that enough to capitulate, though?
Maybe not. They saved the Finns in Leningrad.
Okay, they have...
But now the Finns are getting pushed out, though. They're not reinforcing it.
Finland is fine for a while.
Yeah, they are reinforcing it a bit, and Moscow is
This could actually be a trap for the Soviets.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they should focus so much on Finland.
Yeah, probably focus on defending your homeland instead of trying to kill Sarge. Wow.
Finland still has 52% capitulation left, and now Leningrad actually fell, so now the Soviets have consolidated, so they will capitulate Finland once they reach Vasa.
Yeah.
But it's quite the way to drive to Vasa. I mean, Stalingrad will fall before the Soviets reach Vasa.
Yeah, we have a comment from Mike. What's the point of giving away Finland for free? I mean, I think Finland did what they could. They do have some divisions down here, but yeah, 5 divisions it wouldn't have made much of a difference. I think they went too offensively up here in the north, and they got cut off, and that's the story of Finland, I think.
Yeah. And I mean, eventually the Soviets are going to be stuck in Finland, right? Because meanwhile, the Allies are moving up to Leningrad, moving up to these little lakes and the rivers.
Yeah.
And I mean, at that point, the Soviets can have Finland.
The point of taking Leningrad back is also that now the Soviets are a bit further from capitulation.
That is true, however, yeah.
So they're at 47% controlled and will lose at 28 or less. But I don't know. What is Leningrad and Stalingrad? Are they like 5% each?
Something like that.
So it's close.
But also it will be
close.
quite hard for them to hold Leningrad. Do they have another D-Day planned, the Allies? They are just doing D-Days all over the place. You see, they have Denmark, France, Spain.
I think this is a good idea. Spread it out a bit.
Yeah.
So North Africa is slowly being liberated. And I'm going to have a look from, let's see. Okay, so Denmark, it looks like the Americans are going to land in... No, Brits and Americans are going to land in Denmark. Can be a good idea sometimes to take Jutland, because you only have this this narrow choke point here to hold. And here comes the naval invasion. And Brittany as well. This is a broad front attack on the Axis. They're trying to go for a killing blow here. They've already landed, and it's Adams' Dutch divisions who are leading the charge together with the South Africans of Yugi.
Stalingrad now in Axis hands.
This is anyone's game, and I mean the Axis really don't want to turn back now. They've almost killed the Soviets, and
now Leningrad is the capital, and that's quite close to the front. Finland will capitulate any second as well.
Okay, I'm looking at the surrender limit again of the Soviets here. Okay, so we're at 43%, so yeah, 5% each for those big cities. Okay, yeah, they're not going to capitulate the Soviets very quickly, but they really need to go back to defend. And who is going back? Hungary is going back, and Germany is sending most of their tanks back. What is Bulgaria doing? Okay, and there's Sarge finally capitulating.
Yeah, F's in chat for Finland. He played a hell of a game.
Yeah, F's in chat indeed. And we don't usually see Finland capitulating when the Soviets are also about to capitulate. It's really a really weird game. Okay, so it looks like Bulgaria is actually staying on the Eastern Front to try to finish the Soviets off. Meanwhile, the Hungarians and the German tanks are moving back to defend. Denmark is being invaded. Northwest France is being invaded. Spain is not moving a lot. Let's see what Italy is doing. Italy is...
I'm checking what's happening in the Pacific for a little while.
Yeah, Italy is not moving either. So this might be a good idea actually from the Allies. They are splitting up the Axis defenders. Italy is trying to defend in France, but they are quite alone there. Okay, so India has tanks here now as well, and that's Denmark gone, occupied by the United States, not liberated.
Denmark is also close to Berlin.
Yeah, Denmark is really close to Berlin. Okay, so the German tanks are just about reaching the line, but there's no infantry here.
But the Germans have not done the Volkssturm yet either.
Yeah, they really should.
Because once they do the Volkssturm, like if the Allies take a bit more territory...
Suddenly they're fine on manpower though. They have almost 2 million manpower.
Yeah, because like if they do the Volkssturm, they get 10% bonus defense on core territory.
Yeah.
So as soon as they get 10% surrender limit, they can just click that button. Yeah, and it will be very hard.
This is looking really dangerous for the Axis. Once again, they are split up. The Americans and the...
Yeah, Paris has now been liberated by the Allies.
Yeah, it's going quickly because the tanks are not there. Okay, finally Spain is moving. It might have been too late though. They were afraid they would get naval invaded themselves, and there are actually naval invasions planned for further south as well.
The Germans are busy in Denmark. That seems to be their...
Yeah, look at this. This is a really all-in attack. Gideon is sending all his garrisons. Yeah, this is a great tactic. Just naval invade everywhere. Why not? I mean, you can even send the Gibraltar garrison. Just send them out. There are empty ports everywhere. Everyone is so strapped for manpower. Looks like they're being contained. The Americans are in Denmark just about. But at the same time, this diversion has led to the almost complete liberation of France, and it's Raj, India, who's leading this charge.
And the Soviets are making moves on the Eastern Front again. We are seeing some infantry having some trouble. Moscow is almost falling back in Soviet hands again with these medium tanks moving in.
Oh yeah. What is Bulgaria doing? I don't see them on the front right now. Are they also moving back to defend?
3 encircled Netherlands troops.
Yeah, so finally they decided to send Bulgaria back to France. There's been some indecisiveness in this last D-Day defense from the Axis. Both Spain and Italy were slow to react, and Bulgaria was left at the Eastern Front maybe a bit too long. And let's see, because now they are split up as well. So the Germans and Hungarians are up here in Denmark trying to fend off the Americans, and it looks like they are doing a good job of it.
Yeah, they have been very good at defending against invasions here. They still cannot do the Volkssturm, I think, because they don't have the surrender limit needed.
Could they actually kill these Americans? That would be helpful. It's almost getting...
Also, the south in Ukraine, the miners are still doing encirclements pretty much all the time on small Soviet pockets.
Yeah, they're having a good time. Magnus being supported by David here, down in the south. Yeah, I'm curious if we're... Denmark is not in the war. Oh, this makes it weird. Okay, so...
Let's see what...
What are you saying, Badger?
So right now we're seeing the brave the Bulgarians might get surrounded for the very last time.
Yeah, it's looking really hairy.
But they might get a harbor.
8 of them.
Let's see. Yeah, it's 8 of them. That's the Bulgarians.
They're retreating.
Yeah, that is the Bulgarians.
I don't think they can retreat anywhere. No.
No, they were alone. That's 8 of them. Oh, wow.
That was it. So...
He only has 3 of them left now. And that was the pride of the Axis armies.
That was the pride of the Axis army.
Yeah, so, indeed.
Yeah. So I think this will be tough for the Axis to throw out this invasion, to be honest. Now, once
the Bulgarians are training some new, but...
Yeah, they're caught in a slog in Denmark, and still they don't have too many. The Germans are sending now 4 tank divisions down and back to France, and... yeah, but will that be enough? France is almost completely liberated at this point.
Yeah, and Moscow is back in Soviet hands again. And I mean, they can't do this again, right? That's the problem.
Yeah.
Now they need to, basically, they're not back at square one, right? Because they're further east, but they need to encircle this D-Day, kill all these troops, get the United States out of Denmark, get back to the Eastern Front, and once again do. I mean,
it's a tall order.
They're just out of steam at this point, right?
Yeah, and those Germans who were supposed to hold the Americans at bay are now being killed. So that means the Americans are free again to move towards Berlin. And at the same time, the Germans are now reaching the front lines, but they are out of supply. Hungary is there. So Hungary and Germany have consolidated their armored forces. One last push close to the Ardennes.
Yeah, I think they might be able to, like, the Axis are managing to get the Netherlands back here, but I mean, it's not even Volkssturm time yet because they don't have the surrender limit, but they're not feeling that much now. 7 medium tank divisions, 88 infantry divisions. They are producing new tank divisions and they have the equipment. So if they manage to stall this, perhaps they could do one last hurrah, but then they would have to, like, get Moscow back. By the time they kick this out, the Soviets will be in Smolensk again, right?
The brave Bulgarian paratroopers are tasked with holding Berlin. Let's see now. It seems like the front has stalled somewhat in the southwest of France, because all the tanks are now facing off against each other here. So on the Axis side, we have the Germans and the Hungarians.
We have all the Italians coming back as well.
What's left of the Bulgarians, and on the left side, on the Allied side, we have the Indians.
Oh, big encirclement of Soviets again, though, on the Eastern Front. The miners are still doing heavy work here.
How can they do this?
Heavy work, but...
will they be able to close it, though?
Maybe not, actually.
It looks like the Soviets are really focused on just heading west instead of killing the Romanians in the south.
Probably not a stupid decision, to be honest, because the D-Day might be kicked off. It's by no means over yet, but
it is not,
it's looking very grim for the Axis if they don't do any major moves here. They are doing some, though.
Yeah, it looks like Mossberg is able to take an encirclement here of mostly British and French troops. Remmerfors was celebrating a bit too early, popping the champagne, saying, "Oh, vive la liberté!" But he's not free yet. He's not.
No, he's not. They would like to get some core territory occupied, though. Like, they would like the Volkssturm at this point, because those bonuses would do a lot of difference. But
it looks like the Danish invasion is contained, but
but it's not beaten out either, right?
Yeah, divisions that are much needed elsewhere are stuck there for now, and that little encirclement we were talking about is now saved. So the Axis are now split in two, with Switzerland in the middle there.
They did manage to link it up again, though.
Okay, can they close it, though? Let's see.
Maybe, actually.
Mossberg, can you do it?
Mossberg is playing super well this game as well.
The German tanks are now
Will
up
it
in the
be
north,
enough? Yeah.
together with the Bulgarians. They have a nice concentration of strength there, but at the same time...
Yeah, look, they are killing off the pocket now.
The Netherlands have fallen again, and the infantry that was taking it are now dying.
They managed to get the pocket out again.
This looks hairy for the Axis.
Yeah.
Yeah, no saving grace from over here. Are the Asians doing anything crazy? I mean, what could they even do at this point to save their brethren? Probably not much.
But the thing is, though, right, the Eastern Front is pushed so far into Soviet territory that they have quite a ways to walk to get to Berlin. If they do a controlled retreat, make fallback lines, it's going to take the Soviets a long, long time to be able to threaten Germany proper from the east. So
they have time.
They still could do something, perhaps, here, but it's looking grim for them.
They just have to win the battle in the west first. And
they need to do it in a timely manner.
Canadians are now encircling the German defenders up in Kiel and Hamburg.
Yeah, if they lose this, I would say this...
That's the gates to Berlin, wide open.
Yeah, that's probably it, right? I don't think they can defend against this. We do have some German armor here still, and they are pushing the D-Day from the south, so we shouldn't...
I just have to see. Are we getting any nukes? I would love to see nukes. Yeah, okay. They're building nuclear reactors, but that's probably too late. That would be a lovely...
I wonder, could the Germans escape Kiel by sea?
They should be able to, yeah.
Because they could ferry their troops back to Berlin, maybe, because they don't want to lose this tank. Yeah, they are ferrying out the tanks now. So the Germans are not going to lose their tanks in Denmark, so they will live to fight another day, but they might only live to fight just another day, because they are just getting eaten up now on the Eastern Front, even if it's far to Berlin for the Soviets, but eventually they'll get there.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like the pivotal thing was they were not able to finish the Soviets that last time around. That could have really sealed the game for them, but now it's looking really tough, and I'm ready to call it. I think the Allies are winning this game.
Yeah, now they are doing their focuses now, like Totale Krieg and Volkssturm and everything, but it's probably
a bit
too late.
Okay. And yeah, looks like I can't even see the Bulgarians anymore.
Berlin is falling, and that should be it, right? I don't think they're up a bit on the surrender limit.
Berlin is surrounded, and the only ones holding are the Bulgarians, and they are being taken. So that's the fall of Berlin. And
yeah, I don't think they will capitulate, but I think they have lost. If they need to do something incredibly drastic to save this, but
yeah, there is an attempt here by Mossberg. He's snaking into France towards Paris.
Yeah,
trying to make some moves. They still have a huge number of troops down in France, and nothing in Germany almost. Could they make a move big enough to rescue this?
Cutting off the D-Day from the left, I think that's a tall order, right?
Yeah, it's doubtful. It's really doubtful.
They are making their way to the sea, though, but they need the infantry support. This snake is going to have its head cut off quite quickly.
Yeah. It's going to be cut in half. There is infantry enough to support it, but it's looking really hairy. And here are Indian tanks cutting off the head of the snake, as you just said.
Yeah, they are encircling 2 South African tanks in Dresden, but they managed to get them out just in the nick of time.
Yeah,
and that should be the surrender quite soon, right?
Because let's have a look at the surrender limits.
Yeah, there are no collaboration governments or stuff like that, but they need, once they reach like Nürnberg, München...
26%. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, really.
Yeah, I mean, the Soviets are making work, but the Soviets are slow on the Eastern Front, right? They have not moved out that far from Moscow.
Looks like they just spawned in a bunch of troops.
They got 3 American tanks. If they can close this in whatever this is, Aussig.
Doesn't look like they can. No. They're constantly on the retreat.
And I mean, if they can't close out these types of pockets, then they can't really win either, right?
Yeah, another pocket here of German troops, 2 German tanks. They're being stuck behind enemy lines, and yeah, things are wrapping up.
Yeah,
definitely calling it as well. Axis victory. I wonder if you called it before I did. Probably. I was a bit reluctant to call it too early. Yeah.
Now they are done with their Totale Krieg focus, but I don't think it will make any difference at this point. What does it give? Like some...
Yeah, what a heck of a game.
Factory output. Yeah, it's been an amazing game.
Badger, do you have some thoughts? We'll keep watching the action while we discuss this, but it seems like a foregone conclusion now.
Yeah, I think that the main issue of the counterattack of the Axis has been the overstacked air bases. So they've been fighting under red air for a very long time. So no one of the German players paid any attention to it. So once they got pushed back from the west in France, they have been fighting with overstacked air bases and basically fighting with no air ever since. If they have
the retreating planes,
exactly.
The retreating planes overstack the airports.
Correct. So if one of the German players just paid attention to that, I think we would have seen a different story, and I think that it would have been much more of a struggle to for this fight, because the Luftwaffe is not weak, right? So I think like the Bulgarians, they died too quick with no support and no air cover, and after that it just got rolled up with no like in complete red air basically.
Case in point here, we have an airport here. 300 is the limit, and they have 2100.
It's been like that for a couple of months now. So ever since they crossed the Rhine,
The Rhine.
The Rhine, yeah, exactly. It's been like that. So it's like a small mistake with devastating consequences, I'd say.
Right. Yeah, that's a detail we missed from here, but it sounds very logical. And yeah, once those Bulgarian motorized divisions were mechanized, we're dying. It looked like the writing on the wall.
Yeah.
And here we see the Soviets slowly pushing forward. Magnus, the Romanian player, still holding out as well as he can. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
he's moved back now.
If it's for
we're going to see basically an entire Allied occupation of Germany, right? The Soviets hasn't moved that far.
Yeah, I mean that's good for post-war Europe, I suppose.
Yeah, true.
But for whatever it's worth, the Manchu finally got their act together and pushed through in the Burma line a little bit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So they are making some desperate attacks because the Raj.
And they're even doing a naval invasion now.
Yeah, so yeah,
a couple of years too late.
Yeah, a little bit too late. But it's been Japan finally sunk the entire U.S. fleet. There's nothing left of it, and they recovered from the convoy raiding, which was primarily from the UK actually and Australia.
Oh, really?
Really? But now they finally got their act together, Japan, and now they're coming back in full swing. But it's too late.
Yeah, it's very much too late. Yeah. This is what you like to see in maybe 1942 or 1941. Yeah. Just kind of naval invasion on Calcutta here.
Speaking of coming back in full swing, though, the Axis are actually making some work outside Dresden.
Okay, let's have a look. The final battle. Let's see how it goes.
But
I'm going to turn off Allied battle plans so it gets less fluttery.
Yeah, we still have 9 German tanks, right? So.
Yeah, and now we have 2 less Canadian tanks.
It seemed like a bit of a lack of coordination there in the defense, because looking here at the south of France, you have all the infantry you could ever need, and up towards Germany, no infantry, but a lot of tanks. Many of them have died by now, but still, a bit of a bad coordination. I think this dual-pronged attack by the Allies really caught the Axis off guard. They couldn't concentrate all their forces in one place like they did in earlier D-days. So that seemed to have been a decisive factor as well.
Yeah.
Rice protected Böhmen Mähren. Okay, I think that means Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, they are surrendering at pretty much any point now, the Germans.
Yeah.
There is a big salient here that might try to get this, I guess.
Okay, so I'm not going
Calcutta has fallen though, so Japan is making big inroads into India, but it's too late at this point.
Let's have a look. It's nice for Manchu and the Japanese to get this moral victory in the end, I suppose.
Yeah, it's bittersweet, I guess. But yeah.
So who would we like to interview for the end of game interview?
I mean, the man of the hour would be, I think, Pontus playing Bulgaria.
Yeah,
he's the one.
Yeah, I would. Think, he's gonna get the MVP for sure.
No, he should have the MVP. And I think right behind him would probably be Hungary or Soviet Union.
Yeah, but I mean, Mosper's Hungary was not bad, but we've seen scarier Hungaries. Having a look here at the Soviet losses.
The Bulgarians are back.
Losses, 12.4 million.
Yeah.
Look here. The Bulgarians are back with some motorized infantry again in Germany.
Oh, the Bulgarians are back?
Yeah, they have 3 divisions now. They are cleaning house again.
Oh, they've had 3 for a while.
No, they have 6 divisions actually. Now.
They have 6. Okay, so it's not over until it's over, and I like that they're not giving up.
It is definitely over though. Looking at they actually encircled a Soviet medium tank on the eastern front.
That's great. They're fighting until the end here. Magnus is doing a fighting retreat. Actually, it's the Germans.
So
probably Thomas.
I don't think you see this in many communities. A fight like an end siege like this, giving it all until the very last day of the war.
No, definitely. I like this.
Yeah, this has been a very exciting game. Really back and forth. Really, even if it was an Allied win again, we have seen a lot of Allied wins recently, but this was a close one.
I mean, are you calling it too early?
Now, Maybe.
At
We
this
see,
point.
we see Pontus has finally consolidated his 6 motorized.
Yeah, Pontus
and
is
he's back
coming
for
back
blood.
now. He's back for blood now. Yeah. See here.
He's got a green bubble. He's breaking through.
Yeah.
How far can you go?
The sky's
Yeah, I
the
guess if
limit.
I call an allied win at this point, then the Axis is probably going to claw back. Right?
You are jinxing it like always, Victor, right?
Oh, okay. So they're actually pushing through a bit.
Okay, look from the north as well. They're pushing from Königsberg. There's a concentration.
Yeah,
of
they
Germans
actually
as
are,
well.
right? But the Soviets are into the east of Germany now.
So
Yeah, but
what I
there's
would
still
love to
some
see is like
defenders.
the allies like going on the bathroom, chilling now, thinking they won, and now look at that pincer move. So from the north, the Germans are coming down in full swing.
Yeah. You think they could actually?
And the Canadians.
You think they could touch the tips?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's very. At this point,
I
they
don't
have
know.
90% capitulation. They need to get victory points back if they're going to hold out for a little
They
while.
took Prague.
The Canadians are reacting now. The Canadians are.
They got
reacting.
Prague if they can get.
Are they getting four German tanks?
Stettin.
Sorry, four American tanks outside of Prague.
Are they?
Maybe.
No. They're gonna get out, right? Maybe not actually.
We'll see.
They are in circle. No, almost.
There's a lot of allied material here.
They're snaking back to Stettin, and they're not in their core territory anymore because they're pushed back into Poland. So they need to get like Pilsen and Dresden and stuff
Okay,
like that.
so-
It's
so
not enough
the-
to keep Poland.
The issue is that the Soviets are coming, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we just focus here, it's one thing, but then
They confiscated the Romanian oil fields.
yeah, have you seen
Yeah,
the
look at
movie?
that.
Have you seen the movie J.J. Rabbit? This feels like that. Like when they talk that to the kids at the end siege battle in the city. Like, turns out everyone hates
fine.
us. Yeah. It turns out
Steiner.
we're pretty much at war with the entire world. Everyone is here.
everyone is here.
Yeah, that's how it feels like now. Oh, there was an encirclement.
That was
outside of
must be
Breslau.
must suck to be the last division to be in a circle on the allied side.
Stettin in German hands, but they're still 7% towards capitulation now. So
And the Soviets are almost at their back now. They're taking Danzig.
has Prague fallen again? Yeah. Yeah, they will capitulate once Brünn gets taken, I guess.
So
Who is actually Brünn?
Now they are encircled up here as well, so that's the last.
The last hurrah of the Germans. But what do you think about Ivan and Thomas about their war efforts?
Ivan and Thomas. I think they made a really good game in general. Like, I mean, you can't complain with the Germany fighting on, and like both sides have done a really good game if we're in March 45, right?
Oh, look at that! South African army just got wiped.
No, so
They bite back.
I don't think both sides have done a very good game. You can't complain really. I think the main issue for the Germans have been that they've been constantly playing catch up with their armor, right?
Yeah.
Having too few armor divisions constantly.
Yeah.
But
also never a huge amount of infantry.
No, and they've been short on everything constantly apart from fighters. That's the only thing that they've been good on, right? Oh, are they? No.
They're actually.
They got
killing
Poznan
some.
back, so they still have not capitulated, but now they are down to 97%. So
there's a big Romanian army getting
slowly.
Oh, the Romanians are getting out. No, they're not. Never mind.
Slowly but surely they will capitulate. Like now, I guess, or once the American tanks reach Brünn here in the south, now they will capitulate.
I would love to see a declaration of war now from the Soviets on the Allies.
Or maybe they will not, because Poland is core territory and they got Warsaw back. But
Okay, so,
yeah.
So so soon as this is over, we have to do the spin of the wheel. I think.
All right. Yeah, we said that we would do that.
Yeah, 5 minutes ago was 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's.
Let's. But that means, dear watcher, dear viewers, that there's still time for you to join the raffle. So if you go to patreon.com/HyggeGaming, you will be in the running to get 1 month free paid Patreon membership, which means you get a bunch of guides and access to our Discord and that kind of nice stuff. So definitely go register at patreon.com/HyggeGaming and support the stream.
Look at this. The Bulgarians are making the work now up towards in Poland. They're pushing back.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But we have encircled German tanks around Breslau, so that's it, right?
There we go.
There we go.
And the Netherlands get most of the occupation.
Yeah.
Probably super well deserved, right?
Yeah, it's a very nice post-war settlement, right? There is no risk of a communist Eastern Europe. Everything is just nice and democratic all the way.
Yeah. I think.
Maybe if you set up the raffle and we'll get Pontus in here for an interview.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see if we can get him.
Who is leading the Axis now? Because they haven't capitulated fully yet. Italy.
I think Italy, and at the same time, they are finishing off the Indian army in Burma.
Oh yeah, the Indians are getting rolled.
Yeah. Yalta conference.
Yeah, the Indians are really getting it now.
Wow, what a game! Yeah, just as Badger said, if you get to 1945, you can't complain.
Yeah.
No.
Spain is getting rolled up. Remefors on France finally got his revenge. He's been slugging it out with folk down here in Africa for a long time, not getting the opportunity to shine. Also, Snistan and Yuri on the United States, they've been lend-leasing so much, and it's a thankless task. I mean, you give all the equipment away for someone else to get the glory.
But sorry, look at this. The pocket of the last Balkan bros fighting in Poland together. That's where they started, and now they're there together fighting.
That's what it's all about.
That's what it's all about. So we have the Hungarians, we have the Bulgarians, and the Romanians dying together.
It's not about winning the war, it's about the friends we make on the way.
Indeed.
Minor Axis. Yeah, wow. So
that's it. I would love to hear David later as well to see how his game was. Yeah, he's still... Look, another one. The last Balkan bros in the east. Magnus's Romanians and the last Albanians fighting to the death.
Yeah, I think they might fight until the capitulation of the entire faction at this point.
We'll see. We'll continue with our thing. Let's see if we can get Bulgaria in here. He still has some... Oh, he still has 8... How is he still alive?
I don't know.
Yeah, Bulgaria hasn't capped yet,
but
and he still has his 8
in
troops.
Poland. Is this,
yeah, he's fighting in the pocket.
He's trying to drive out of there.
A fighting retreat.
We have the Finnish bicycle battalion that held Leningrad for half a year here as well.
Yeah, but it's slowly losing now.
Yeah, now.
Okay, now we should be able to get him for an interview.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Let's see if we can, if we can get him here now.
There goes Romania. Well fought. Magnus on Romania did all that could be expected. The trucks are still here, still driving away. The last of the Bulgarians.
I mean, I have to say, I thought that Axis had it at some point.
Yeah, I mean, when they threw out the second D-Day,
yeah,
it seemed like such a short way to Moscow.
But they were too slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and eventually the Soviets got out there like 25 medium tanks, and they got like 1 encirclement of like 3 or so German medium tanks, so that kind of killed the momentum.
And I think they were a bit too slow to react to the third D-Day as well.
Yeah, and they came in. They didn't come as a group. They came like one at a time.
Yeah,
that was a bad coordination in the team. The fall of Rome.
Yeah, but I mean, it's hard to kick out 3 D-days, right? If you are an Axis player and you get a 3rd D-day, then you're generally on the losing side.
Yeah, but you need to decide. Just be decisive. Maybe Denmark first, throw them out, and then head west.
Yeah, probably. Like I said, that Spain is so far away. So...
Yeah. Yeah, Spain wasn't even attacked.
Oh yeah, right. That was north of France. Now my headset got out of battery.
Oh really?
Sad. So I can't hear Badger anymore.
Probably turn this up a bit.
Yeah, can I hear if you put up the volume?
Okay, we have.
Hello.
Oh wait.
Hello, Pontus.
Put on the camera, Pontus, as well, if you have one.
Yeah, let the viewers see you. Behold the face of a hero.
Hey.
Pontus, I was saying before, like you're not a bad player by any means. You've had some good games, but this was probably your best game I've ever seen.
Thank you. That was intense.
Would you agree?
I think so. Yes.
You killed 3.1 million Soviets.
Yeah, and
Quite
I
a few.
saved the first D-Day, I think.
Yeah.
With a little bit of a Hail Mary.
Yeah.
But then Belgium collapsed around me, so I got surrounded without getting surrounded, or if that makes any sense. So I lost all my divisions in one go, which was sad.
Yeah, we saw. You were a bit alone over there. The northern flank on the 3rd D-Day didn't have too much infantry, so...
Yeah, and you also had bad air cover when you counterattacked at that point, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It was a bit of bad coordination from your teammates for the counterattack, I'd say.
Right, but it was a fun game. Oh, wow.
Yeah, really fun game, really even game, I would say.
Yeah, very well played.
Thanks.
So another thing, aside from those really strong mechanized divisions, you also did some paratrooper micro as well that had some really nice effects. I mean, we've seen some people dabble in it, but you kept going with them, and they really made a difference.
Yeah, it was fun to play with. It was a bit hard to do it at the same time, but a couple of times I managed to get it together in one go. So that was fun. But yeah, they died in the end.
Yeah.
In Germany, together with the rest of the Bulgarian mech.
How did you feel like on the Eastern Front? What were your feelings like? Because it was at first it was a slog, and the Soviets had a big advantage in tanks, and then eventually you gained your momentum. Then you had a D-Day. Then you came back. Like, what were your feelings on the Eastern Front?
It was never-ending Soviets. It felt like. I killed probably 20 tanks all in all, but they kept spawning. So, but yeah, I agree. When it was very hard to break through at first, but then when we broke through, it went quite quickly for a while. And then I think the Soviets overextended a bit or lost a bit coordination when we won the.
Third. Yeah, when we threw out the second D-Day, we were like, okay, we didn't call it, but it looked like you were about to win. It really did. And then the third D-Day, I mean, they attacked in 3 different places, and the defense was a bit scattered, uncoordinated. The airplanes weren't properly controlled, and that's when it all fell apart, it looked like. Yeah, they managed to conserve most of their tanks, at least. Indeed. So, anyways, really good game, Pontus. I'm sure you're gonna win a medal or two from this game, and I hope you're not too disappointed that you didn't win in the end.
You can, yeah, you can
Yeah, I
see
hope you will.
afterwards. Yeah, we have a next person coming into the interview. Thank you, Pontus, so much. Pontus playing Bulgaria.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well
Well
played.
played.
Next up, we
Yeah,
have
well done.
the US.
Yeah.
Okay, so Yuri, how was your game? And just ignore Asia, because who cares about Asia? Yeah.
We seem to have some problems with the sound for the interview here.
Okay, maybe Badger could fix that. We have some problems with Pontus' sound. Maybe keep talking, Yuri, and we'll see if the sound comes back.
I think the sound is okay. Yeah, I think so.
What do you guys say in the chat? Can you hear Yuri right now? No, I'm not talking about you, Yuri. I'm talking about the viewers.
Sorry, we're not hearing Yuri.
The viewers can't hear you.
Okay, sorry.
The sound is not
sorry.
working, Badger.
No. There we
But
go.
you can hear us and the Badger, right? We'll just sort these technical
It's
issues
all right.
out. No,
You have to
you
take-
can't hear us and Badger?
You have to take it from the top again.
Okay. Can you hear anyone now? Can you hear me?
Hello?
I can.
No sound from Yuri, they say.
I can hear. Yeah,
Wait,
yeah.
Yuri.
That's fine. I can hear the whole time. Yeah. No problem.
Can you hear him now?
Yeah. I can still hear you.
Yeah, not you, Yuri. We're asking the viewers if they can hear you. Okay, they're saying, yeah, audio is good now. Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
cool,
Okay,
cool.
wonderful.
So from the beginning, Yuri.
From the beginning.
You said it was a bit of a back and forth.
Yeah.
Eventually you just decided to go all in on Europe and just gather everything and please continue.
Yeah, we had a couple of really good engagements in Japanese fleets, and so lost a couple, won a couple, and eventually, they were able to take Philippines, but we held them off. And at the same time, we were trying to push on Europe and put up a second D-Day, or a D-Day, and eventually it worked. So yeah, glad about that. I think ultimately the Allied production with so many tanks, so many infantry, and Soviets held on for a really long time. So yeah, congrats to them for holding on so good. And we also sent a lot of lend-lease. I don't know if it was enough, but
yeah, that was part of your strategy to lend-lease most of your production. Like how much did you send, like in percentage wise? How much?
I have no idea.
No.
I don't know. But in the beginning, we sent everything to the miners so that the tank miners, SAF and Canada, could get way more tanks out than normal. And we still lost Africa, so well done, Axis. And and later sent a lot of planes to Soviets. And info equipment, horses, everything. But But that was part of the strat to give a lot of lend-lease to the miners and to offer and to the Soviets.
Yeah. And it seemed to have been working out in the end.
Yeah.
So what?
Exactly,
How close were you to dropping the bomb in the end? I saw you were building nuclear reactors, but we didn't see much more.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we weren't really looking at it. So I think
Yeah.
a half year or so.
Okay. Yeah.
But it was possible to get it in like 44. But yeah, we're just concentrating on getting the second D-Day. I mean, 1 or 2 bombs wouldn't have made much of a difference anyway. So
Yeah.
Did you plan on doing any like island hopping? I didn't see that much going on in the Pacific. Like
no, we were
Oh.
trying to hold on, and we were a bit on the back foot, but mainly because we had so much land lease, and our production was skewed to that, and also the fleet, so fleet and land lease. We didn't have that many really good infantry divisions, and so yeah. And I was trying to get the land cruiser to defend the islands, but they took the islands before we got a chance to put in, to get the land cruiser itself. So
Right.
it takes so long to research. Yeah. But,
Cool. Well,
yeah, so we kind of held on in Japan and against Japan, but yeah, the game's always won against Germany.
Yeah.
Or lost.
Yeah, and I mean, you held on to Hawaii, you held on to Philippines until almost the end, and you held on to Java, and India
Sumatra.
managed to survive until the end as well. So I mean, that's
Yeah.
that's the strategy, and it worked.
Yeah, well, that was the key to hold on to Sumatra, Java, and the Philippines as long as possible. Because if you lose that, then also Australia is under threat, and India. So this way we were able to help India if possible, and yeah, so a good strat, I guess.
Okay. Well, congratulations on the victory, and yeah, thank you for playing.
Thanks. Yeah, cheers.
Congratulations indeed.
Okay, see ya.
Take care. Okay, so that was Yuri, the main controller of the United States, who just won the game. As you can see on the screen, it was an Allied victory.
Yeah, very exciting game though. A lot of things happened, a lot of back and forth. We will get on fixing the Discord sound for the next game, Saxo Live. I don't know how many interviews were actually not working, but I think the Magnus one was.
Yeah, it's been feeling a bit random. Like I don't know. Yeah, I hope it works.
Strange because our sound also comes through Discord, right?
Yeah, but it's probably because we have each other muted since Bergod Hof, right? If you were sitting next to someone else playing, you might have muted them on Discord.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but Badger shouldn't have muted me, so
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know.
We'll see.
Anyways, we're going to do our raffle now, guys. So if you haven't signed up, we're going to do the...
You have some statistics on the screen. I just want to mention since Yuri left, but
Yeah.
you see, this is the total number of ships between the major naval powers we see on the screen. So the only one keeping on. So the only one keeping on to a big fleet at the very end is the top one. That's the UK. So UK had a big fleet with over 300 vessels at the very end. But you see, the red one is the US, and the blue one is Japan. So you see, in April 44, that's when the US took the last heavy hit from Japan, getting down to almost no ships at all. So that's when Japan came back into the game in April 44, and then that's when they were able to start being able to naval invade again. So just like a quick analysis. But we're doing the raffle, I guess.
Yes, let's.
Okay, so let's see if I can get the raffle up.
So the Hearts of Iron officials says they're pretty sure they know the issue, so they can tell you when you catch up with them, Badger.
Okay, but we have 3 different persons. Wouter, we have I can't see what the name is, but let's spin it, right?
Waiki?
Ernesto Fabal.
Yeah, okay.
I would have to say the win chance is pretty high.
Yeah, very high win chance.
Okay, I'm spinning it.
Yeah.
Spin that wheel.
Oh!
Congratulations, Walter. You win 1 month of Stug 3 tier membership on our Patreon. And yeah, congratulations.
Congratulations indeed. And
okay, let's do one more.
Okay.
Let's do one more.
Okay, let's do one more.
Okay, now the win chance is really good.
I mean, we can be generous.
Yeah, Walter is in the chat. Hey, congratulations, Wakey.
So Wakey
congratulations.
and
Welcome to the Patreon community.
Really nice. Okay, and so that concludes our stream for today. We hope you had a good time. We sure did. It was a really even game.
Very exciting game. So much happening. Like we saw a lot of new things going on. Like little bit of new LLMA meta. A lot of things happening on the Eastern Front as usual, and a lot of interesting tactical decisions all around. And incredible plays from both teams.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
Very exciting game, and so happy to have you here. And hope you all have a very happy new year.
Yeah, have a really good 2026, and we'll be back for more with more streams like this. And if you want guides, we have lots of them on our YouTube channel. So, and do you want to say anything to conclude, Badger?
No, it's been, it's been a fun day. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
I think the UK needs to do a response.
5 things you really need to know to improve your micro. Some of the...
Show you 3 things you might not know about radars.
Overrun! 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 Yes!
No, no. No, I didn't know this.
Yeah, the US Navy is moving steadily.
Have maybe some engagement. This is a disaster for Hungary. Hungary was the one that suffered the most.
Yeah,
I have a perfect overview of everything he has.
Welcome to the studio. Thank you.
Just up the map mode underneath the temperature.
yeah. Maybe we before we
I'm
say
too
what the
excited.
outcome was of the plan. Maybe we should
2.2 million casualties and the meat war. It has been a while, so
yeah, 12 hours or so, not counting.